Oh, there's our guys again. Oh, I love it, but I appreciate it. You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. I've got a sign of my own, people. Shout out to all of the people on the Portuguese speaking stream. Love you guys too. And at both of the final tables that we've covered so far, there's been a real mix of international players as well as locals. And
por acaso não tem médico dor de cabeça?
Someone needs Advil. Advil to the future table, please. Goes check on the flop, and that's a pretty interesting card because it does give Vladis a flush draw now. Looks like Vladis decides to do a continuation bet, a delayed continuation bet of 22K here. The river's a 5 of spades, so no improvement for Vladis. Pot's gonna go Medi's way. And I mean, a lot of things seem to be going Medi's way these days. I feel like in the year 2025 alone, Medi has, let's see, 3 titles, 3 wins at least, maybe 4.
Oh, Akari. No waiting, just rips it in the ladies. Dama Dama. Renan, and not the fun spot to be.
I mean, at least he has an ace.
The flop's the big part. Oh, yeah, he's asking for the quattro.
4-9 or ace.
This is our first bubble of 2 bubbles. That is the final table bubble. We are at 9.
Wow, Dan Almeida has 4 big blinds. Yep, he shoves. I like it. And now this is a very easy call by Rodrigo. It's not the best board to get chops. Okay.
Yeah, King 9 just enough, and Dan gonna fight, but go out in 9th.
Okay, Raffaello, let's see if you have everything. Oh! Okay, what do we need?
Queen.
Queen of clubs.
There.
Donna club. Dama club. Oh, Dama club! I am genius!
Action card.
You play very good today.
Thank you.
2-time mistake, but Queen of clubs, you can do nothing.
Is gonna go with it, I
You
believe.
have chance. Not a good one, but good. At natural 9. Ooh, one of the worst call in poker history.
And Cabral finds himself
Better fold ace queen.
dominated here.
Ace for Otto. Okay, heart.
Ooh,
Heart. For Otto.
9 high flop, but 2 hearts.
I already take my
On
chip.
40% equity now.
No, heart, please.
King of clubs. That means that Ivan Luka is going to be our bubble boy, finishing in 7th place. All in with the ace-7 suited. Flop is 8-6 deuce, couple of diamonds. So some hope here for Hoffa in the form of a flush draw. An ace would also do it. The turn is the 6 of clubs. River is the jack of spades. Hoffa going to finish in 6th place. Cabral shows an ace and
Are you joking with me or
a
not?
9.
Straight against straight. Nothing you can do, man.
Gives Cabral some more
What do you mean,
outs,
you
could
have no outs?
counterfeit the pair of 4s. Comes ace on the river. So we are going to say goodbye
outs,
to
and
Thiago
he's,
in
let's see,
5th
why?
place. Audemars quickly makes the call with top pair. So top pair versus second pair.
Pleasure.
And that means Akari is going to be
Okay, now I
eliminated in 4th
You
place.
left me alone.
Rodrigo, who's been really patient, just picked his spots well. you know, not really in bad
The
shape
biggest spot
here.
of the tournament, yeah?
Flop is ace 10-6. Pretty interesting. You know, gives Audemars top pair, but Rodrigo looking for a jack for Broadway. So that means that Rodrigo needs a jack or a queen or a king. And that means Audemars is going to eliminate
Congrats,
Rodrigo Seiji in third
chop.
place.
Otomarus, you crazy guy, really. Otto is boring, but he always posting blinds, right? 4 million. You have Casino Royale?
No.
Audemars puts it in here with Queen 7 up
Bring
against
more Otto to my
pocket
table.
threes.
Bring more Ottos. What is this called, Otto? Good luck, man. Nice second place. It's not bad. Second place, always good.
And threes managed
No
to hold
outs.
on here. Turn
No
is a
outs.
4 of clubs,
No outs.
so a safe turn. But Audemars does have additional outs in the form of clubs. And the river pairs the 4, and that means Martin Cabral's going to hang on here with pocket threes and takes down the 150K Real buy-in event here at the BSOP. You know, love him or hate him, the guy has managed to win this tournament in interesting fashion, being himself.
This is America. This is South America. This is Brazil. My dear poker fans all around the world, if you're used to watching or playing and have never been to Brazil to do that, you are the one we were looking for. Yep, that's correct. We were looking for you so we could introduce a little bit about this country and see if it makes you come and visit. No bluffing, only arguments on the table. First of all, we tend to organize events in a very special way. Second, the prizes of the tournaments and the quality of the players on our field has never been so high. Third, you have lots of beautiful places to spend your prize money on. Okay, so that was the flop. Let's head for the turn. Fourth argument, we've created the caipirinha. And I know it's not the best argument, but trust me, that works for every discussion when you're Brazilian. And the grand finale, the pot winner river, and our fifth and final reason for you to come and check BSOP with your own hands. We've tailored and made the best experience possible for the ones who love the sport. Beautiful places and landscapes, best prizes and players, an unforgettable atmosphere you won't find elsewhere, and of course, the best hospitality you will find on the circuit. BSOP 2025 invites you all to be here in 2026, and welcome.
And at both of the final tables that we've covered so far, there's been a real mix of international players as well as locals. And
Por acaso não tem um match valor de cabeça? No break with your hand.
someone needs Advil. Advil to the future table, please. Goes check on the flop, and that's a pretty interesting card because it does give Vladis a flush draw now. Looks like Vladis decides to do a continuation bet, a delayed continuation bet of 22K here. The river is a 5 of spades, so no improvement for Vladis. Pot's gonna go Medi's way. And I mean, a lot of things seem to be going Medi's way these days. I feel like in the year 2025 alone, Medi has, let's see, 3 titles, 3 wins at least, maybe 4.
Do you want to call, or do you just want to get it in right now? They're both sort of okay. Especially if you as Leo do have some hands, like maybe is Leo 3-betting? Queen 10 suited and calling with it here, right? Whether or not other people do it, if you do it as Leo, having aces is kind of sweet, calling sometimes as well, to just protect you know, your loose 3-bet calls. It's also nice just to get it all in against good hands as a huge favorite. Actually, one of the things I found in these spots playing over the years is like when I'm playing somebody who just has it, it's just better to get in aces right away. When you're playing with somebody who can have some bluffs that they fold, you know, that's when calling becomes a lot more appealing with aces. But like when you can just get the money in now, it's generally better.
Meu Deus do céu.
Right, you never get a flop like this. Maybe Jacks finds a fold, calls, and then the next card is an ace or a king, and Jacks finds a fold. You know, you don't get all the money. I mean, it happens.
Número. Tudo doidado! Pum, pum, pum! Corta pra mim, bolota! Vamos, bolota!
What a flop here.
This is a great hand, yeah, like I said, to like B50 and like maybe sometimes just do something totally insane versus a check raise.
This could be a really big pot. It's against dealer and big blind on the 6-7 deuce check raising here. Bunch of draws, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9. I like raising here.
Large sizes like clear up the ranges quite a bit. Now that said, going large when your opponent has kings probably works out quite well. Some of it depends on the river size, like versus some sizes, Kelvin can still be beating some value.
Oh. Queen Jack, King Jack, good spot for Rizzo.
Yeah, it's something I put some thought into at some point. And, you know, you're not, like, there's not like an Oreo cookie tell, you know what I'm saying? But it's like...
Top pair, I didn't see the Pedro actually had the king high flush draw. So second up flush draw, paired board over. No, that's good. If you have that wild card as your in your repertoire, it is tougher.
Where it's like, I will not be pushed around, you know? Like, yeah, okay, man.
Wow, what a turn here. He's still telling the story.
He got stiffed. Let's just be, I mean, he got straight up screwed on this card. This was.
Just a dud, just a Dudley deuce.
Queen Jack is going to win this hand somehow. After flop action and leading turn and getting called in 2 spots, he's calling.
He's got a super strong.
I mean, I guess, and Pedro can't call. Yeah, he snap folds. I mean, I guess Pedro could find a weird bluff if he somehow.
That's what I thought. I thought it was on him, but.
Oh my goodness! And Jacks, what is going on?
Meu Deus do céu. Tudo doidado! Pum, pum, pum! Corta pra mim, bolota! Vamos, bolota!
All right, looks like we've got an all-in and call ace-king versus pocket 9, so very classic coin flip. You gotta win coin flips if you want to win tournaments. So far, the 9s are holding, but ace-king looking for an ace, a king, or a jack. The river is a 7, so 9s are gonna hold. Really taking his time here on the
It
decision.
will be all in anyway, yeah?
All in call. Remains.
You still have this. How do you know? Just move.
Ooh, flop is
Ace
king
from the
8-8,
spade.
so Rodrigo pulls ahead and full house on the turn.
Almost chopped.
Good luck, guys. And fun. Hug.
Seat open.
Hug.
TV table.
Like right
If he
now.
does re-enter, will he get drawn back to this table?
Yeah.
There's a shot of Cabral, who does look like he is re-entering. Made a mad dash over to draw his seat. And he's back. Before any of you guys even had a chance to answer whether you wanted to see him back here.
Excuse me, registration open tomorrow? Then there is no other way. For Vladimir Vladimirovich, the quick learner,
Just put the cards in the full circle.
it will be all in anyway.
Okay.
169. Okay, let's do that.
Is down another bullet. I mean, I don't know if he was in for multiple bullets before he got moved to the feature table, but that is his second since he's been at the feature table. Welcome back to continued coverage here from the BSOP Millions. It is day 2 and the final day of the 250K Real, 50K USD buy-in, and we have reached the final table of 9 players in this event. However, only 6 players are going to be finishing in the money, and we will again be playing down to a winner. So stick around. We've got lots of action to come, but first I am joined by our co-commentator Brian Rast, live from Sao Paulo, and he actually did play in this event earlier today, but now we get to hear his insight and wisdom from the booth.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Very happy to be here. You know, my biggest insight right now is, have you ever seen the meme of the little guy like sitting at the table when the whole room is on fire all around him? Because as as somebody who's bricked a lot of tournaments here, and then also like looking at the crypto chart today, Bitcoin is plummeting down to 86,000. Everything's fine, you know? Like here we are, life keeps going on. No, seriously though, I am happy to be here, and it's fun to play poker, whether you just lose, you win. I've done well in tournaments, so you know, running bad is part of the other side of the coin.
Yeah, I mean, I think the real question, Brian, is are you going to buy some more Bitcoin now? I mean, come on, like it's going to end up going back up, right? Surely.
I will tell you what, I think we're hitting levels right now where if I didn't feel like, if I wanted to add to my Bitcoin allocation as, you know, part of my portfolio, these are levels that I would definitely look to do it at. You know, I mean, I think you could argue the bull market structure is still intact because we're above the 75K lows from the spring.
We don't get extra time backs?
We're way off the all-time high. So if you believe in Bitcoin long term, then you know, a day like today is a pretty good day to buy, right? So yeah.
All right, kids out there, not like official financial advice from Brian, but you heard it here first. All right, so as I had mentioned before, we are down to our final 9 and still a lot of crushers left in this field. One of them being Zhao Samao, who is going to open up the action here. In the small blind is Leo Rizzo, who we saw a little bit on the 20K coverage, and he was very animated, a lot of fun to watch in the short time that we were with him. And the good news is I have Brian here to translate should Leo want to, you know, start speaking and directing comments to the camera as he was the other day.
You know,
it would be good to know what he's saying.
Obviously I've seen him some on the commentary, but I've also played with him some. And he is a guy who, yeah, I'd say he's pretty moody, and how he feels can really dictate his play. You know, I played with him in the 50K one day quite a bit, 2 days ago, and he made a couple like just very wild plays that, you know, just like limp small blind, called like the big blinds, 10 big blind shove with like bottom 5% hand, right? Just like, okay, like whatever, I'm gonna gamble with you. So, but like I would say today, I was at his table when I was in this tournament on, you know, a little bit ago. Both when we were 3 tables and then we redrew, and then when there were 2 tables, and he had a lot of chips, which I think he still has a healthy stack. And I would say he was overall quite a bit more serious and definitely seemed like he was trying to play well, right? No limp calling, you know, 10 bigs with like 8-3 offsuit, right? Like that was not going to happen today, or at least not unless things started to go really bad, or I don't know. But it, you know, it could definitely tell the difference in kind of his energy Also maybe getting a little bit less excited when he won pots, although he still did. But you know what I mean? I think it's one of these things where he has a big stack. I feel pretty comfortable saying he's not like a full-time professional player. He definitely has this attitude like, yeah, when he's happy when he wins, but also he realizes this is a bigger tournament. He has a lot of chips, and I think he's going to try a little bit harder maybe than when he's short-stacked in a smaller buy-in tournament.
Yeah, certainly does seem like a bit of an unpredictable player in our midst, and Latva here is going to just move all in on a flop of 9-7-6 after hitting a middle pair, and Samao does end up folding.
Sorry?
No, I just want to know because you asked about the time banks, if you had any time banks.
No, they said one more next level.
Yeah.
I think.
One more, yeah?
And I didn't find this out until today, but apparently Otto, you know, who happens to have some really great online results according to JG on a lot of the BSOP Millions tournaments and a lot of other online bigger buy-in events, he apparently has a chess background and recently moved into poker more full-time from actually being a competitive chess player, I believe.
Yeah, you know, I've talked about this a couple times in the last few days. I think more with JG or on my own than with you, Maria, but I do think there is more convergence to a game like chess in poker nowadays than maybe there was 10, 20 plus years ago, right? With just essentially with solvers and good study tools being so useful. So I do think probably more likely to see somebody who's spent a lot of time with chess move over and more quickly have success in poker than you would have 15 years ago, when I would argue it was, you know, 15 plus years ago, before the advent of modern tools, but chess still had quite modern tools, computers that played very well, not as well as today, but still quite good. I just kind of think there was a larger divergence in the process of becoming a really good as opposed to today. So I think we'll see more and more of that as, you know, I don't know, my feeling in chess is that unless you're at the very top, it's kind of hard to make much money, right? Unlike poker, where, you know, there's a number of pretty good professionals who can make like a pretty good living. So.
Right, and I do feel like, you know, we've seen other players come into the game of poker from other, you know, forms of competitive strategy games, you know, Magic the Gathering, and, you know, we have people like David Williams or Ifro, I believe, coming from Magic, and, you know, there's always kind of been that crossover even with like esports and Elky and things like that, but I do feel like I've seen a lot more chess players come into the poker scene in the last 5 years or so.
Wow, this is going to be interesting. Pink versus low jack cutoff. Don't think you're going to see Thiago folding ace king here, and it might end up letting Felipe get away, right? I mean, here's a cold 4-bet from the big blind, and Felipe can just keep those 10 bigs he's got in his stack.
Yeah, Crema does have both players covered, but Minko only by a little bit. And he does go all in.
Yeah, I just think given the relative positions, you know, you open from the low jack off of only 11 or 12 bigs. It's a pretty tight range, and it's gotten 3-bet and 4-bet. I wouldn't fold ace king, but I think you can get away from ace queen suited, because I think your opponent, I mean, this 4-bet, it's kind of like ace king and like jacks or something. I mean, you know, maybe you could give him like the magical king queen suited some of the time. That, by the way, I think a lot of people don't do. You know, like. Anyway, and I kind of. This is a tough spot if you're Minko.
Yeah, so as you mentioned, Boyanovsky does end up getting out of the way, so is going to save his tournament life in a spot where, you know, we just saw a lot of big hands in late position pop up, and now action is back on Minko, just wanting to get an exact count.
You know, I think 3 off the money. This is interesting because this spot I'm not really sure. I think 3 off the money. I think I call as Minko. It sucks when you bust. We do have a pretty good hand. It's also quite nice if we double and win, right? You have almost 80 blinds. That's a lot. I think that would be the chip leader, and you're in a really nice position to take advantage of this bubble. And I mean, kind of depends on exactly what hands we give our opponent. If it's just jacks and ace king, maybe not super appealing, but if you can even add in any bluff hand at all, like ace queen suited, I mean ace queen suited, king queen suited, ace 5 suited, etc. at some frequency, then I think you definitely want to call the ace king of spades here.
Yeah, Minko going to take his time here on this decision, as you mentioned, just a pretty critical stage. You know, you don't want to not think about and consider kind of all of, like you said, the potential of Crema maybe having some worse hands in this spot, but also just the fact that, yeah, we are 3 off the money, and it is your tournament life at risk, and he does end up making the call.
Yeah, I'm not positive, but I think I like this.
Probably a sigh of relief to see the same hand.
Monotone, 1 spade. No really.
Yeah, I mean, ace king suited against jacks plus ace king off is
chop
almost 42%. So, I mean, it's probably pretty close to like a break even, and that's giving our opponent like 0 bluffs. You know what I'm saying?
I wasn't greedy. I only
Also,
asked for
like,
1
could they
spade.
have 10s even, which would help a little bit, not a lot. So, yeah, and ICM does mean it's, ooh, wow, the free roll got there.
E o culo.
And that was a big pot. That was like an 80 big blind pot right there.
Quando sou eu assim, o cara
Yeah,
faz
that's
dois
an
com uma carta
unfortunate
só.
way to go out there. There's a look at the BSOP 250K Super High Roller Trophy.
I guess you are lucky, huh? I guess
Which
I'm a
will be
little bit more
awarded
lucky,
to
but
one of these remaining players, along with $640,000 up top.
Move, space, please.
if I win ace king into ace king 1 more, I will make the tattoo. What you said.
Pode, não pode cancelar esses. Qual que ele joga agora?
For me, from going
É o mesmo?
from Busto to 7 left,
Continuou no
8
mesmo.
left with
Que
second
geralmente
guy
esse cancela.
in chips busting is like,
Oh, here's another player that's impressed me for sure.
I think
Pedro,
I prefer that
with
Yeah,
the
of course,
glasses
you prefer
right
that,
in the
like,
foreground.
for
We
sure.
zoomed out.
more than
I mean,
doubling
I
up, you think?
didn't know who he was, hadn't really played with
more
him,
than
but
doubling up, no.
have played with him and seen him on stream. Seems like a very good player.
Yeah, and here's a look at the chip counts after that big confrontation. Minko is on top of the chip counts at 3.5 million. Second in chips is Leandro Zavadini, who, you know, is pretty far behind our chip leader with 2 million in chips. Rounding out the top 3 is Leo Rizzo. And all the way down to the bottom, we do have a couple of short stacks. Samal with 12 big blinds and Audemars with 10 big blinds, followed by another 10 big blind stack in Let's see. Felipe Boyanovsky, I believe.
Eu gosto muito do crema pra
Big
pedir
solito.
espadas. Eu gosto muito do crema pra pedir espadas. Mas não vou dizer que eu fiquei triste. Aquele sentimento mixado.
Eu assino embaixo do relator.
Não sei o que isso quer dizer, mas...
Tô com você, concordo com você.
Fuga con l'acción. Fall. John Sim con l'acción.
Sorry, what happened? Only one big one.
Fall. Felipe con l'acción. Okay.
Boyanovsky looks down at ace-6 suited. As I mentioned, one of the shortest stacks with 10 big blinds.
80.
Felipe anuncia easy para 80.000. 80. Who wins?
Wow, interesting decision here. Off of 10 bigs, he's choosing to min-raise this instead of just moving all in.
$160.
And this is one of the reasons why that gets tricky, because now he's getting 3-bet, and it's going to be very tough to play, whereas had he just moved all in, he would have taken that down. Ace-4 suited would have folded, and all the other hands would have folded, and this is one of the difficulties here. Ace-6 suited is really on the fringe. It is a plus chip EV shove. As you start adding ICM pressure from MP, it gets a little dicey. You know, do you want to open jam it? Do you want to fold it? Do you want to raise? Probably fold. I mean, I guess if he jams here, we're going to see what Minko does. He's already put in 4 blinds, so I guess he would call. But yeah, so he folds. So I mean, that made the difference between him winning and losing that pot.
Right, did, you know, open himself up there with just the raise to get 3-bet.
And you know, to me, like, I think it's a very reasonable decision. What I would say is that one of the things I've found here in general is that guys are very active in looking to take spots. I'd say more than most places where I've played. That was a very reasonably played hand. There's nothing wrong with the min raise open. There's nothing wrong with the min, pretty close to min 3-bet in position by the chip leader, right? He had a suited ace, but it's just, to me, like, one of the things I'm thinking, okay, if I'm at a spot where people are going to be taking all these spots, it's nice to pick up the pot and not get messed with, you know, by in position ace-x hands by just jamming my 10 bigs. If I think it's plus EV even with the ICM. Like, it might perform better than raise folding too much. Now, you need to have a raise fold range, right? You need to balance it out with your raise, with your traps, your raise get-ins, right? But the problem is that one of the modern exploits that really aggressive players are taking is that in a lot of these spots, people have way too many raise folds versus their traps, right? If they're only trapping like 10s plus ace king or like ace queen suited, but then they raise just, and you know, whatever that is, that's like 3% of hands or 2% of hands, but then you're, you know, min raising, let's say that's 2% and you're going to min raise 8% of hands that you're folding. That's a 4-to-1 ratio, right? Like, you can just, anytime you have an ace, you could just like small click 3-bet that range, and you're even blocking some of the get-ins like aces and ace king and ace queen, and you just like print, right? So like, this is actually a modern, like, very easy exploit versus people that like raise fold too much, and a lot of like young, aggressive, good players are picking up on that, and it's even become like almost a thing. Like, if you talk about like, oh, the Brazilian player who like 3-bets a lot, especially out of the big blind. I mean, part of it is they're just doing like a real basic population read, where like way too many people are raise folding way too much compared to what they, you know, they continue with. You know what I'm saying, Maria?
Yeah. I mean, Yeah, no, you definitely make a really good point about just not really being balanced in terms of the number of hands they have as like raise traps and call-offs versus, you know, raise folds. And I do think that it ends up being a little bit player dependent in terms of, you know, the type of players you have at the table, you know, the people that are behind you left to act when you try to take those kind of light raise fold spots.
Yes, yeah, certainly. Just like all of poker, it is very dependent on your opponents. But again, here, I think qualifies as a spot. I'm going to find people fighting really hard and attacking those ranges. So I want to be very careful not to be balanced. And like, I'm probably going to slide like the ace-6 suited if I think it's a plus EV shove there, even with ICM. I'm probably sliding it into shove a little bit more than I would in other places where I'd feel a lot more comfortable. Maybe raise folding too much, because it's real nice to do that in places where you don't get 3-bet enough, right? Because then you actually get pretty clean info and you feel fine when you do raise fold. Because like maybe you saved, if you just jammed, maybe you would be more likely to go out somewhere else where like the ranges that are call you are pretty similar, but like, you know, you save those extra 8 big blinds in your tournament life more often.
Yeah, we've got a big pot developing here between Leandro and Leo's. So Leandro flopped a straight, did end up check raising, gets Rizzo to fold the pair of 9s. Was there a winner showdown card, or did he just want to show? I doubt people are just showing cards for free here.
Yeah, wow. Ended up getting away kind of cheap, just a c-bet.
Again, there's another look at that very shiny, beautiful trophy. And, you know, as these buy-ins continue to escalate, we started off coverage with the 20K, then we moved on to the 30K. Now we are at the 50K level, and tomorrow will be day 1 of the 100K USD buy-in, the biggest in Brazilian history, you'd imagine. As the buy-ins get bigger, obviously the prize pools get larger, but also trophies seem to also get a little bit bigger and grander in size.
Otro más. Paul. Padilla con la acción.
So Pedro is not someone that we on the stream have gotten to see a lot of, as he hasn't been as heavily featured as some of the other players, but definitely interested in watching him play now that you've said that you're impressed by what you've seen from him, Rast. And he does open the button here with ace-10 off. Zhao in the big blind. King-9 suited.
Wow, it looks like he raised to 2.5x, so kind of a bigger open raise size.
Yeah, and with Zhao calling from the big blind off of, you know, an 8.5 big blind stack against a slightly larger open size, you know, do you think that defines his range a little bit more? Obviously, he can't afford to defend quite as many hands against a larger open size.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Joao, in part because he has some ICM pressure, but also to a large extent because the raise size is bigger. You can clear out some of his worst hands. In fact, a lot of hands that maybe normally he might flop bottom pair with almost certainly don't get called. Even stuff that like I would expect like king deuce off, bolded, you know. So much harder than normal, I think, for Joao to have a pair of 2s or 4s here compared to like a more standard big blind defense range that you see in these spots versus the button for like a min raise.
So Pedro's going to go ahead and bet 40K, which gets a call out of Joao.
Very small flop bet, 40 into 260. I mean, we're talking, it was like 1/6 the pot. So just never going to get a better hand to fold, but maybe Pedro looking to get some 2 live card type hands, maybe something, for example, like 9-8 to fold. I think king high, king 9 with backdoor hearts, much too good. Now an interesting turn decision by Pedro. I mean, they are playing about 2/3 pot only. I don't think he ever gets better to fold. Checking back makes a lot of sense from the perspective of his hand. Now the river
is the 6.
Yeah, sorry, the most interesting thing here is whether Joao decides to bluff. He is getting towards the bottom of his range. If he had any flop straight draw, he would make a pair or a straight. Yeah. So this makes a lot of sense because it's kind of hard for Joao to have worse than king high at this point. And my guess is Pedro knows this and that he is beating some king and queen highs, and it's kind of a tough spot. I'm curious to see what he does.
Well, that river card does fill in some of the draws from the flop, but do you think it kind of eliminates, you know, when we talk about, again, that defending range against the bigger open size, you know, that does obviously take out the 5-3. I mean, even 5-3 suited sometimes, you know, feels not as comfortable, probably want some high cards in there. But either way, it's going to work.
Yeah, I think 5-3 suited might not. I think 6-5 suited does defend, so you can hit the 6. Hard to say with 5-3 suited. Probably folds, but
thank you.
I wouldn't be sure about what Joao would do. But could have made some flushes. There is the question, how often does Joao just check raise flush draws on the flop to go with versus check call? You know, Jack can kind of play both ways. A Jack could check raise or call. Does Joao value bet a deuce or a 4 if he had it and played it this way? You know, it does make it kind of a real, like I said, a real tough spot if you then think Joao can get there with quite a few king and queen highs.
And here's a look at how many chips from the start of the day that these players have added to their stack. Minko, again, the recipient of a huge cooler knockout with suited ace-king against offsuit ace-king, and that is why you see him up top there with an increase of 1.9 million chips on the day.
Melhorou com 6 também não tem nada. Só 5 e 6. Que não vai pro valor.
Vladimir, conversão. Vladimir 6, 80 mil pisos. 80. Leo Piso 4. Ottoman 4. Padilla 4. Fuga con la acción. Call. John Simon con la acción. $280 total. fold. Felipe con la acción.
Minko opens up the action here with suited ace. Takes down the blinds and ante.
Cuatro mãos. Ahora, cuatro mãos. Certísimo. Vale, para 17 e certíssimo então. Big blind.
Tem 240, né?
Yeah, thank you.
Vladimir con la acción. Vladimir fold. Leo hizo con la acción. Leo hizo fold. Ottomar fold. Padilla fold. Fuga con la acción.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Perfect.
Action folds around to Leandro in the cutoff, who raises to 100K with ace-4 offsuit, and Samal with a quick all-in right behind him with ace-queen offsuit.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty easy hand to get away from. I mean, it's really one of our weakest opens. You got to call another 11, over 11 bigs. Just going to be in really bad shape a lot. I mean, maybe you're going to see a king-queen or like a king-jack suited, but a lot of pairs are ace-x hands that just have us in jail. So I think pretty easy fold.
After level 18.
Well, also this finishes and two more. Thank you.
Bottom of Felipe, bottom of blind, Vladimir, big blind.
So 8 players remain out of 40 total entries, and 6 players will make it into the money. And the plan is to play down to a winner tonight. And so far in the first 2 events that we've covered, they have both been won by international players. The 20K was won by Mehdi Choui from Morocco, and 2 nights ago we saw Martin Cabral from the Czech Republic take down the 30K USD buy-in. So is it a Brazilian's turn to hoist the trophy tonight? Definitely a couple of really great Brazilian players left in the field.
Con la acción. Ottomar fold. Padilla con la acción. Fold. Fuga fold. Joan Simon con la acción.
¿Qué?
Joan Simon. Fold.
With action.
Felipe con la acción. Fold. Sube con la acción. Sube fold. Vladimir.
I always show.
Minko gets a walk in the big blind.
It was good, I would show.
Are you bragging that you don't need cards soon for us?
Very, very close.
Yeah, as you can see.
Final table do 250k Super High Roller, a gente está aqui com o Crema, que acaba de cair em 9º lugar. Quero te perguntar justamente em relação a esse all-in, onde a gente teve um flush que foi, nossa, uma bad beat ali no baralho para você. Então, o que passou na sua cabeça na hora que esse flush chegou para ele?
Eu acho que a mão é relativamente normal das duas partes ali, né? Apesar de os dois terem stacks bons, acho que ela sempre vai acabar assim, né? Mas aí não tem, né? O que vem não tem como eu controlar, né? Então não tenho o que fazer. É isso, bola pra frente e tem muito torneio aqui ainda.
Perfeitamente. Ainda bem que você disse bola pra frente, porque eu quero te ver em mais high rollers. Então como que tá o plano? Você acha que você vai participar do 500k?
Sim, vou jogar o 500k e mais alguns torneios aqui ainda também.
Maravilha, muito obrigada e seguimos com a mesa final.
Translate, she just asked him mostly, you know, how did you feel about that flush? And he basically said that, you know, we both had healthy stacks and the hand kind of played itself and just bad luck, but there's plenty more tournaments, so just, you know, on to pra frente, like keep going forward, you know, on to the next one type of deal.
All right, Rast. I believe you. You know how to speak Portuguese. You've proven it. Yeah, I mean, definitely when you're a pro player, right, you're just going to have to take those things in stride because it's going to happen. It's not really, you know, a situation where he did something wrong. Obviously, you cannot control the run out, and you really do have to move on to the next. But definitely easier said than done for some people. But it's important to not be results oriented.
Yeah, like there's a big offset. Like when people talk, it's very obvious during interviews. During the interview, it's like offset by like 3 seconds. Like they're saying something and then...
Tudo Copas, Paraguai. Tudo Copas. Me dá o 3 de ouros, por favor.
Got it all in here with aces at risk against 6-3. A little piece for Rizzo with bottom pair. Turn is the deuce of spades.
River.
3.
River is the 7 of spades. So Boyanovsky going to double, but not really out of the woods. Was pretty short there with, I believe, 4 bigs.
220.
A little more than that.
Seu vizinho agora não consegue nem respirar, tá tonto.
Oi?
Os caras do seu lado tá tontinho, aqui é magro,
Tá, mesmo.
Yeah, I think, you know, poker just teaches you on a very direct manner that lesson, which is a very important life lesson, right? Like I think in poker, you really just have to very obviously deal with losing, right? Even in situations where you're performing well. I mean, obviously if you're losing, you can ask yourself tough questions and analyze your play and whatnot. But there's plenty of times when, I mean, you could play better on a day that you lose than on a day that you win. Like that's actually quite easy. And so I think having some equanimity, being able to live in the moment, being able to move on, not dwell on the past, or at least only insofar as to analyze how you performed, but not necessarily the result. The thing is, obviously, all these things are super useful for poker, but, I mean, it's kind of like really good life lessons, right? It's like people need to I think most highly successful people in life kind of need to learn that. Like one of the, big lessons that you hear people talk about is, can't be afraid of failure, right? Obvious in poker, but like in life too. Like there's a lot of people that failed in some of their first time they tried a business, first time they did something, but then ended up succeeding because they didn't give up. They kept learning and growing and pushing themselves, and eventually they made something work, even if it wasn't the first thing they tried. So.
We do have another all-in here. 7's at risk, but still holding against the ace-10 suited. Some counterfeit possibilities along with the 2 overs, though. Ooh, and there is the ace of hearts on the turn. And the river brings the 3 of spades, so Latva eliminated in 8th place. Now you may remember him from finishing 2nd against Martin Cabral in the 30K, and unfortunately out of the money here, but will definitely be back to try his luck in the other events to come.
Now guess what, Maria?
What?
We are on the stone bubble now. Next person out doesn't get paid, and everybody else does. I believe, right? Because I think that was the 8th person that just got busted, and now we're at 7, even though they haven't adjusted it yet.
Yeah, you're right. I think they didn't update the ticker yet, and we do have 7 remaining. And looking at the chip stacks, it would appear that we've got Boyanovsky as the shortest stack remaining. We did see him just double up with aces against the 6-3 suited, but still not out of the danger zone.
You wanna sell it?
Yeah, it would be amazing to see a list of all the stacks. But I mean, I feel like we have one real runaway chip leader, a couple healthy stacks, and then some people that are pretty short. A couple sub 20 big blind stacks.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get a chip count graphic thrown up there shortly. But in the meantime, as you mentioned, Minko being well out in front with 3.7 million, and the second closest stack being 2.2 million in the hands of Leandro.
And this is a real easy tournament in terms of the percent of chips in play, because you started with 250K, there were 40 runners, and so there's exactly 10 million chips. So 3.7 million chips is 37% of the chips in play.
Has that been the way that the other tournaments have been? Is like a dollar for dollar chip to buy in, or just so happened that this one was that?
I don't think so, but I'm not entirely sure. But I believe no. I believe that's not correct. Because I think, for example, in the 50K Invitational, I think you started with more than 50K. I think I don't think they've been doing that for each of the tournaments, no.
So you mentioned that you played pretty late in that 50K one day. How do you like the schedule here in terms of, some of the later starts, and if you end up making it through in a multi-day tournament, or, if you're playing this one-day tournament, obviously, you're finishing up at 2 or 3 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, the schedule here is clearly late shifted, more late shifted than anywhere else I've played. I'm sort of okay with it. Like, you just go to bed later and get up later than you normally would. The only thing to me that they definitely got wrong was, and I knew this was going to happen, was the quote-unquote one-day. So far there's been the 50K, but the 100K is today that I'm going to play as well. I mean, the tournament starts at 2. There's a dinner break, and the rebuy period doesn't end till like 11:30 at night. And apparently that tournament went till like 7 in the morning and they didn't break. Like I busted in 12th at like 3:40 a.m. and knew that it was going to keep on going for quite a while after I busted, obviously. So to me, I even talked with a tournament director the next day, kind of just was like, hey, I kind of feel like for this tournament, you got to do something to shorten it, whether it's like lower all the levels to 25 minutes or, you know, the rebuy levels you make 20 minutes long and it goes to 30 minutes after, or cut the rebuy period back, you know, a whole break from where it is till, you know, ended till the dinner break, or just something like that in order to, like maybe this tournament probably should end by 3 or 4 a.m. and not 7 type of deal. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and they've definitely packed a lot of events into the schedule. You know, aside from the events that we're covering, you know, there are a ton of these other, you know, either smaller buy-in events or one-day tournaments in the mix. And so obviously there needs to be some staggered start times, but that does end up being some really late nights for people. And as you kind of get into the middle of the series, you know, people are going to feel that exhaustion, especially those that are playing a full schedule.
Yeah, they just shifted everything later here, because like the earliest start time is 2 p.m. and sometimes things start after that. So it's like, it's kind of like reasonable day lengths, except if you started everything at 2 instead of noon or 10 a.m. I mean, other than the one quote unquote one day, which went for 17 hours. But I mean, yeah. So I think they could dial a few things in, but you know, if you know, also I have heard a reason why they're doing that. Apparently here, it's very important in order to get some people to be able to play to have it start after lunch. So they chose this intentionally, right? As in like, oh, we're going to have the earliest thing start at 2 p.m. That was an intentional decision. You know, whether or not you agree with it, I'm just saying. So
Brazilians are people of leisure. They're like, you know what, we want to stroll in at 2 p.m. Looks like there was a bet from Minko on the flop with sevens, and Lopez called 8 of diamonds on the turn, and that's going to give Minko an open ender, but Lopez actually not only has top pair, but a 10 would improve his hand to a straight.
325.
Wow, this is a very interesting bet. It's a little dicey because, I mean, I don't know, Lopez might just jam here, and like, what do you do with sevens? I guess you're bet calling, and now you're getting in 150% pot on the turn with a pair of sevens that has a pretty good chance to be behind. So it's very mergy by Minko, but yeah, is he folding? He's going to be getting a pretty good price versus a jam. I do think Lopez, I mean, I don't think Lopez is folding queen jack. I guess the question is, does he call or does he put it in?
Looks like he does just make the call and leaves himself with about 600K back. The river is the 8 of hearts.
You know, if I'm Lopez, I kind of get the ICM argument, let's save our chips, but on a board that's draw heavy, this is why I would go all in as Lopez. I mean, you're putting 575K in to like 1.3. I want to charge my opponent with the weakest parts of his range. Let's imagine some like heart or diamond flush draws. If I'm beat and the board doesn't change on the river, am I ever folding? Like, let's say the river pairs the 6. Am I ever check folding queen jack? Like, the answer is no. And I think we're so short, like 575 is less than, I mean, less than half the size of the pot, right? We're giving our opponent more than 3 to 1 if we check jam. So I kind of think you're going to check jam a lot and not lean on much as, oh, hey, there's a bunch of ICM here. I want to try to not go broke. Like, at some point, once you're calling it with queen jack, like, you're going to be going broke a bunch. Like, so, like,
Minko ends up checking behind here on the river.
And so, for example, like one of the extensions of this, which this hand proves my point insofar as it's an example, but it doesn't prove the contrary. Like, he basically let sevens play pretty well by sevens potentially betting out hands.
Ottomar Latva finishes now on 8th place on our final table on the 250K Super High Roller here at BSOP. I want to ask you about this being your first time in Brazil, and what's your perspective on these high roller tournaments that you've been playing recently, because it's the second final table we see you in.
I really like here, like the venue, super nice, the atmosphere, like you're like served like food, drinks all the time, like everything's super good.
That sounds amazing. Do you plan on playing also the 500K?
Yeah.
What's your expectation on that, and what do you plan on bringing from this final table to the 500K?
Just to run better.
Sounds good. Congratulations, and I hope to see you more.
Thank you.
Thank you, and back with the final table.
Thank you, Isa. So, Brian, you were saying about that hand and sevens being able to play pretty well.
Yeah, like, so what happens is if you're just check calling there, you let your opponent, who is, by the way, is the chip leader and probably going to do this way more than anyone else, make a bunch of kind of weird mergy, like, are you really betting for value here? You're kind of betting to deny equity realization, right? Like, that's kind of what's happening when Minko's betting sevens, right? And you're letting those hands play pretty well by just check, call, check. You really put those hands and you make that bet a lot worse when you check raise all in with a hand like Queen Jack. Like, what is sevens doing? Is it going to call or fold? It's actually a pretty gross spot. Probably calls, maybe not, you know, but it's just, you've now put sevens, you've made them really regret, or at least hate their life for betting. And so I think if your opponent is going to make mergy bets like that, it makes check shoving Queen Jack. Showing one example doesn't prove my point, you know, from a logical standpoint. I realize it's a bit of a fallacy. That said, I do think there's enough to say I kind of like shoving Queen Jack, yeah, even though it does put your tournament like at risk. But part of my point is that super draw heavy board, and if like a deuce rolls off, right, like let's say total river brick, black deuce, are we ever check folding Queen Jack? No. And it's like we have so little now, the idea of denying equity ourselves when we move all in and some hands have to fold, you know, or putting these mergy bets in jail becomes very appetizing because we're so short relative to the size of the pot. So I think that kind of sums up my point.
Yeah, naturally, you know, Minko decided in that spot after he got called twice that he wanted to just check on the river and get to showdown, which did allow Lopez to chip up there pretty nicely in that hand. And now Lopez opens to 140K with King Jack offsuit. Boyanovsky with 11 bigs in the big blind. You know, speaking of kind of bigger opens, this is almost 3x given the blinds. What do you like to see here from Boyanovsky, given the fact that he has 11 bigs and he's facing, you know, almost a 3x raise?
Yeah, wow, this is a really tough spot. I mean, probably call. I think I like his decision. I kind of feel like maybe our opponent's range is a little too strong to want to jam with our hand, but maybe it's one of the few hands that we end up calling.
Yeah, and a bit of a dirty flop for Boyanovsky as he gets out flopped.
Mesmo stack.
Esse negocinho no valete ali.
Não, de desenho mesmo.
Em cima.
De desenho mesmo.
Tá quebradinho, tá?
Acho que tem uma marcação no valete.
Looks like maybe
2 milhões.
a marked card. The jack was maybe marked. I think they're just checking it out right now, but Lopez takes that down with the C-bet.
It does look bad, right? The white spot.
Acertou 10, né? Aquele betei mini raise nele pra ele dar o win, ele foldou a parada, ele tem Ás e 9.
There's the scenery of Sao Paulo, followed by an aggression frequency graphic. You see that Minko 35%. Again, you know, a little bit of correlation with the fact that he is the chip leader. And, you know, by a significant margin, you would expect that he is going to be playing more pods, raising more pods, just generally more involved, especially now that we are on the stone bubble. So now 33%, you know, he did find some spots to get in there and all the way down at the bottom. Rizzo really has not played a lot of hands. Granted, you know, I don't think that he's actually been dealt a lot of playable hands so far, and because of the chip stacks and his seat position, a lot of times the pots are already open before it gets to him. Pedro Padilla not really involved at all down at the very bottom. And here's a look at the VPIP for these players. This is just the percentage of them voluntarily putting chips into the pot. We've got Lopez leading the way with 50% here. A lot of people around, you know, the high 20s. And then we've got, again, Pedro Padilla down at the bottom, 7% VPIP.
You know, I would comment, Maria, Pedro Padilla had a 0% aggression frequency, but I distinctly remember on the hand where he was the button with ace-10 off and ended up getting bluffed by Joao Simão on the river, who had king-9 of hearts on the jack-high board where the flush ran off. He did c-bet the flop, so there it should be not 0, because there was one time I remember him betting when he had the option to check or bet. So that's kind of curious to me.
Yeah.
But
maybe they draw these stats like a few hands before they show it, or maybe that hand happened after they made the graphic. But you're right, I do recall the same thing. Looks like we threw up a new poll in chat for everybody to vote on best foreigner at the table. You know, again, not a lot of foreigners left, certainly a lot of Brazilian heavyweights here, but we got Lopez from Portugal, Minko from Russia. Choose your fighter. Minko opens the action here with the suited ace, and Leandro jacks, just gonna flat.
yeah, these are two big stacks here. Minko, the chip leader, and Leandro probably second in chips, or if not, very close with someone else with 2 million. So this is a pretty interesting monotone board. My guess is that not that much money is put into this pot, and Leandro ends up winning with jacks. I think it would take quite a bit of aggression to get him off of them. It is possible that Minko can find a bluff on a fourth spade run out if somehow he gets to the Turner River with by betting himself or by Leandro checking back?
Yeah, and because of, you know, the fact that we are on the money bubble, there is going to be a bit of respect for, you know, a stronger flatting range from Leandro here pre-flop. You know, probably not going to be 3-betting some hands that he typically would for chip EV, given the situation that they're in. So you do see Minko checking it over, and Leandro's going to bet 110K, and that's going to get it done.
Yeah, you know, Maria, regarding his range, there are stronger parts in the sense of his 3-bet get in qualifications there are probably something like kings plus ace king, maybe queens. So it's like very tight, so there isn't much 3-betting. But his range isn't necessarily super strong because actually in position against a wide-ish chip leader opening range, with 40 bigs in position, you can actually flat quite a few hands. Probably more than many people think, right? Like you can start flatting stuff like 7-6 suited, 8-10 suited, you know, a lot of pairs, you know, a lot of suited aces, whatever doesn't slide into your very small, kind of balance out your nutty 3-bet range. You know, even some suited kings down to some amount. I'm just saying, like, it's not a super tight range, right? Especially if you're in like the button or maybe even the cutoff and there is almost nobody, one person or nobody behind you in position, less people to 3-bet. So, because there's this function of both of these players have a lot of chips and they're going to do some small betting, but neither one of them is incentivized to play like an all-in pot, right? Because obviously for the 40 big blind stack, their tournament life is at risk of bubbling. And even for the bigger stack, it's not as big a deal, but you go from being a pretty commanding chip lead to being probably a below average stack, right? So neither one of them really wants to play a huge pot, which does mean the in position, 3-bet's very tight, but can flat quite a bit.
Do you think given the pressure of the bubble, it might be a little bit harder to realize your equity with some of like the lower suited connected portion of your flatting range?
No, I think it's easier. And the reason why is because neither one are, the players have kind of this cooperative passivity of sorts where, yes, they're going to play the pot, but generally they're not trying to play a huge pot. Now, that cooperation starts to back down as, like, let's say we're starting to get like, say 60 to 40 blinds is some cooperation, but not a lot. But if it was like 80 to 40, right? The chip leader had 2x second place, very little cooperation there, right? Because now, I mean, the chip leader could double up the other guy and they would just flip first to second, which is still like, yeah, not as good of a spot, but not the end of the world. And definitely you almost certainly still will not bubble, right? So very little incentive now for the chip leader to have any cooperative passivity with you. So it's one of those dynamic things, but I do believe in that spot that the second in chips in position 40, I think it was a little over 40 big blinds deep, does get to flat a few hands. And part of the reason is because you do get to realize pretty well.
Heads up here between the blinds, and looks like the sevens here just limped in from the small blind into the chip leader's big.
Yeah, sevens with the decision as played, checking all the way down. Like, do we value bet ourselves or do we check yet again as a bluff catcher? And he's going to value bet. You know, trying to get called by stuff like king high, pair of twos, etc. as played, I'm pretty sure Minko can either fold or he can raise, but cannot call.
And that 50K bet by Ruben does appear to be met with, I thought I heard raise. Did I hear incorrectly?
No, it's correct.
Okay.
I think he made it 175.
Yeah, okay, 175.
My guess is Lopez pays this off. Oh, he folded. Wow, it worked. There you go.
Yeah, Minko's a player that I'm not too familiar with. Raz, I'm not sure about you, but I watched him play a little bit late into the evening yesterday. I mean, I wouldn't say that he did anything very unconventional or unorthodox, but I do think that, you know, he did go after it in a few spots that I don't know if anybody else would necessarily take. But again, I'm not too familiar with his game or his resume.
Well, that right there was a kind of go for it spot. I mean, not for a lot of chips,
yeah,
but check down, very wide range, and just pull the trigger with no showdown bluff there, and a small big blind, limp check. That's a pretty amusing little hand, and well-timed bluff. Got sevens to fold, which is a pretty big fold.
Padilla starts off the action, raising to 100K with ace-6 suited. And Lopez on the button. 3 bets to 220K. Doesn't need to go too big on the 3-bet sizing, considering the effective stack here has 13 bigs.
Yeah, also the fact that there's going to be very little calling, maybe none. Pedro's mostly playing this spot as fold or shove, this hand included. I do not expect him to call. I would be very surprised. And so, yeah, we see a fold. Lopez was not going to fold to a shove, playing the 9s as a 3-bet call, almost certainly.
It's like 1 million. 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 950, 2050,
somewhere around
1, yeah.
Thank you.
So 7 players still remain and 6 spots pay. Thank you all for joining us on the live stream. This is the first time that they have had an English speaking live stream for the BSOP. You know, there's a different channel for Portuguese speakers, but they're really trying to build up the stream and the channel, so we really appreciate you guys supporting us from jump. Don't forget to like and subscribe. You don't want to miss out on all the action we have in the coming days. Still 9 days of live streams.
Cara, esse high roller de dia aí é muito massa, né? 100K de dia, bicho.
O Léo foldou, passou no Padilha.
Passei o botão.
Fold de Padilha. E o pote vai para o Rubens.
Ah,
Tranquilo, lógico.
And there you see some pre-flop raise stats. Ruben Lopez, 50%, followed by Vladimir Minko at 27%, Felipe Boyanovsky, 22%, and all the way down to Rizzo, who again, you know, we just haven't seen him get too involved. He really hasn't picked up many hands. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that he's not the type of player that wants to get involved. He just doesn't really have, you know, the stack or the right hands at the moment. But we've certainly seen a different gear out of him in previous events. And as Raz had mentioned, you know, a player that kind of plays based on his mood and maybe, you know, just has his own, he's marching to the beat of his own drum, and he's kind of deciding, you know, when he wants to get involved and amp up the aggression. So far, just haven't really seen that out of him.
Well, right now he's in a spot where it looks like he's actually 5th in chips. With both of these guys, we can see Joao and Pedro having about 10 big blind stacks. So a lot of incentive for him to do some waiting. And, you know, try not to risk chips. Hope one of these 10 big blind stacks goes out.
But I knew nothing about ICM. It was like 2014.
Yeah, definitely survival mode, as nobody wants to be the next player out. And it looks like Leandro is going to put Samao all in. Leandro with the straight draw. You see Samao with top pair.
Yeah, Samao can't fold this. Bubble or not.
So you played cash for a long time.
Yeah, like from 2000.
I mean, it's a healthy bet in the sense of it looks like there's about 300K in the middle, and it's, you know, 1.6 times the pot or something. But don't think you can fold ace 10. You might even occasionally see a hand like king 10 or jack 10 that we're really far ahead of. I feel like you're not very likely to see too many hands that are crushing us. Like someone just has jack 7. Are they just open ripping like this? Probably not. Although it's not comfortable because you can just fold and not be at risk. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, by the way, this is part of what I'm saying is this bubble really matters for these guys. 2.5x buy-in. So here's top pair, top kicker, and, you know, he doesn't even want to put the money in.
Yeah, in terms of equity, you do see that Leandro is actually a small favorite given his 2 overs with his straight draw.
Raise, open call, I think don't jam. No, I'm not sure.
Yeah, don't jam. Don't jam. No, pre-flop?
No, call the pre-flop on the big blind and then don't jam.
Oh, okay.
This could be it. If Joao doesn't hold, then we have broken the bubble. Big pot for everybody at the table.
Well, the turn is a brick, the 5 of diamonds, so Samao needs to just dodge the river. But again, a lot of outs, and the river is the 7. And unfortunately, that does make Joao Samao our bubble boy.
Choro do Simão, felicidades recreativos, ITM, vamos, sai Zica, sai, primeiro ITM.
I was very underload for it. I had like 30K or something. But there was like a big whale and I decided to
Joao did win an earlier event, the Invitational.
Clearly scared money and I had a good.
But obviously, as these buy-ins get bigger, it really eats into any profit that you might have had, you know, doing really well in a tournament early on.
And he was bluffing 4th pair and I lost.
Definitely still hurts to bubble, but the rest of these players can breathe a sigh of relief.
And then you realized maybe it's too early. Then you realized maybe it's too early to go 5K with 6 buy-ins.
Nem queria
Never tried again.
Passou o botão. Completei o vídeo.
Respira, filho. também.
What's going on?
Vamos, porra.
Break?
Eu não queria coca, duas.
I don't know.
Passou o botão, Léo.
Salvei, coloquei.
Drink too much water.
Eu era small blind, você vai atender o game.
Tem razão.
I mean, yeah, if you guys really need, we can vote for a break, no?
Break?
Can we vote for a
It
break?
looks like they're
I don't know.
discussing maybe taking a break. It's optional, but
We gotta finish this level.
I have to pee.
Me too.
This level?
Okay.
Era esse nível, seria esse
Okay,
nível
okay,
maior.
okay.
Então são
and
as
they're going to
próximas
finish this level first and then take a break. It looks like that's the
Hey,
decision.
that's a
that got
good
made.
read, guys. Thank
I am big one.
So we are going to play on, and as you can see, these players are indeed in the money. We will be playing down to a winner tonight. Up top, 640K USD.
And a pretty wide mix. Some definite professionals. You know, Leo Rizzo, maybe not a professional poker player. And also, to me, the question is our man right here, Leandro Savodini. Wild card, I would say. Looks like he has about $1 million in career earnings on Hendon. Most of it from one cash that was 600,000. Was actually last year's 250K. He won last year's 250K, yeah.
Somebody in chat said that he got heads up against Yuri in that and ended up beating him. So I don't know if that part is verified, but looks like top pair here for Minko. Gutter for Leandro.
100.
All right, and tricky spot out of position right here, but maybe a little too much to just check fold versus third pot. Now we're getting 4-1 immediate.
King squatting.
Appears like Leandro feels the same way. It looks like he's called, and now we'll go to the turn, 500K on the pot.
Tuga. Não vai embora do Brasil, hein, Tuga?
Turn is the king of clubs, so trips here for Minko.
Top 30 é normal Portugal.
Verdade, Portugal.
Se cravar esse aqui, vira top 10.
Se cravar aqui,
Chupa
top
nada.
10, top 10.
Chupa nada.
You're basically at a place right now with King Queen where you're going to feel pretty comfortable going for 3 streets of value in position. But my guess is this doesn't make it past the turn. Kind of feel like 10-9 of clubs can.
Nasceu o quê? Uns 30 milhões?
Pretty hard to continue.
Não. Vai ser menos. Acho que é menos de 20.
Atualizou já, você olhou?
Acho que não.
Not even.
Tá de olho, né, pra
I mean,
mostrar,
like
né?
maybe you could find a crazy check raise if you did want to, but I don't know why you'd want to, at least at any reasonable frequency. So this probably just goes bet
Que
fold.
elegância, hein? Torce pra mim. Só falta você torcer pro Padilha, né?
Yeah, quick fold out of Leandro.
O cara que marcou pra Pudim. Falar nisso, final do ano, Natal. Já pega o pedido, hein? Em casa. 2. É, lógico, você fica miguelando. Champion. Good player, the best player. You?
I feel sarcasm in your words.
No, he wouldn't. He's being honest.
So we played online with you, no?
Online?
I never played with you before.
Você não joga muito online, não? Tô perguntando se você jogou online.
You gamble quietly online, huh?
No.
When nobody sees.
Only satellite online. My nick in online Padilha. My nick.
Yeah, very annoying player.
Tá tomando essa água aí, Padilhão?
All right. Sandro's
Tô tomando.
found a nice playable hand on the button. And after winning that last pot and the blinds going up, he's up there with almost 60 bigs, which I think is pretty close to what Minko has. Wow, sixes. This is it. This is the spot. It's going all in. And we don't know what the big blind has, but the dealer is definitely calling, and we'll have a little flip.
You know who is Axel Roses?
Axel Rose, yeah, he's a good player. Aquino.
So you play online.
Yeah.
How you know his name?
I mean, I feel like King Queen suited is going to win this.
Yeah, I know.
And we can see, in fact, with that six being folded, King Queen suited is actually 53%.
Poker stars.
There is
My shark scope is on.
like this or just like this?
Anunciado ao call.
Meu Deus do céu. Vale 250 mil esse all-in.
Can Leandro go back to back? And winning this pot certainly helped.
Figura. Fuga. Pive.
And that's
250 mil
about as good a flop as sixes can hope for. Very little backdoor chances for Leandro. Yeah, they're there. Now it's just a king and queen only. And there it is. The sixes hold.
200, né? São 310.
Eram 250 mil reais, Fuga.
Felipe is going to double into basically being around the other short stacks. He was on life support. I believe he has somewhere around 12, 13 blinds, which is right around Leo and Padilla.
I think only Padilla was rooting for you this time.
Probably.
I have a read.
Só você tava torcendo pra mim, ele falou.
Culo. Big culo.
Not as big as yours.
Agora eu preciso do big culo.
I'm still not sure if it's an insult or a good thing, to be honest.
No, it says it means you're very lucky. Not you, but the one big puller.
I think it's about courage, right? Like balls.
Balls?
Não é a mesma coisa? Quando você fala big culo,
o cara tem cu grande. Sortudo.
Felipe, you have like 800?
O namoro também é assim.
Em Portugal é culo grande?
Tem cu grande.
Somos irmãos. Sim.
Raise para 100 mil do Léo, Padilha na ação fold, Fuga na ação fold, Felipe com a ação.
Quanto você tá jogando?
600, 700.
Com a ação.
750.
What's that in English?
750.
Efetuou o call, o Rubens, 100 for you.
100, right? 100.
100.
We got a three-way pot.
Gamble.
Rizzo hasn't played a hand in what feels like an eternity. Raised it up. Got called by two pretty good hands, but both in the blind, so Rizzo will be last to act.
Fica no canudo aí.
Pretty good flop for Rizzo. He's got the jack-high flush draw, and Lopez will be the one playing this pot with him. How will they play it? Lopez right now may be debating a lead. Comes with check. Pretty sure Minko is checked out of this pot.
300.
And Rizzo bets 300, which is a very big bet, which kind of puts Lopez instantly in an interesting decision. Like, we don't really have fold equity, so do we just get out of the way? And the answer, he says, is yes.
Sou seu irmão.
You don't have the green card.
Huh?
No.
No, I was looking for it.
Wow, and there we can look at the prize pool. It gets cracking immediately. 850. Some big jumps there once you start going from third to second to first. A lot of incentive to try to get second. I mean, 800K difference between third and second, and only 1 million from second to first. So second, if you're looking at things from like ICM perspective, pretty juicy.
Fuga também veio de baixo.
Pode ir a ação. Fuga. Fold, pode ir a fold. Felipe na ação. Fold. Rubens fold. No small blind. Vladimir, you have the option.
Fold?
Definitely not folding, Leo.
Hein, Léo, agora aquele cabrel é com...
He's going to come with, what looks like around a 3x raise. Makes a lot of sense. Definitely wants action with this hand. Think in position, yeah, just calling the queen jack, and here we go. Could be an interesting pot. A lot of queen or jack high boards, very tough to play for Minko here. Could lose quite a bit.
Vladimir, you have the option.
Leo Rizzo does only have queen high. That said, he has the queen of spades and the jack of hearts. The best queen jack off hand to float with versus a C bet, if I do say so myself. And we can see actually 29% equity with no pair here, which is pretty solid. I'm guessing the bet that's coming is a small one. What is that, 130? That's about third pot. I would like to see Rizzo continue here. I think folding this is a little too tight against B33. Rizzo lets it go. A little on the tight side, but not completely unreasonable.
I was
and
expecting
I believe
different things from your movements. I was expecting fold,
Maria's
then
back
raise,
with us.
then all in, then I don't know.
Hello. I see that we are still at 6 players, and a little update in the chip counts. We do still have Minko, who has 3.5 million, followed by Leandro with 2.5 million, and Ruben rounding out the top 3 stacks with 2 million. And then we do have the rest of the players from 15 bigs down to 10.
Surely they would
I think there was a double. Button open,
There was.
king,
Okay.
queen of hearts. And I believe it was Leandro shoved sixes for like 7 bigs from the small blind call and sixes held. And so now, sorry, not Leandro, Felipe. And so Felipe doubled to, we can see he has 14 now, but he was on life support there before winning that hand.
Yeah, Felipe did come into today as the overall chip lead. Certainly in a different position now than he was at the start of the day, but still plenty of time.
So Minko here with Queen Deuce off. Does he find a raise? He doesn't. Could have put some of his chips to action there, but maybe the combination of, okay, wild card Rizzo on the short stack and big blind is one of the bigger stacks. No, big blind is Pedro. Interesting. Would have thought, wow. Would have thought maybe
yeah,
he
you
finds
think that
an
makes
in-raise
it a little
with
bit.
Queen Deuce off. Yeah.
Flop is ace-10, tray, 2 diamonds.
You know what that tells me, Maria,
Nice.
is it tells me that Minko doesn't think that there's too much ICM right now. Maybe because Pedro is as short as he is, maybe he doesn't know how Rizzo's going to respond. And you know, maybe because there are a couple jumps right now that aren't that big until you start getting to 4th or 3rd place. But like, to me, that's a spot where a kind of a very big chip leader generally finds opens with like any Queen X or King X hand if they really think that there's, you know, big ICM, right? Because it's just, oh, I have a big card, Queen, King, or an Ace,
So
like,
the dinner break is like
get
in
to
3
open.
hands or what?
You know what I'm saying on the button? Yep.
Yeah, we will have a prize pool graphic, I'm sure, popping up shortly. But the difference between 6th and 5th place is $35K.
Yeah, but okay, but so we can order food now, right? Thank you.
And he said they're gonna come and get our orders
Okay,
later.
perfect.
Vai fazer de 15 e depois faz o dinner, é isso?
Eu acho que é isso, né?
Breaking 5 hands.
Yeah, and then dinner breaks.
Play 1 level. Dinner
Yeah,
break.
1 or 2 levels and then dinner break.
They just want to save on the short stack food.
O
Que é small, né?
O Fuga Big, o Padilha é Small, a ação tá no Felipe. É isso aí, botando fogo.
Mas tá atrasado lá, hein? Mandou mão lá.
Vamos pra cima. Não soltei o tempo do Felipe, desculpa.
Boyanowski, second shortest stack left, has King Queen suited.
It has to decide how he's going to play this.
Raise para 500 mil.
And he's basically playing it as a shove rather than a min raise.
500 mil. Não, Felipe fez 500, fold do Rubens e fold do Vadir, ação tá no Léo, fold também. Padilha, fold.
Belo BLF.
E Fuga,
Então no meio da tela.
E o Felipe puxa o pote. Botou um password do Padilha.
The rating has menu.
Ok.
Vai ter um break agora.
Não. Tem esse nível, depois no final do 18 vai ter, e aí vocês podem fazer os pedidos.
Mas
aí.
não tem um break agora?
Não.
Aí, então acho que a gente queria fazer uma votação, porque tá todo mundo apertado pra ir no banheiro, só pra fazer um breakzinho de 5 agora.
Tá todo mundo bem.
When are you planning to jump into that one-day tournament you were talking about playing, Brian?
Yeah, they're going on dinner from like 8:15 to 9:30.
Eu não.
So
Não dá pra fazer um de 5 minutos só pra ir no banheiro
that
mesmo?
means they come back from dinner at 7:40 here now, in just under 2 hours. So I'll probably stay on commentary for a bit. But then I want to play when they come back from dinner.
Vamos esperar chegar lá e a gente
definitely be done here.
Tem que conseguir pegar
You
o
know,
Max
I don't know.
sem cá ainda hoje.
We'll see based on our schedule of when we have breaks, but sometime around 9 to
Eu acho que
9:30.
isso eu posso confirmar
Dá
pra
uma
vocês.
atrasada lá.
Não, é isso
Mas
mesmo.
o cardápio tá ali se vocês já quiserem escolher para o dinner break. Já
I
tá
think
ali
that'll
pra
give me
escolher, tá bom?
2 hours of play during the rebuy period.
Porra, é essa?
Mexeram lá. Fica tranquilo.
Então em 3 mãos e tem um break de 5, é isso?
Botou? Raise. Raise para 100 mil do Rubens.
Fold.
100.
Why is the break
Aces.
already on?
It's Omaha.
No, no Omaha.
Such a nice hand to have at a final table.
Fold do Léo. Fold
Deixa eu te ajudar, dá aqui pros gringos.
Fold do Fuga. Na ação Big
Tá na mão
Blind.
Cara, não podia ter perdido aquele clique, né?
Não, não vou ver agora não. Vou ver se eu vou...
Não, que eu abri a parada.
This will also kind of show how much ICM Felipe thinks there is right now against a pretty tight range.
Vai jogar o satélite?
Once ICM starts picking up, this hand slides from a defend to not a defend. But looks like Felipe doesn't think there's too much. Oh my goodness.
Pode usar nada. Não, o celular tá guardado.
Wow.
Por isso a Isabela tá muito... Não, a Isabela não... Não, ela...
7-6-4, so Felipe just flopping a joint here, 8 high straight against the aces. Aces was nice to have until this flop came out. Turn is the queen of diamonds. After the flop went check, check.
Pretty standard spot to check back aces. A low board that more likely to interact with our opponents, and specifically aces. You know, no overcards can come, so you keep in all of our opponents' air. Now we'll certainly bet. Interesting, Felipe came with check here. Queen definitely being a better card for Lopez's range.
Só pra quem for.
Palmeiras?
Palmeiras. Fique lá no meu camarote um dia pra esse
200's a pretty sizable bet. I mean, 200 into 275. What will Felipe do? Will he call, or will he basically? You can only raise by going all in.
lá nas merdas de galinha. Vou te ajudar a puxar as merdas.
Yeah, given what he has back in relation to this bet here,
O cara que mais vende merda no Brasil.
does look like he decides to just make the call. And the river pairs the 7.
Pretty safe card, all in all, for Ruben. I mean, sure, we're now losing to 3 7s, but certainly aces will value bet here. If check two. So Felipe should get a full double at this point. You have to think Ruben's size. You know, you have 495K, there's almost 700 in the pot. Ruben's got 1.7, so he probably puts Felipe all in. Although Felipe is taking his time. Wow, even going into a time bank, deciding whether or not to lead himself.
5% de rake sem defesa, sem porcentagem, esquece.
It is true that he's really the only one that can have a 7, and now, you know, do you want to value bet a 7 yourself?
He does end up coming with a check after some deliberation.
Hello,
Which is kind of interesting. From Ruben's perspective, it's a little scary because it kind of means like maybe our opponent was thinking about bluffing, which isn't great. If our opponent's really strong or thinking about bluffing, those aren't great signs for aces. You kind of want hands like Queen X or 6X or 4X that are going to call here. That said, I mean, betting is obviously the standard play, but does going into a time bank give Ruben the ability to somehow find a crazy check? I mean, he's thinking about this for a while himself.
No Super Championship?
Yeah, I mean,
Eu tô sem celular, não pode usar o celular aqui.
What you were expecting was going to happen.
Acho que o Godoy.
Yeah, so very fortunate flop for the 8-5 of hearts, and that will see Boyanovsky get a full double here. Now Boyanovsky, after this pot, going to be sitting really comfortable with over 30 big blinds.
No, it's okay. I'll order with everybody at the same time. Yeah, before dinner. So like, I want to order just before dinner break, so it's ready for the dinner break. You understand? Okay, thank you.
Banheiro, falta 4 horas com peça de tudo. Troca o dia, enrola uma mão de 15 minutos. Eu tô mijando nas calças também.
Maria!
Ela vai começar no baralho agora.
3 more break.
São as 4 mãos mais longas da história. São as 4 mãos mais longas da história.
Tá apertado?
Curto de ficha ainda, né? Apertado no stack e no...
Eu fui correr naquela hora ali, meu. Eu perdi uma mão naquela hora.
Eu sou o botão, né?
Você é o botão.
Isso aí, porque termina no Tuga.
Que flop. De boca.
Agora sim, eu consegui colocar o microfone. Perdão.
Tá bom, valeu. Tuga, você tem quanto? 600, 800?
Não, 1.1.
1.1? Não, eu tava contando, é 1.2, né?
600, 700.
Ai. 1.1.
Mais as blinds.
Desculpa?
So we will play a couple more hands before we'll be taking a short break.
2.300.
Once again, if you're just joining us now, this is the 250K Real buy-in, 50K USD super high roller event from the BSOP, and we are going to play down to a winner tonight. I'm Maria Ho, joined by Brian Rast on comms, and later on this evening, Jeff Gross will be taking over.
Oi, amor.
Vocês são 7
8, isso.
Isso, 7 8.
Agora eu só não posso atender telefone. Ali você pode sentar ali, ó. Pede uma bebida, vai por lá e senta aí. Tem, ele serve. Tem garçom.
Aqui. Fica tranquilo que eu sou assistente sempre.
Muito obrigada.
Precisar é comigo.
Daqui uma hora tem
explosão.
Vamos lá.
Fuga tá aí, Padilha tá aí. Léo Rios, Vladimir, Rubens.
Já tá com 2,5 milhões. Dobrou e dobrou. Em cima do português. Ficou com 1 milhão. Português high small para big body.
So Boyanovsky from the small blind moves all in. Lopez in the big blind folds.
Aqui, arquibancada.
Ali, ó.
Pode passar, pode passar. Pode passar. Fala pra ela passar, Fuga. A gente comanda aqui, Fuga. A gente é recreativo, velho. Eles só estão sentados aqui porque tá eu e você. Eles querem o nosso dinheiro. sua mãe, Fuga?
Não, essa senhorinha encontrei ali Encontrei lá no aeroporto. Tava limpando o chão e tal. E aí nós começamos a contar, ela começou a contar a história dela. Ela começou a contar a história dela, tal. Da filha tava trabalhando lá por R$100 a diária, 13 horas por dia. Aí eu pedi para ela sair de lá e eu vim ficar aqui uns 10 dias, eu vou dar quinhentão por dia para ela só para acompanhar com a minha esposa. Começou a chorar.
Que legal. Aqui em São Paulo, isso?
No São Martin lá, eu posei o avião e encontrei ela lá. 100 mil.
Rede para 100 mil.
Ela tá acompanhando aí.
Leandro with ace-7 and the cutoff makes it 100K. And Boyanovsky on the button with ace-jack offsuit.
Tem família aí grande.
Yeah.
Felipe Reis para 300.
Think looks like he's gonna 3-bet.
Matei a
3x
cobra,
to
agora ela me
300K.
fica.
Seems perfectly reasonable. Don't really think a7 off can do very much here other than fold.
Última mão.
Mais uma mão, né?
Eu acho que vocês podem me dar...
A win.
Ah, é loucura. Comigo? Como que é o negócio? Esqueci o nome.
Vou dar o win, correr no banheiro, vocês me falam o resultado depois.
Ah, você vai perder. Nem quem tiver que bater o super river.
Transformar o 2, transformar o 2. Mamma mia.
Você que folda, Padilha.
Sou eu mesmo.
Vai ser quanto tempo? 5 minutinhos ou 10? 5 minutinhos?
Meu Deus do céu.
Leandro going to try again here, this time with ace-10 offsuit. Makes it 110K now instead of min, just slightly over.
Mesmo a espada ela me deu.
And
aí é fácil,
acompanhado.
It's going to take down the blinds and Annie, and we see these players getting up from their seats to take a quick break. And so are we, and we'll be back very shortly with continued coverage from this 250K Super High Roller event.
This is America. This is South America. This is Brazil. My dear poker fans all around the world, if you're used to watching or playing and have never been to Brazil to do that, you are the one we were looking for. Yep, that's correct. We were looking for you so we could introduce a little bit about this country and see if it makes you come and visit. No bluffing, only arguments on the table. First of all, we tend to organize events in a very special way. Second, the prizes of the tournaments and the quality of the players on our field has never been so high. Third, you have lots of beautiful places to spend your prize money on. Okay, so that was the flop. Let's head for the turn. Fourth argument, we've created the caipirinha. And I know it's not the best argument, but trust me, that works for every discussion when you're Brazilian. And the grand finale, the pot winner river, and our fifth and final reason for you to come and check BSOP with your own hands. We've tailored and made the best experience possible for the ones who love the sport. Beautiful places and landscapes, best prizes and players, an unforgettable atmosphere you won't find elsewhere, and of course, the best hospitality you will find on the circuit. BSOP 2025 invites you all to be here in 2026. And welcome.
Oh, Akari. No waiting, just rips it in the ladies. Dama Dama. Renan, and not the fun spot to be.
I mean, at least he has an ace.
The flop's the big part. Oh, yeah, he's asking for the quattro.
4-9 ace.
This is our first bubble of 2 bubbles. That is the final table bubble. We are at 9.
Wow, Dan Almeida has 4 big blinds. Yep, he shoves. I like it. And now this is a very easy call by Rodrigo. It's not the best board to get chops. Okay.
Yeah, King 9 just enough. And Dan gonna fight, but go out in 9th.
Okay, Raffaello, let's see if you have everything. Oh! Okay, what do we need? Queen. Queen of clubs. There. Donna club. Dama club. Oh, Dama! I'm genius!
Action card.
You play very good today.
Thank
Two-time
you.
mistake, but Queen of clubs, you can do nothing.
Is gonna go with it, I
You
believe.
have chance. Not a good one, but good. And natural 9. Ooh, one of the worst goal in poker history.
And Cabral finds himself
Better fold ace queen.
dominated here.
Ace for Otto. Okay, hard.
Ooh.
Hard. For Otto.
9 high flop, but 2 hearts.
I already take my
Vaughn
chance.
has 40% equity now.
No, hard, please.
King of clubs. That means that Ivan Luka is going to be our bubble boy, finishing in 7th place. All in with the ace-7 suited. Flop is 8-6 deuce, couple of diamonds. So some hope here for Hoffa in the form of a flush draw. An ace would also do it. The turn is the 6 of clubs. River is the jack of spades. Hoffa going to finish in 6th place. Cabral shows an ace and
Are you joking with me or
a
not?
9.
Straight against straight. Nothing you can do, man.
Gives Cabral some more
What do you mean,
outs,
you
could
have no?
counterfeit the pair of 4s. Comes ace on the river. So we are going to say goodbye to Tiago in
let's see,
5th
why?
place. Audemars quickly makes the call with top pair. So top pair versus second pair. And that means Akari is going to be eliminated in 4th
You
place.
left me alone.
Rodrigo, who's been really patient, just picked his spots well. You know, not really in bad shape here.
Tournament, yeah?
Flop is ace 10-6. Pretty interesting. You know, gives Audemars top pair, but Rodrigo looking for a jack for Broadway. So that means that Rodrigo needs a jack or a queen or a king. And that means Audemars is going to eliminate Rodrigo Seiji in 3rd place.
Ottomarus, you crazy guy, really. Otto is boring, but he always posting blinds, right? 4 million. You have Casino Royale? No.
Audemars puts it in here with Queen 7 up against pocket 3s.
Bring more Ottos. What is this called, Otto? Good luck, man. Nice 2nd place. It's not bad. 2nd place, always good.
And 3s managed to hold on here. Turn is a 4 of clubs, so a safe turn. But Audemars does have additional outs in the form of clubs. And the river pairs the 4, and that means Martin Cabral's going to hang on here with pocket 3s and takes down the 150K Real buy-in event here at the BSOP. You know, love him or hate him, the guy has managed to win this tournament in interesting fashion, being himself. That's so nice. What's up, guys? It's okay. I could read it, even though it's the order is a little messed up. Oh, there's our guys again. Oh, I love it. But I appreciate it. You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. I've got a sign of my own, people. Shout out to all of the people on the Portuguese speaking stream. Love you guys too.
Here.
This is a great hand, yeah, like I said, to like B50 and like maybe sometimes just do something totally insane versus the check raise.
This could be a really big pot. It's against dealer and big blind on the 6-7 deuce check raising here. Bunch of draws, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9. I like raising here.
Large sizes like clear up the ranges quite a bit. Now that said, going large when your opponent has kings probably works out quite well. Some of it depends on the river size, like versus some sizes, Kelvin can still be getting some value.
Queen Jack, King Jack, good spot for Rizzo.
Yeah, it's something I put some thought into at some point. And, you know, you're not, like, there's not like an Oreo cookie tell, you know what I'm saying? But it's like...
The top here, I didn't see the Pedro actually had the king high flush draw. So second round flush draw, paired board over. No, that's good. If you have that wild card as your as in your repertoire, it is tougher.
Where it's like, I will not be pushed around, you know? Like, yeah okay, man.
Wow, what a turn here. He's still telling the story.
He got stiffed. Let's just be, I mean, he got straight up screwed on this card. This was...
This is a dud, just a ugly deuce.
Queen Jack is going to win this hand somehow. After flop action and leading turn and getting called in 2 spots, he just keeps calling.
He's got a strong, super strong.
I mean, I guess, and Pedro can't call. Yeah, he doesn't have floats. I mean, I guess Pedro could find a weird bluff.
That's what I thought. I thought it was on him, but...
Oh my goodness. Jacks. What is going on?
All right, looks like we've got an all-in and call ace-king versus pocket 9, so very classic coin flip. You gotta win coin flips if you want to win tournaments. So far, the 9s are holding, but ace-king looking for an ace, a king, or a jack. The river is a 7, so 9s are gonna hold. Really taking his time here on the decision.
It will be all in anyway, yeah?
All in call.
You still have this. How do you know?
Ooh, flop is king 8-8, so Rodrigo pulls ahead and full house on the turn.
Almost dropped.
Good luck, guys. Have fun. Hug. Hug.
If he does re-enter, will he get drawn back to this table?
Yeah.
There's a shot of Cabral, who does look like he is re-entering. Made a mad dash over to draw his seat. And he's back. Before any of you guys even had a chance to answer whether you wanted to see him back here.
Excuse me, registration open tomorrow? Then there is no other way. For Vladimirovich, the quick learner, it will be all in anyway. 169. Okay, let's do that.
Was down another bullet. I mean, I don't know if he was in for multiple bullets before he got moved to the feature table, but that is his second since he's been at the feature table.
Quem queria essa preta aqui no pouco?
Pô, Cozão, velho. Tal de Kiko, não joga mais. Eu mexo com o aviário lá, o cara pegou do dedo.
Ele é muito bom, né?
So we play 2 levels before the game, or how it goes.
1 hour.
1 hour. 50 minutes.
Já fizeram o pedido? Já fez?
Não, ainda não.
Welcome back to the BSOP Millions Super High Roller Series, and today we are playing down to a champion in the 250k Real, 50k USD buy-in, and I'm Maria Ho, joined by Brian Rast on comms, and we're bringing you all of the action. This is the first time that there's a dedicated English-speaking stream for the BSOP, so thanks for being here with us. Please continue to like, subscribe, follow along with all the action. What's up, Brian?
Howdy, Maria. Good to be back from break and playing down to a winner now. 6 people left. Really exciting. A lot of dynamic chip stacks going on with a big chip leader, a few shorties. And yeah, just enjoying, I don't know what it is, but here they have these little coffee machines. Obviously, Brazil has amazing coffee. I am drinking way too much coffee, which I usually don't have a problem, but it is something else. The coffee's delicious.
Are you pretty sensitive to caffeine? Like, do you feel it?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it was like 2 days ago, the day that I made the deep run in the 50, right, played till 3-something a.m. I was having coffee all day till like midnight, and after I busted, I'm back in my room, and I'm trying to go to bed at like 5 a.m., and I'm totally wired, and I'm like, what is going on? And I'm like, oh, maybe it's like the 7 coffees you had today. That might be why you can't go to sleep right now. So I took a sleeping pill and eventually fell asleep at like 5:30 or something, but yeah. I'm sensitive enough.
Yeah, I mean, come on, it's already hard enough to shut your brain down after a long day of thinking about poker hands, let alone, it's so many coffees deep.
Yeah, no, I think this is the last one, the one I'm having right now today. Number 3. We're going to cut it off.
All right, holding you to it.
Yep.
Looks like Padilla's moving all in here after flopping aces and 8s, and Leandro ends up calling with king-queen. The all-in was 195k, as Padilla was pretty short.
Ace 5 is all in.
A turn is the queen of spades. little life. The river is the Jack of Diamonds. That is going to be a double for Padilla.
Yeah, had they sweat that, it would have been a 50-50.
Yeah.
King of diamonds out, paint diamond. Oh, and then missed it, but, you know, we're not doing that here.
Yeah, do you miss squeezing? Like, when's the last time you played a live mix game?
Before I came to Brazil, I play sometimes. Eric runs a game at Resorts World that I played some after the series and in the month since. Not a lot, but yeah. And I've played a little mix on Phenom Poker as well. So what I really haven't played in a while up until I got here was like just straight no limit hold'em or no limit hold'em tournament. But yeah, hadn't played straight no limit hold'em tournament since July. But
do you feel like when you come back into No Limit after being away for a little bit, do you feel rusty? Is there something that you do ahead of time to maybe prepare if you know you haven't really been playing for a little while?
yeah, I felt very rusty. I did do a little bit of studying on the way in. I have a No Limit Hold'em coach. I did a few sessions with him, and I did a little bit of time on some trainers. Maybe, you know, in the week before I came here, something like week and a half, maybe I did like 6 hours, like nothing crazy. Probably not really enough to get really going, but it's definitely helpful. And then just being here, and it's also one of the reasons I like doing commentary. I kind of view doing something like this, like here, I'm here for like 10 days. I play some, I'm doing commentary. So no matter what, I'm getting a good 6+ hours of poker every day, right? Kind of minimum would be like 6 or 7. More on the higher end, could be as high as 12, right? If I'm really playing a lot. So I kind of think just doing a stop like this helps me from getting too rusty. Like that you're constantly kind of doing a little catch up. But the rust is very real. You know, like just not really thinking that much about No Limit, and definitely not in any kind of tournament or like ICM implication kind of way. Yeah, when I'm first coming back, I feel like I make pretty basic errors of a bunch of things that I know, but it is like riding a bicycle, and I do find myself, you know, getting it back very quickly. You know, mostly in the sense of just like remembering things that I had kind of forgotten, right? But yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so you feel properly warmed up right now, as you know, we're kind of heading to the midway point of this series, and obviously the big 100K is going to be tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I feel pretty good. You know, actually, the most prep I ever did was going into this WSOP. I don't know if you've heard of it, but like, what's his name? Nick Petrangelo and Daniel DeVoris did like a tournament Savage Mastery course that was like 20 or 30 hours. Like I actually watched that whole thing in like 5 or 6 days, like kind of banging it out in the week before the series, and it's actually a great course. Like I highly recommend it. And I'm getting nothing for this. I have no piece of the company or the course, but I'm just saying, like, I thought it was very helpful. Maybe not for like a beginner, but once you're like a decent No Limit Hold'em player, I think it's a great course.
Yeah, that's a great endorsement. Obviously, I mean, I feel like they're doing some really great things over at GTO Lab. And it looks like Leandro here on the river does put Ruben all in. I believe I saw a really big stack of greens move in the middle.
I mean, the ace high does beat some like 10 jack and queen high stuff that could have continued on the flop.
Yeah, so not quite all of Ruben's stack, but a nice chunk of it, 500K to call. Ruben playing 720K.
Oh.
Oh, in it goes.
Tijolo atrás de tijolo.
And that's going to leave Ruben real short now after calling that bet on the river. Just about 4.5 big blinds.
And more chips to Leandro, who is coming up on Minko's tail in his quest to go back-to-back BSOP 250Ks.
Over pair.
Razão.
O que ele falou?
Mais alto. Tuga não tem premiação, mas tem cojones.
Com?
Coragem.
Loucuras. Ele é o atual campeão, sabia?
Vai bem encaminhado.
Back to back? Quanto deu ano passado, Fuga? 2?
3,5.
3,5? Deu mais?
Deu 49 jogadores. Entrada, na verdade.
Os que caíram, então, dessa vez não foram os que tinham que cair.
Oi?
Os que foram eliminados não eram os que tinham que ser eliminados.
É.
Então.
So blinds are 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante, and actions folded around to Rizzo. 10-7 suited in the cutoff. Again, you know, we haven't really seen him open too many hands, but decides that he wants to raise with this one.
Well, he has not gotten really anything to work with today, and he's finally decided, okay, I'm going to take a spot with what is a light open. This is, you're going to look this up in a chart anywhere. It's going to tell you to fold unless you know, have ICM chip leader, which Rizzo clearly isn't with his stack. And unfortunately for him, he finally took a shot, and Pedro Padilla almost certainly is going to re-jam over this. I can't really imagine him doing anything. Oh, is he going to fold? Wow. Oh, he's going to let it go.
Oh.
Wow.
How do you feel about Rizzo making it 140K off of his stack?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting decision. I'm not really sure why he's doing it. Right, like he's actually one of the shortest people in the tournament. It's not like he's raising into a big blind that has like 8 blinds, right? That's normally where you'd see something like that. So as far as I know, there's no theoretical reason why he would want to. I think most, you know, solvers would just have him min raise there. But did it get 7s to fold? And kind of some animal like 7s decides he's more likely to be strong and ends up folding instead of maybe jamming over a min raise? Who knows? But Rizzo is somehow going to find a way to have won this pot with a worse hand than the 7s and a worse and a dominated hand versus the big blind. And he won a 40K extra. So you know what, solvers, you can take that. Your
Right, shove it.
with your outputs. I'm gonna download Rizzo Solver pretty soon. You know, it's not only do you get to win fun and exciting pots in poker. I mean, you know, he might just be able to put on the Riz, which isn't the worst attribute to have as
I
well.
don't understand what it says. This salmon is like with rice, servido con risotto. That's right, with rice.
With salmão?
Risone? O que é risone?
Risone na massa?
E cria...
Yeah, because they brought it
I
with some
think
nice
it's a-
rice. Well, it was very nice last time, but I'm not sure if it's the same thing, so...
I
É
think
uma
risone
massinha que
is a
parece
pasta.
arroz, tá ligado?
Oh, it's a pasta that looks like a rice.
Ah, that actually makes perfect sense.
Sabe o que eu quero? Um macarrão ao molho sugo só. Simples.
Thank you.
Espaguete ao molho sugo. Coisa de criança.
We will have a dinner break coming up in a little bit for these players because once again we are playing down to a winner, so it could be a bit of a long night ahead.
Yeah, what we got
I
10
did
million
call-
chips, and right now the 50K, so what, that's 200 big blinds in play, right?
Yeah.
Salmão?
Probably the tournament won't end
Salmon
till
and chicken soup?
something around
Chicken soup?
60 total big blinds or less. I could probably look at a structure sheet and calculate that, but why
I mean,
don't
you
you
have
guys
it
do that at
before
home? That's my
maybe.
challenge to you, because I'm not going to do that. But you could maybe
Can we have
calculate
this
about how
from my
much
room
longer it's going to
At
go.
the beginning of dinner break.
So remember, 10 million chips in play, so you probably want something like the 150K big blind level or
I
more.
can write my room and my...
Contou errado, né, Tuga?
Yeah, I'm not sure how similar this structure is to, the 30K. I did call that tournament to its conclusion when Martin Cabral won, and I believe that ended maybe around, that was only like 2 nights ago, and my memory's a little fuzzy already. I think it was maybe like 1:30 a.m., maybe later, maybe 2:30 a.m.
How was the heads up between them? Because they, in my opinion, because you did the end of that tournament, but earlier at the final table, and there was some spice between them. Like, I guess, I don't know if you know this hand, but Martin opened like King 7 suited, and the other guy who got second 3-bet him, I think Audemars with ace queen off, and then Martin shoved like 40 bigs with King 7 suited and ace queen off, like folded quickly. And there was this whole like, oh, like I had value. He's like, value, you folded, how could you have? And then he's like, oh, you had ace queen. So he's like, Martin like figured out the hand from what he said and was like, no, you didn't fold ace queen, like here in Brazil, and just like needling him about it. And I'm sure at some point they found out the hand, right? Because it's on stream, so they only have to wait like 30, 40 minutes. But needling him nonstop, like, because you know how Martin is, he just never shuts up.
Yeah.
And then soon enough later, there's some hand where then Audemars takes a bluff line with him and just like check raise, bet in a limped pot. And Martin had like top pair and called him down. So I don't know, there was a dynamic building there, and then they ended up getting heads up. So what did you notice from the end of that? Anything or no?
Well, what was wild was like, okay, at one point after they got into the money, Audemars was the shortest stack with maybe like 6 big blinds, and then he stormed all the way back to get the chip lead when there was only 4 players left, and then he took that chip lead all the way to heads up play. And when they started heads up play, there was quite a big chip deficit between him and Martin at the start. I feel like it was something like 6-1, but Martin's back was definitely up against the wall, and then Martin just found like 3 doubles, chipped up, reversed the whole situation, became the chip leader, and you could tell that Audemars was visibly frustrated at one point, because I think mentally he might have thought he, had it in the bag. And of course, once Martin started doubling through him, and once he got in the chip lead, he definitely chirped even more, which certainly can get under his opponent's skin sometimes if it hasn't already. And then in the end, like, I felt like Audemars, I don't want to say gave up, but he definitely called it off in a spot where I think he maybe had 12 bigs effective, and Martin jammed, and he called it off with queen 7 offsuit, and Martin just kind of like relentlessly was giving him a lot of crap for you know, calling it off in that spot. And he was like, oh, do you just want to end it? Are you just over it? And you know, that was ultimately the last hand. And so there was like definitely a dynamic between them, and you could tell that Martin was at some point getting under Audemar's skin a little bit.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was curious about, because I thought he was under Audemar's skin from before you even started doing it, like when I was doing it with Jeff. So I'm not surprised at all that by the end of it, because I mean, Martin's relentless. Like, you know, he was probably not doing it the whole time, but sort of needling and getting under Audemar's skin for the whole final table for hours. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting, but it seems like it's effective. It's just like another part of Martin's game, like it or not. But that's how he approaches it.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, you know, what the viewers may or may not realize is obviously there is an element, especially for the viewers, I think, where Cabral's table talk could be entertaining if you're not at the table with him and if you're not trying to focus on playing. But obviously Cabral knows exactly what he's doing, right? Like, beyond and behind all of the table talk and the banter and all of that, that is a part of his strategy. And you know, the players that have kind of perfected their version of speech play and table talk, they definitely know how to, you know, either get a rise out of someone or extract information with the way that they talk to their opponents. And Cabral is certainly, you know, whether you like it or not, is one of those people that I think has employed it with some degree of effectiveness.
This is interesting. Minko, yeah, he goes with 8s here, I think. Yeah, it's probably one of the lower pairs he sees, but we're going to have a race. Yeah, no, touching on what you're saying, you know, I think almost the best comp kind of that I like for Martin to some extent, they're obviously very different, but would be like Helmuth. Because out of people that do this, Helmuth is somebody that can get under people's skin, right? Like, more than if you're going to say, oh, who's like a table captain, Negreanu or Antonio or these other guys. Sure, but they're not really like getting under people's skin. But Helmuth does have this edge where, especially, you know, he can, like, we've all seen Phil berate people, right? Like, that's kind of, you know, ultimately you're getting under their skin when you do that and eliciting a response of some kind. But river here, big card for Padilla. He needs an ace or jack to stay in. Nope.
Yeah, and so after, you know, grinding a short stack, not really getting much going today, Padilla finally bows out in 6th place, but is in the money for 675,000 reals.
Yeah, he didn't have very much to work with. I mean, really, there was kind of that one decision against Joao Simon on the river with ace high, where he ended up actually folding to the king high bluff. Otherwise, you know, seemed like made a lot of good plays, kind of didn't have too much to work with, and slid into a min cash, though, which in this tournament's not so bad. I mean, 250K to buy in, and the min cash was, I believe, 625, so 2.5x. You know, you get a 375K profit there.
4 like this? 4.
Yeah, and the min cashes can certainly add up and help out in these situations where the buy-ins just keep getting bigger and bigger. And here's a look at our updated chip counts. We still do have Minko in the lead with 4 million in chips. Leandro, things have been going pretty smoothly for him as well with 2.7 million. Rounding out the top 3, Felipe Boyanovsky now with a very comfortable 1.9 million after being a short stack for a while. Rizzo and Lopez on the bottom, but Lopez the shortest stack with just 390,000 sub 10 big blinds.
Very clear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all separated by quite a bit, moving up. So, kind of interesting in that there are no tiers.
Me fazendo suar.
Yeah, next pay jump, as you can see, if you have chat up on YouTube, you know, fifth pays 170K and fourth pays 216 USD.
Senta aí.
Oh, so was this an open to 140? And did Rizzo defend the small blind with Jack 10 off? Did I see that correctly? Yeah, wow. So blinds have moved up. It's 60K, but still more than min. This is non-standard by Rizzo. Pretty sure Jack 10 off is not getting defended in this spot by any solver, but we already know Rizzo has his own solver. And yeah, gonna get away pretty easy on that board. I feel like now that he's made the money, it seems pretty clear to me that Rizzo's, who was being like very good and patient, especially for him, I think that has run out. And it seems pretty clear to me now he's like ready to gamble.
Yeah, the man only has so much patience. And I mean, we do have to give him some credit. He was actually very patient. But I do think that that's a good observation, Brian, that now he's like, well, it's kind of a free roll. Whatever happens, happens. I'm not losing money on this tourney. Well, I mean, we don't know how many buy-ins he's in for, but we'll just assume that he's profitable or break even somehow. And, you know, it is boring to fold. It is boring to abide by the rules of ICM sometimes when you're just handcuffed and you're just not able to play many hands. But, you know, do you want to have fun or do you want to make money? Sometimes you could do both.
Well, Lopez has a very easy, I mean, off of 6.5 blinds, any ace-x is making it. Oh no, did he fold that? What?
Huh.
Wow, that seems crazy. I mean, he's the shortest stack by like 2x as well. Wow, that's one of those moments where I wonder if the card reader is off, or like, did he see that people wanted to play their hand behind him? I mean, interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, I don't feel like the card readers seem to have been off, but and yeah, we're not really sure because we're not at the table. Just because we have multiple camera angles doesn't mean we actually see everything that's going on. Maybe somebody telegraphed that they were interested in the hand and he took notes, but it does appear to be 3 ways here to the flop. And flop is 9-8-6.
Yeah, he had 6.5 blinds. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somehow, 4 is still best on this board. Wojnowski checks. Minko also checks, and Rizzo's going to check back on the button. Turn is the jack of clubs, so Minko now turning top pair. Wojnowski does have a gutter, does have 2 overs to the board. Gonna check it over to Minko.
Yeah, Rizzo, again, with a very non-standard way to play. I think off of 12 or 13 bigs or whatever. I mean, if you're going to play 4s versus the chip leaders open, which is reasonable, the chip leader might be opening very wide, you just play it for a jam, hoping to take it down. Flatting 4s is not really the right idea. You're not really deep enough. You know, there is somebody who has half as many chips as you that's about to take the big blind. You're not really trying to play contested post-flop. So it's kind of either a jam or fold spot, but, you know, he finds the limp. And now, as played, Felipe has a bit of an interesting spot here. OOP for just under B50. Pretty dicey. Might end up finding the fold. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to find hands you're actually ahead of, and maybe it's a little bit too healthy of a bet. That was just a really bizarre hand between. I'm positive that ICM final table solver, there's just no way 6.5 blinds, hijack, 5-handed, you're not getting in any ace-X, ace-6 off. But must have been that he saw that at least one of the players behind him wanted to play their hand. That's the biggest explanation I can come up with.
Yeah, definitely a little strange. I believe we do have Issa standing by soon with our 6th place finisher.
Mesa final do 250k Super High Roller aqui no BSOP Millions 2025 e tô aqui com o Pedro. Pedro Padilha acaba de cair na 6ª posição nessa mesa final. Eu quero te perguntar em relação a todos os anos que você tem jogado o BSOP e como você vê esse field e a competitividade presente nele, principalmente nessa mesa que você estava jogando agora.
Já faz alguns anos, muitos anos que eu jogo o BSOP, 12 ou 13 anos, e vem crescendo, a cada ano vem se tornando uma série maior. Mais atrativa, trazendo jogadores do mundo todo. Então está sendo um prazer jogar essa etapa, que provavelmente vai ser uma das maiores aí, inesquecíveis da história. Muito feliz.
Maravilha, eu te vejo amanhã no 500k?
Me vê amanhã no 500k.
Até, quem sabe na mesa final. Torcendo por isso, vamos ver Brasil em todos os lugares e seguimos com a mesa final.
So Pedro just said apparently he's been coming to this for like 12 or 13 years in a row to the BSOP. He said it was a pleasure to play. It seems to be growing every year, and he's looking forward to that continuing. And at the end, they were talking about, you know, looking forward to seeing him at his next final table. So pleasant little exchange. And here we have an all-in where ace jack off in a bit of a trouble.
Yeah, ace is all in and at risk, but doing pretty well up against ace jack. Oh, king, jack, 8, 2 spades on the flop, so definitely a little bit of hope for ace jack. Ace is still well in the lead. I mean, do you think a turn is the ace, so it does give aces top set versus aces and jacks? Do you think he just knew he was going to get aces the next hand and that's why he folded ace-6?
I mean,
the reverse, 9 and
maybe.
He's like, oh no, I'm sure there's a better spot. There's a better spot coming. Very next hand.
I mean, I was pretty confident on that one. I did actually look it up and found, obviously, didn't find the exact sim, but found one for 5-handed with the hijack having 6 blinds and some other stacks from 10 to 30 blinds, which isn't precise, but should be close enough, and any ace-X does jam. So.
Yeah, and that is going to be a full double for Ruben, and just a flush wound from Minko. He could certainly afford it, and obviously ace-jack definitely going to be a call against 6 bigs.
Pior que eu não me arrependo. De dar esse call.
De qual call?
O Hero Call, no bocado. Fiz call no Hero Call no River. Tinha 9-5.
Ah, ó, sai.
Pagou com o que lá?
Acho 7 alto.
Mais de
High.
7?
Ice high. Ice high.
Tô sem crédito mesmo, hein, bicho?
Hã?
Tô sem crédito aqui.
Não. Acho que. Na verdade, estou a dar crédito, estou a ter bluffs. Dama 10, dama valete, valete
É
10.
o contrário, se ele acha
10,
que você
6,
pode ter
10,
blefe,
7.
ele está te dando crédito como um bom jogador.
Rei 6, rei 7, dama 6, dama 7.
You just one outed me on the turn. I said no ace. That's so insane.
Jack of Spades was greedy. I should ask for the offsuit 10, I think.
You see, this you were greedy, and this is why I didn't suck out. You see?
Yeah. ICM, we're all together. It's a family fight.
You want to see or no? Just let me know.
Whatever. Yeah,
Okay, I always show.
Ninguém cai aí, homem.
And I would say now that they're at 5, where ICM is going to start getting pretty high again. Because, I mean, the last few jumps in this tournament are very significant, like third, second, first. In fact, third to second is like 800, I believe, and second to first is only 1,000. So, I mean, those jumps are quite similar.
Yeah, and looking at the stacks right now, you know, again, just only one really clear short stack. Actually, I think this graphic that I'm looking at might not be updated. Hopefully we'll get an updated chip count graphic that we'll be able to throw up there for everybody.
Ooh, aces again.
Aces again.
Rei 120.
Yeah, wow. I mean, you definitely should fold ace-6 off if you're going to get aces 2 of the next 3 hands. Like, clear fold.
Yeah, statistically pretty improbable, but somehow Ruben finds it just when he needs it, but gonna get a little bit of action here. Does get Rizzo to stay in with the 9-4.
Wow, and Rizzo has been really gambling in some spots with some light calls.
All in.
Ooh, wait, what? What's happened? Did he just move all in?
No, he led, and then Ruben went all in. And now I think it's back on Rizzo. And so I'm pretty sure he has to fold this. But it's like, so Rizzo has had some light calls in the last few hands, like the Jack-10 off in the small blind. Now the 9-4 off in the big blind. Then compounded that one with a lead. And it's down to a couple blinds.
Yeah, it's a little rough now for Leo.
This raise is not allowed.
Well, you called it, Brian. I mean, he definitely ran out of patience, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You can say that in poker style series.
Now he is going to need some luck
You're losing his
at this
stars as
point off of like 2.5 blinds in the small blind. He's going to have to win probably like 2 doubles just to really be able to play poker.
I think I'm on a million downswing or something like that on stars.
Yeah, it's tough. What?
Probably a bit less, 600k or something.
Leonovsky, ace jack offsuit.
Subiu 140, raise 140. Rubens, fold. Vladimir.
Minko in position. My guess is he flats this. It doesn't really have like amazing properties as a 3-bet. And it's also just nice, like he's gonna want to flat quite a few hands. He gets the 3-bet some, but his 3-bet range he kind of wants to be somewhat polar. So a lot of just like pretty good hands. He just gets to flat a bunch. We're playing over 30 big blinds effective. And he's in position.
Tudo bom?
Ooh, wow. There's the 6.
Yeah, king 6-4, 2 hearts. So Minko with middle set here.
Só paga, sobra 60 para trás, abre, bate ás e paus, 4 de
Kind of
copa.
difficult spot for Felipe.
Uma blind e meia.
Now he does have the second best possible ace high and the jack of hearts, which all kind of might be enough for him to continue here versus any normalish, B33 type size c-bet. Which is probably along the lines of what Minko will come with, something like 150. Oh.
Uma blind e meia, Fuga, pra você me dobrar.
And it looks like he bet exactly 150. Yeah.
O small eu acabei de ser. Você acabou de ser o big.
Kind of hard for me to see Felipe folding this. It is a little tough, like we don't get to realize as much as you'd like, but versus B33 with a heart, it's kind of like you're over folding if you're not continuing with this by a lot.
Turn brings the 8 of hearts.
And if you're Minko, you still have to think you have the best hand here a lot. You're still beating a bunch of like 9s plus, king X. So there are going to be a lot of hands that Felipe has here that have 1 heart, such as the one that he does, because he'll be defending those a bit more versus the flop c-bet OOP. So to me, just all the reason in the world to continue betting our hand for value. Can't be too worried about a flush here, although it's possible.
That 425,000 aposta 425 mil. Felipe?
$425K is the bet.
It's a little over half pot, and I kind of think that'll probably, but not certainly, get the job done. Think with also just the jack of hearts, like when you do hit a heart, I mean, yes, the hand is probably good, but not certainly, and You know, are we really going to put in a quarter of our chips here OOP with ace high? You know, and yeah, there we are. Another pot for Minko.
Faltou os cojones dele para pagar de as high.
There's a look at the room in which all of these players are playing. There's plenty of side events going on. That's why you could see it's very full out there. And here we take a look at the increase in chips for these players from start. And it looks like Minko up 2.8 million in chips. Boyanovsky in the green as well, up 1.2 million. And Leandro, modest increase of 490K. And Rizzo down at the bottom has definitely suffered the biggest hit to his stack. Again, a function of not getting many playable hands and spots. And then, you know, just towards the last few orbits, we did see the wheels come off just slightly.
Yeah, I mean, in all reality, whoa, did Rizzo just fold ace-4 off of like 2 bigs? I mean, yeah, I know the chip leader opened, but I mean, he's going to kind of view that as a button open spot. And in fact, as you can see, he's opening a very bad hand, and that's because Rizzo is so short. You know, these other players kind of want to just wait. I'm pretty sure Rizzo is supposed to go with ace-4 off there.
Is that a misclick?
It's not only are you doing fine against a chip leader who's opening an insanely high percentage of hands, you also got to realize there's 2.5 big blinds out there from the small blind and the big blind, right? So, you know, you're getting like 4.5 to 2, so like over 2 to 1 on your money. Like he's probably flipping or something with ace-4 off versus that range at worst, if it has as bad as 7-5 off. So yeah, pretty good spot. And as we can see, I mean, Leo is going to be all in basically at the big blind, so he has to find a hand soon. Wow, and somebody opened into Minko? Or was that the big blind? Oh no, that was the big blind.
I think, yeah, that was the big blind. Minko first to act with ace-9 offsuit.
I have fold.
I think I have the answer now.
I mean, it seems like a pretty good spot if you're Felipe to call here. You really like Rizzo to bust and not double. And it's not, the all-in looks like it didn't reopen the action as far as I can tell, if the graphic is right. Although I did think Rizzo had more than 120K, but no, maybe he only did have 2 big blinds, right? So. Okay, yeah, he's actually going to come after the chip leader.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's curious because to me, so we got the chip leader out with a hand that actually dominated Leo. I feel like Felipe doesn't really want to do that in the sense of he doesn't really want Leo to like triple or quadruple here. He kind of does. Yes, he wants to win the pot, but he also wants to maximize Rizzo's chances of busting.
I have 6?
No.
Okay. 6. Número. Aí. Me dá número,
All right,
pai.
flop
Quero
is 10,
número.
8, 8, so ace high still ahead.
Número. 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 Me dá 9 para dar emoção. Aí acabou.
king on the turn.
Cara, não arrumei nada
And we
nessa
saw
aqui.
obviously one
Hold
ace
on, you need to
folded
charge
already,
up
so
on
down
time,
to
bro.
2 outs.
You need to charge up.
Ace clubs. Só isso.
And the river is a king. So that means Rizzo's going to be eliminated in 5th place. Was really short and didn't have any folds equity in his stack and just had to go with a hand that he felt was good enough. And
$1 million.
fortunately, he did actually have a decent
Finally,
spot
7-figure.
considering the better ace folded out,
The other guy had like
but
5
still
7
did
figures
not
already,
hold
yeah,
here
he-
and will cash out for
You had at least- I know you have
850,000
at least
reals
one
though.
7-figure score, but I don't know how many. Maybe
I think
2.
just one. It's a scoop main, 10K main.
You had on GG, no? A one
That was
one.
like 970 or something.
Ah, yeah, that's fine.
500,
Oh, you had the scoop? You had the
1.2,
scoop win?
Yeah, it's 2023
mais
main
ou menos.
event, 10K main event.
Nice.
How about you? What's your biggest score?
I have a good story about the main events for later. My biggest is 500. It's pretty embarrassing. Wow, that's weird. No cheers.
Half the biggest score, but double the ROI doesn't sound
Oi?
embarrassing.
Wow, so Ruben has a stack that Vladimir gets to put a lot of pressure on, and he actually has a hand that probably wants to jam. Yeah. It's not a hand you really want to like raise
No,
and have the
Ruben.
limp calls call, right? Because there's going to be a lot of limp calls that have plenty of equity versus 5s, right? Stuff like, you know, queen 9 off or whatever. So jam kind of takes care of that.
We do have the aggression frequency from our final 4 players. Minko 45%, Lopez at 40%, Wojnowski 37%, and Leandro 32%. I mean, Brian, how do you feel based on, you know, what you've seen out of these remaining 4 players, and also, of course, taking into consideration their chip stacks? If you had to choose a winner right now, who would you put your money on?
I mean, Minko seems like he's playing well, and he's got a massive chip lead. It would, you know, you have to pick him at chalk. It would be kind of insane not to. I mean, you know, like, he's got 45% of the chips in play right now, four-handed. Seems like he's on a roll with his decision making. So, you know, he's definitely the heavy favorite. You know, but
490.
still a lot of poker left to be played.
Yeah, definitely. As some of these short stacks bust and get consolidated, you know, we are seeing pretty deep stacks emerging now. Certainly enough playability post.
There, Minko, just some timely aggression again. Picked up another pot with the 3-bet with the ace-9 off.
Que hora que é o intervalo agora aí, Pive?
Acho que é depois desse nível, o dinner, né?
Agora essas 3 mãos, essa e mais 2, dinner break.
How many hands?
3 more hands and dinner break.
A little bit of a tricky spot here. 18 blinds is a lot to shove, and raising into the chip leader's button. I feel like this has to be one of the lightest opens. I don't even know if you want to open like ace deuce off, for example, but it gets through the chip leader, at which point you're pretty stoked and happy about that. Felipe, yeah, it's one of these hands where versus a tight range, queen 7-0, plus we got, yeah, we cover, but you know, some ICM effects here, and yeah, it seems like, feels like it's on the tight side, but I think it's probably good. Guess maybe queen 8 or certainly queen 9 off getting defended, but that's right towards the top of the fold range versus men there. And you'll see big changes at this point in the tournament between defense frequencies. Like some of these short mid stacks with pressure going to fold their big blind a lot wider than, say, Minko, who will defend his big blind. Sorry, they'll fold a lot tighter, and whereas Minko will defend his big blind a lot wider.
So Minko coming in for a raise to 120, and Lopez in the big blind with ace queen of hearts.
360.
So wow, he is putting this into the 3-bet range, which is making about 3x. So assuming he has a 3x 3-bet here and a jam range, because he certainly has a jam range, putting ace queen suited into this, which means, you know, he's playing it sort of okay if he gets called, and certainly plans on calling versus a jam. I think with ace-6 off, though, this isn't the hand you'd want to make the 4-bet jam play with if you were going to do it.
Raise minimum.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
This is some above the rim stuff right here.
How much?
Yeah, I can't say I expected to see this.
So this is the type of play that you make when you think your opponent is like super polar. Now you're clicking it back with a hand that the goal is to attack all the non-top of range stuff that is doing that. But I mean, we can see that Lopez, you know, he has a good hand, but it's not like this is aces or kings. It's ace queen, and takes it down. Pretty interesting hand.
No show, no show.
Yeah, and just a really nice pickup there by Lopez, not even having to see a run out, but, you know, just caught Minko's hand in the cookie jar there.
Léo Rizzo, embaixador do BSOP, cai agora na 5ª posição na Final Table do 250k Super High Roller aqui no BSOP Millions 2025. E tô primeiramente muito honrada de falar com você. Acho você uma figura muito divertida na transmissão. E a minha dúvida é justamente sobre o que eu estava conversando com o pessoal. Eu consigo ver uma evolução sua como jogador tão legal de assistir, principalmente nos campeonatos High Roller. E aí queria entender a sua perspectiva, a sua evolução nos últimos 2 anos, talvez. Como você vê?
Bom, eu acho que nos últimos 2 anos eu foquei muito em disputar o Campeonato Brasileiro de High Roller e tem dado certo. Ano passado eu fiquei em 3º lugar no circuito. Acho que agora acabei de fazer pontuação para chegar em 3º ou 4º lugar do ranking. E vamos para cima. Amanhã tem 500k, ainda eu vou engatar agora Max Leite no 100k. Vamos atrás de pontos.
Com certeza. Parabéns pelo trabalho, tá jogando muito e a gente segue com essa final.
Thank you, Issa, for that interview.
Leandro, all by himself on that far side of the table, raises it up. It looks like he raised it big. He made it 200. I mean, that's over 3x. It is on the chip leader's blind and a short stack, who I guess he's saying he's going to call it off, but still very big. That's like 3.3x. Don't think I ever really see that.
Uma hora tá ótimo pra mim.
Uma hora?
Uma hora que vai
Are you okay with making it 1 hour instead of 1:15 for the dinner break?
Faz 1h15 então, normal.
Ah, se vocês, qualquer
I mean,
pessoa
it's
se
just
opõe.
like if you have 1 hour, you're doing everything in a ruch. If you have 1 hour 15 is like
Okay,
chill.
yeah, so we just.
Let's just keep
1:15,
it.
yeah.
It's not. I mean, 15 minutes
Sure,
is no
yeah,
big deal,
that's no
right?
problem.
So it looks like these players are about to go on dinner break. 4 left in the 250k real, 50k USD buy-in tournament. We will be playing down to a winner tonight. First place over 600k USD
we are already
up
on
top.
break, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they're having a conversation. Looks like one of the guys wanted to shorten it to an hour from an hour 15, and Minko didn't, in case you all didn't catch that. So it will be 75-minute break right now while they go on dinner before they come back to play. I will be not back. I'm going to go play the 100K one-day tournament, which they get back from dinner in about a half hour. Are you coming back, Maria, or is it just going to be Jeff?
No, actually, we are going to leave it in Jeff's hands for the remainder of the tournament. And Brian, we wish you luck. We hope we don't see you back here tonight. But Jeff Gross will join us after the dinner break for the conclusion of this tournament. You want to come back because there's still a lot of action to come from the BSOP Millions.
What a flop here.
This is a great hand, yeah, like I said, to like B50 and like maybe sometimes just do something totally insane versus a check raise.
This could be a really big pot. It's against dealer and big blind on the 6-7 deuce check raising here. Bunch of draws, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9. I like raising here.
Large sizes like clear up the ranges quite a bit. Now that said, going large when your opponent has kings probably works out quite well. Some of it depends on the river size, like versus some sizes, Kelvin can still be beating some value.
Oh. Queen Jack, King Jack, good spot for Rizzo.
Yeah, it's something I put some thought into at some point. And, you know, you're not, like, there's not like an Oreo cookie tell, you know what I'm saying? But it's like...
Top pair, I didn't see the Pedro actually had the king high flush draw. So second up flush draw, paired board over. No, that's good. If you have that wild card as your in your repertoire, it is tougher.
Where it's like, I will not be pushed around, you know? Like, yeah, okay, man.
Wow, what a turn here. He's still telling the story.
He got stiffed. Let's just be, I mean, he got straight up screwed on this card. This was.
Just a dud, just a Dudley deuce.
Queen Jack is going to win this hand somehow. After flop action and leading turn and getting called in 2 spots, he's calling.
He's got a super strong.
I mean, I guess, and Pedro can't call. Yeah, he snap folds. I mean, I guess Pedro could find a weird bluff if he somehow.
That's what I thought. I thought it was on him, but.
Oh my goodness! And Jacks, what is going on?
Meu Deus do céu.
Quase morreu no coração. Tudo doidado! Bum, bum, bum! Corta pra mim, bolota! Vamos, bolota!
All right, looks like we've got an all-in and call ace-king versus pocket 9, so very classic coin flip. You gotta win coin flips if you want to win tournaments. So far, the 9s are holding, but ace-king looking for an ace, a king, or a jack. The river is a 7, so 9s are gonna hold. Really taking his time here on the decision.
It will be all in anyway, yeah?
All-in call.
You still have this. How do you know? Just move.
Ooh, flop is
Ace
king
from the
8-8,
spade.
so Rodrigo pulls ahead and full house on the turn.
Almost chopped.
Good luck, guys.
Okay.
And fun. Hug.
Seat open. TV table.
If he does re-enter, will he get drawn back to this table?
Yeah.
There's a shot of Cabral, who does look like he is re-entering. Made a mad dash over to draw his seat. And he's back. Before any of you guys even had a chance to answer whether you wanted to see him back here.
Excuse me, registration open tomorrow? Then there is no other way. For Vladimir Vladimirovich, the quick learner,
Just put the cards in the sensor, please.
it will be all in anyway.
Okay.
169. Okay, let's do that.
Is down another bullet. I mean, I don't know if he was in for multiple bullets before he got moved to the feature table, but that is his second since he's been at the feature table.
This is the first BSOP live coverage that we do for you guys who do not speak Portuguese. But before you drown in our Brazilian-style poker universe, we have to tell you a little bit about everything we've done already this year. We've done more than 244 hours of live poker games for our world audience all throughout the year. It is more than 10 days straight of your favorite calls, raises, and folds. Only while broadcasted on TV, BSOP spread more than $1.5 million in prizes for the champs. That's enough money to convince anyone to come and enjoy the event. And we have some of the best players on our field. There were 11 different winners and only 2 players won more than one tournament. The field here is more competitive than any other field in the world. We know it, Global Poker Awards know it.
The winner is the Brazilian Series of Poker.
And you can know it too. Just come. And for those of you who've just arrived in BSOP, we must warn you. There's a Colombian storm going on this year. Not only with Colombian players winning trophies, but also dominating this year's rankings and odds for the Brazilian Championship title. 2024 was already a great year for the BSOP community. But 2025 has instantly called that and raised the bar for a 2026 that is about to be a game changer. It is not a coincidence that we've reached out to the English-speaking poker community. And for the first time ever, we are broadcasting the show to you directly from the main floor, where the magic happens. We welcome you to Brazil and to the last event of the year. This is BSOP Millions, live and exclusive from the WTC Sheraton, São Paulo. So begin your ritual, select your lucky charms, cook all the food you need, and use the chat to let us know what you're thinking, because the most iconic event of Brazilian poker history is about to begin.
Oh, Akari. No waiting, just rips it in the ladies. Dama Dama. Renan, and not the fun spot to be.
I mean, at least he has an ace.
The flop's the big part. Oh, yeah, he's asking for the quattro.
4-9 ace.
This is our first bubble of 2 bubbles. That is the final table bubble. We are at 9.
Wow, Dan Almeida has 4 big blinds. Yep, he shoves. I like it. And now this is a very easy call by Rodrigo. It's not the best board to get chops. Okay.
Yeah, King 9 just enough, and Dan gonna fight, but go out in 9th.
Okay, Raffaello, let's see if you have everything. Oh! Okay, what do we need?
Queen.
Queen of clubs.
There.
Donna club. Dama club. Oh, Dama! I'm genius!
Action card.
You play very good today.
Thank
Two-time
you.
mistake, but Queen of clubs, you can do nothing.
Is gonna go with it, I
You
believe.
have chance. Not a good one, but good. At natural 9. Ooh, one of the worst call in poker history.
And Cabral finds himself
Better fold ace queen.
dominated here.
Ace for Otto. Okay, heart.
Ooh.
Heart. For Otto.
9 high flop, but 2 hearts.
I already take my
On
chip.
40% equity now.
No, heart, please.
King of clubs. That means that Ivan Luka is going to be our bubble boy, finishing in 7th place. All in with the ace-7 suited. Flop is 8-6 deuce, couple of diamonds. So some hope here for Hoffa in the form of a flush draw. An ace would also do it. The turn is the 6 of clubs. River is the jack of spades. Hoffa going to finish in 6th place. Cabral shows an ace and
Are you joking with me or not?
9.
Straight against straight. Nothing you can do, man.
Gives Cabral some more
What do you mean,
outs,
you have
could
no outs?
counterfeit the pair of 4s. Comes ace on the river. So we are going to say goodbye to
outs, and
Tiago
he's,
in
let's see,
5th
why?
place. Audemars quickly makes the call with top pair. So top pair versus second pair.
Pleasure.
And that means Akari is going to be
Okay, now
eliminated in 4th place.
You left me alone.
Rodrigo, who's been really patient, just picked his spots well. You know, not really in bad
The
shape
biggest spot
here.
of the tournament, yeah?
Flop is ace 10-6. Pretty interesting. You know, gives Audemars top pair, but Rodrigo looking for a jack for Broadway.
On the
So
turn.
that means that Rodrigo needs a jack or a queen or a king. And that means Audemars is going to eliminate
Congrats, Otto.
Rodrigo Seiji in 3rd
shot.
place.
Ottomarus, you crazy guy, really. Otto is boring, but he always posting blinds, right? $4 million. You have Casino Royale? No.
Audemars puts it in here with Queen 7 up
Bring
against
more Ottos to my
pocket
table.
3s.
Bring more Ottos. What is this called? Otto. Good luck, man. Nice 2nd place. It's not bad. 2nd place, always good.
And 3s managed
No
to hold
outs.
on here. Turn
No
is a
outs.
4 of clubs,
No outs.
so a safe turn. But Audemars does have additional outs in the form of clubs. And the river pairs the 4, and that means Martin Cabral's going to hang on here with pocket 3s and takes down the 150K Real buy-in event here at the BSOP. You know, love him or hate him, the guy has managed to win this tournament in interesting fashion, being himself. Aw, that's so nice. guys. What's up, guys? It's okay. I could read it, even though it's the order is a little messed up. Oh, there's our guys again. Oh, I love it, but I appreciate it. You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. I've got a sign of my own, people. Shout out to all of the people on the Portuguese speaking stream. Love you guys too.
The guy in position.
But that wasn't the right. You didn't understand the question. I'm not talking about him.
Right.
I'm talking about the range of the out of position player who checked, who we're saying we don't know what they have, but he donked turn for like third pot or quarter pot, and now, or whatever it was under half, and then checks river.
What a flop here.
I mean, that range is weaker. So it's time to, it's time to man up and find some value bets. Like, we don't have nothing here. We have a hand that's better than ace king. Like, guy didn't 3-bet us with ace king off. We're beating that. King queen, king jack, and what about just finding some heroes with bluff catchers? Right?
And to your point, I like you're saying you could also bet small, and then if you get raised, you could even go.
You could have two bet sizes too. You can have a smaller one that's like half pot or B40, and a larger one that's like B100 or B125, and you can slot this would slot into the B50. You know what I'm saying? And this is a great hand, like I said, to like B50, and like maybe sometimes just do something totally insane versus a check raise. And just jam.
This could be a really big pot. It's against dealer and big blind on the 6-7 deuce check raising here. Bunch of draws, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9. I like raising here, although I guess calling is also fine, but I would expect because the range and the flop he's going to raise. Yeah, I like this.
He's going to raise this flop a decent amount too with
4-5, 8-5.
Also just like
8-9, 6x,
deuce jack of hearts. Deuce 5 of hearts, 7-5 of clubs. Like, these are all hands that can find check raises at some frequency. Now, the one thing I'll say is he's picked a pretty big size, which is interesting. In a lot of these spots, I've recently become convinced that people tend to play worse versus smaller sizes. Large sizes clear up the ranges quite a bit. Now that said, going large when your opponent has kings probably works out quite well.
I mean, this is quite a board for sixes. Deuce 6-7 jack, 4-card rainbow on the turn. Against overpair to the whole board. I mean, this is going to be hard for Kelvin not to get really hurt here. We've lost a player already. We're at 20-21.
Yeah, I don't think Kelvin can go anywhere here versus a bet. He might have a decision on the river, which probably gets called, but like you could start to entertain some hero folds. Which would be, I mean, that would be pretty sick. Like that would be like, let's say, he calls this 30, now it's whatever, less than pot, but still a large bet all in on the river. Oh no, more, it'll be... No, they'll have more than pot to play, so probably the river.
Pô, tá na Torre Eiffel, ponto turístico, o cara sempre quer tirar aquela foto, fica bosta, tá ligado? Ou pede pra alguém tirar ali, aquela cara de bunda.
Some of it depends on the river size, like versus some sizes, Kelvin can still be beating some value, which makes it borderline impossible to fold.
A vida do fotógrafo, né?
No BSOP o ano foi assim.
Não, aqui tá sendo também. Ontem eu entrei no app.
It's kind of an interesting card because at this point it's very difficult for either player to have an ace very much, right? Like, how does Renan have an ace much? Like, unless he has like ace jack of diamonds and plays it this way, or ace 7, little dicey, but definitely possible. Stuff like ace 7.
There's 105 big blinds. It's SPR of 1.
It's pretty hard to have an ace unless basically you just made aces up. That's sort of the way you have an ace.
O cara não se motiva a tirar foto, entendeu? Tipo, você tem que deixar 10% com o fotógrafo, dar 300.
Did he check or no? Is that op still on him? No.
Pra daí fazer sentido. Senão o cara tira, em vez de tirar 100 fotos aqui, 1000, ele tira 50, entendeu?
Pô, o cara ganhar 10%.
It seems like they're showing Kelvin. Oh, they did check. He's going to check back? Is this, or
did he check 6?
I think he did.
Oh no, he went all in. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, never mind. That makes sense.
Now, see, versus this bet, which is well over the pot size, right? I mean, he's basically asking for B150. Like, Kings isn't beating value, like 0, So you just gotta ask himself, like, as my opponent, like,
Although Renan feels amazing, obviously, with the set the whole way. It's nice to be here. Now you just know you got to feel good the whole way. But I'm saying now you're just.
Oh yeah, you're only
losing
to a snap
jacks or
call.
aces, right? Yeah.
Like jacks or aces or sevens.
Yeah, but
see, like, and it's kind of hard to find a lot of like weak one pair hands that play this way. Obviously, some draws do. If our opponent has 4, 5, 5-8 or 8-9. Those are the main hands you'd probably want to see.
Yeah. End up getting it all, and Kelvin maybe, again, that ace though is sort of like, yeah, that's not necessarily, it is a little worrisome. As your point, it's sort of aces up or not irrelevant, but.
Yeah, basically.
Well, everyone's got Broadway here. King Jack, King 10, Queen Jack. And a Jack connects, so Queen Jack, King Jack, good spot for Rizzo.
Erva do meu cunhado. É.
Check. Vladimir,
Tá grande o bicho, agora entrou na Coca-Cola.
Ó, que legal.
Oh, this is actually much more action flop than I realized. We have top pair, top pair. I didn't see the Pedro actually had the king high flush draw. So second up flush draw paired board over versus a, fairly strong top pairs.
Like literally as I'm watching that hand and I saw the cards flipped over, the like quote from Rounders where it's like, I will not be pushed around, like, yeah, okay, man.
Wow, what a turn here. A King 10 open-ended, nut flush draw. The king would be good as well, right? Queen Jack would be beat by kings and sixes. So Pedro with a ton of equity. Rizzo got a really unfortunate card here, and he's still telling the story.
He got stiffed. Let's just be, I mean, he got straight up screwed on this card. This was like the worst card in the deck for him.
Yes, it is. And Minko, though, is now worrying about the 6 a little bit. He's out of the big blind range. I mean, this is a loaded board. I mean, the fact that Rizzo's taking the lead and he's equity-wise drawing to 6% is interesting. And the two other players are not going anywhere, Rast.
Did Rizzo lead flop? Yeah, right.
He did. I think he might have got raised and he called then. He had to call something at some point. So I think he might have bet and then got raised and called. And Minko certainly not folding. He's not going to lose much if it comes that, but let's see if we get an action river. Just a dud. Just a Dudley deuce.
Queen Jack is going to win this hand somehow. I mean, that was not easy on the flop. He had 2 outs, basically, like the 2 queens that weren't the queen of spades.
If Rizzo somehow goes crazy here, I mean, I guess Queen Jack is just asking too much, but he's still betting.
Dude, value betting King Jack here is too thin. After flop action and leading turn and getting called in 2 spots.
35.
He's never folding.
That would be a wild fold.
There's no chance.
I mean, Rizzo would have picked. Yeah, he's calling.
He's got a super strong.
I mean, I guess, and Pedro can't call. Yeah, he snap folds. I mean, I guess Pedro could find a weird bluff if he somehow.
That's what I thought. I thought it was on him, but yeah. Yeah, Pedro's looking at these like, oh my goodness, I had a nice spot against these hands.
Not altogether that surprising to see Thiago come along with this combo. Again, the deeper you are, the more likely people want to continue with these types of suited Broadway hands. Luckily for Thiago, of course, clubs don't come because he would have been in big trouble. But he's still in a little bit of trouble considering he's hit a piece, second pair against Leandro's top pair. But the saving grace here, I think, is just going to be the 3 diamonds. Neither player has a diamond. Certainly going to be a lot of bad runouts where you're just not really going to get too much in the pot with top pair versus second pair on a monotone board versus, if it was a rainbow board. And you do see Leandro slow down with a check, and I think that there's some reasoning for that in the sense that Thiago's going to be very likely continuing to a 3-bet pre with a lot of suited combos, right? And folding a lot of offsuit combos. I mean, even Thiago's calling range to the first raise, let alone the 3-bet, is going to contain more suited combos. And so certainly, you know, having no diamonds here as Leandro doesn't feel altogether that comfortable. So he does check it to Thiago, who bets pretty small, about a quarter pot, 25K, with second pair and a gutter. Leandro decides to raise in this spot to 52K. And it's not a very big raise, you know, it's just slightly over min. It's hard to know kind of what that will achieve. I'm not sure how. I mean, there's probably a really small portion of Thiago's range that might just bet folds, maybe some small pairs, some medium pairs that, you know, we're just hoping to take it on the flop, that won't be able to continue to a raise. But Thiago, with second pair and that gutter, decides to continue. And 3 of diamonds is a pretty interesting card. Brings 4 to a flush. Neither player, again, with a diamond. Definitely a little bit hard to maneuver. Leandro slows down with a check. Thiago's also going to check. The river is a 6 of clubs. 208,000 in the pot. Leandro with the effective stack here just has slightly over that. Check out our heart rate monitor on the players. 92. Not all that fast. Seems pretty relaxed to me. I mean, my heart rate's 92 when I go up a hill, so I don't know. This guy seems pretty chill. Thiago does check behind, and Ace King's gonna show down and win. And at both of the final tables that we've covered so far, there's been a real mix of international players as well as locals. And
por acaso você não tem um match valor de cabeça?
someone needs Advil. Advil to the future table, please. Goes check on the flop, and that's a pretty interesting card because it does give Vladis a flush draw now. Looks like Vladis decides to do a continuation bet, a delayed continuation bet of 22K here. The river is a 5 of spades, so no improvement for Vladis. Pot's gonna go Medi's way. And I mean, a lot of things seem to be going Medi's way these days. I feel like in the year 2025 alone, Medi has, let's see, 3 titles, 3 wins at least, maybe 4.
This is America. This is South America. This is Brazil. My dear poker fans all around the world, if you're used to watching or playing and have never been to Brazil to do that, you are the one we were looking for. Yep, that's correct. We were looking for you so we could introduce a little bit about this country and see if it makes you come and visit. No bluffing, only arguments on the table. First of all, we tend to organize events in a very special way. Second, the prizes of the tournaments and the quality of the players on our field has never been so high. Third, you have lots of beautiful places to spend your prize money on. Okay, so that was the flop. Let's head for the turn. Fourth argument, we've created the Caipirinha. And I know it's not the best argument, but trust me, that works for every discussion when you're Brazilian. And the grand finale, the pot winner river, and our fifth and final reason for you to come and check BSOP with your own hands. We've tailored and made the best experience possible for the ones who love the sport. Beautiful places and landscapes, best prizes and players, an unforgettable atmosphere you won't find elsewhere, and of course, the best hospitality you will find on the circuit. BSOP 2025 invites you all to be here in 2026. And welcome.
It's time to know the champions of the year. After more than 100 events, BSOP will now crown the Brazilian poker champion, along with 5 ranking winners. In Poker Brazilian Championship, the Colombian player Carlos Serrano is the leader with 7,040 points, but the title is far away from being decided. Sebastian Fonseca has 6,104 points and Geraldo Cesar 4,611 points. If Carlos Serrano wins the Brazilian Championship, the runner-up in the high roller and international player rankings automatically become winners. In the high roller leaderboard, Sebastian Fonseca and Paulo Joanello are fighting point by point for the second place. Sebastian has 5,164 points, while the Brazilian sits at 4,412. On the International Player of the Year, we have Carlos Serrano in first place, followed by Sebastian with 7,620 points. On third place on the same ranking, we have Alex Manzano with 4,026 points. On the Omaha Player of the Year, Alex is also present on the first place with 3,721 points, holding a sizable advantage over Lucio Antunes, who has 2,250 points. Now, the tightest race here is Women's Player of the Year, because we have Larissa Dantas on the leadership of this ranking, but only 300 points separate the top 4. Larissa sits in the leadership with 1,776 points, with Lúcia Barbieri, Bruna Unzueta, and Lali Tournier very close to them. And the Mixed Games Player of the Year is also heating up. José Arestein leads with 3,385 points, while Jonathan Drain from the United States is close behind with 2,595 points. Gabriel Baleiro completes the top 3 with 2,315 points. The rankings will be defined along with our Brazilian poker champion, and you'll see all of that in the next weeks here at BSOP Millions 2025. See you soon.
Welcome, sir. How are you?
I think this is a 2-day.
Welcome, sir. How are you?
Are you talking to him?
Yes.
He doesn't speak in English. Ele
Welcome, sir. How are you? Please translate.
Como você tá? Seja bem-vindo.
How is he?
He's good. He's fine.
He's good?
Yeah.
Okay, obrigado.
He's the reigning champion of this tournament.
Main champion?
Yeah. Last year he won the
reigning champ.
Yeah, reigning champion.
Too many champs on this table.
Yeah. Foi que você foi campeão ano passado. Eu fui.
Thank you. When it will be the food ready?
What do you feel?
And I can eat here, yeah?
Okay.
All right, looks like we've got an all-in and call ace king versus pocket 9, so very classic coin flip. You gotta win coin flips if you want to win tournaments. So far the 9s are holding, but ace king looking for an ace, a king, or a jack.
Even money right there.
The river is a 7, so
great call.
9s are gonna hold. Gonna eliminate the ace king of Kowalski. I do believe he is gonna re-enter.
It's history, man. It's history.
Enjoy.
I only remember who I bust yesterday.
Really taking his time here on the decision.
It will be all in anyway, yeah?
All in call.
Natural 8.
A7 for
Not
Cabral.
like that!
55% favorite here against the King 9 suited.
Sorry for my French. Okay, mister, please, do your job. 233. Can I count it here? 233. 230.
Bye-bye, Mark.
3. You still have this. How do you know?
Ooh, flop is King 8-8, so Rodrigo pulls ahead and full house on the turn.
Almost chopped.
Almost. Good luck, guys.
Good game.
Have fun. Hug.
Seat open. TV tables.
Well, I don't know.
Let's go, bro. Let's go.
You guys let me know in chat. Are we happy to see Cabral go? Would we want him to stay? Is he gonna re-enter? If he does re-enter, will he get drawn back to this table?
Vladimir on the small button, the small blind, and also
Yeah,
the
he's
big
gonna come
blind.
back, I think. I mean, they do the draw, right?
Got like 50%.
Yellows or just
because
just
one of the tables.
That's why you have
Yeah,
He was big blind.
we got 50% of
Wait,
having.
It's blind but blind.
yeah, some big blind.
Yeah, solo big blind.
No small blind this hand.
No Casino Royale. No.
Rodrigo on the bottom.
Still 12,
Vladimir
yeah.
on the big blind.
Yeah.
Sorry.
There's a shot of Cabral, who does look like he is re-entering. Made a mad dash over to draw his seat.
Okay. Fold, Clement. Fold, Leandro. Fold, Yuri. Fold, Vlad.
And he's back.
Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, remember when I said let's have an over-under of how many times Cabral calls the floor man tonight? I think we're up to 4 or 5. I'm not sure. Is anybody else keeping track out there?
How much? How much?
32. Up to
32 or 33?
32.
Thank you. Excuse me, registration open tomorrow, but only beginning or some levels?
Al inicio, solamente al inicio. Until the beginning of the tournament.
Thank you. Then there is no other way. For Vladimir
Martin, Oli.
Vladimirovich, the quick learner,
Just put the cards in the full circle.
it will be all in anyway.
Okay.
169.
Could you confirm the amount, please?
What?
Yuri.
What did you say?
Could you count how much?
169. 169, sir.
169.
Start his clock, please. Thank you. It will be sick call. I have natural 9.
Just put them on this. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's do that.
Fold an 8.
Good luck next bullet.
Sorry, Martin, I folded an 8. Sorry, Ben.
All right, looks like
natural
Pocket 5 is down another bullet. I mean, I don't know if he was in for multiple bullets before he got moved to the feature table, but that is his second since he's been at the feature table.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Welcome back to the BSOP Millions. This is the Super High Roller Series. This is insane what's going on. We have a big prize pool, big entries, and we are down to the final 4. This is about as big as it gets. We're going to have the 100K as well, but right now we're going to see who gets the title today in the 250K. Brian Rast, Maria Ho did a great job. They took us to this point. I'm going to take you to the finish, and we will see a winner crowned today, and I got to believe this is going to be an epic finish. We have some great players, and everyone wants that trophy. And of course, the ton of Brazilian reais that is up top. We'll talk about that and more as we do get back underway in the play to a winner. We're going to see a champion today. I think we're going right. There we go. We got the we're back. We are already back. We got the players getting situated. I know everyone's anxious. They had a nice dinner. Hope at home you enjoy watching. Saw over 600 viewers today. Pretty incredible considering we had 0 subscribers and 0 viewers the other day. So that's pretty exciting. And we are seeing a lot of you. I do have the chat up here. I will be following along. I think Maria Ho may be popping in, and Rast is in the 100K tonight as well. So I'll be following the chat along. And please let us know where you're watching from. And I hope you all are enjoying. I know these players are very experienced, but again, it's a lot of money, and I got to believe they are going to have a very, very intense. If you know about ICM, we can talk about it. The ICM, it stands for Independent Chip Model. This is where it is basically the heaviest at this moment. There is the most pressure right now. This is where the pay jumps are big, and I actually don't know that if BSOP facilitates deal making. That's a good question. I think they do, but either way, I would imagine these players just play to a win, but you never know. Sometimes these guys can make deals on the side, but as we know, we'll see the payouts, we'll see the chip counts, and we will get underway. Anyone who wants to tell me what their favorite hand is, I'm going to be checking in the chat. We do have 130 of you that stuck with us that are coming back from the dinner break, and I know there were some epic hands and an intense bubble. I did see that knockout, that coin flip, and of course that's part of poker. You got to win the flips, you got to run hot. Brian Rast in the 100K has not run so hot this week. I actually dipped my toes in the water, stone bubbled, 106 entries, and I got 16th with 15 cash. So someone's got to do it. It happens. It's part of the game. And again, right now, the good news for these players, no one is going to bubble. They are all guaranteed a healthy payout, nice return on their 250,000 Brazilian real. I believe it's like 47, just shy of 50K US dollars. So we are just getting ready to get underway. I see players sitting down, getting situated, getting the nerves out. Hopefully didn't have too much carbs, and we will see the final. I believe we have one break, and then we will continue going until we have a winner today. Of course, 4 players left. Anything can happen. Shorter stacks, and yeah, I got to believe. I'm trying to zone in there if we are underway or not, but we are starting here very shortly. And I am seeing the chat. I do see people from all over the world, English speaking. If you guys tell me your country or city, I'll give a shout out, and we are going to take you right over to the final 4 there. Who do you got? Let me know who your pick is. Too close to call, I would say. I don't have one, but I also didn't get to see all the hands leading up to this, so I don't know who's in good form, who's running hot, who's feeling good. Going to get caught up with that here as we are 4-handed. I would imagine all these players do play the 100K. If they were planning to or not, I would guess that now locking up a nice payday, they're going to roll that in. Boyanovsky, good to see him here. He had a little bit of a tough start to this series, but he is rebounding in a big way. And Vladimir Minko, see him on GG Millions regularly. He came across long way. I actually sat with him in that 10K turbo the other day. He was on my right. We were chatting for the first time in person. I've seen him play many times online. Very nice guy. Gonna get the updated chip counts for you, and we will get our first hand underway. Doing a little inventory, checking on. I believe that's Ruben there, who has been also at another final table. Took second, if I'm not mistaken, to Medi. And he won a big flip on the bubble, knocking out, what was that? Was that Adamar Latva? I think it was ace-10 suited at pocket 7s, if I did catch that when I was gearing up earlier. Ace-10 of diamonds to 7s, turned an ace 8-8-9 flop, or 9-9-8. And turned ace and Brick River, so Boyanovsky gonna fold. Reminds me of my Twitch days, solo you know, just you, the audience, and the action. It's fun to have someone with you. It's also enjoyable to catch up a little more on the chat. Been watching since Martin Cabrillo got knocked out the first time, says Saddle 4-5. Good to see you. Chicago in the building.
Não dá pra pedir pra mudar?
Tem como mudar para o outro? Ou não? Ele quer.
Okay, Queen Jack of Diamonds for Ruben. Certainly playable hand. Nice looking hand on the button. 25 big blinds.
160, 160 mil.
And Vladimir Minko out of the small blind, not going to play. 8-9 offsuit, not much of a decision there. And Leonardo, he's got something. Ace-8 suited, that's a nice looking hand, knowing four-handed off of his stack depth. He could do a variety of things. We know he's playing. Does he want to raise or call? And probably raising.
Call.
Okay. Very close, actually. I could see merits to both. Pretty nice hand to come in with here. Not going to be a great flop for either player. Queen Jack suited, though, in position, has the running diamonds and kind of wraps around that king. Ace-8 suited, still realizing has the best hand often on a paired board. Ace-8 suited out of the big blind, so I bet we're going to see that check, bet, and can't imagine folding here, so. Yeah, there we see the call. Pretty straightforward. Ace-high in the lead here. Going to have to hang on. Some sweaty turns. 10 diamond, obviously a queen or jack would jump Ruben into the lead. A 3 of hearts doesn't change anything, and this is a pretty good card if you think you have the best hand with ace-high. And queen jack suited, you were hoping for more here. You were hoping for, you know, a 10, a diamond. Obviously, a queen or jack would feel great, but he is just going to go on and keep on keeping on. You know, even against this 6, he's doing okay. He's still got some equity and can bluff some other cards on the river if he doesn't hit a queen or jack. So let's see here. He is going to come out betting, and ace-8 suited now. This is where it's time to make a decision. You got to kind of man up here and understand that if you're, the problem is if you're good, will your opponent follow through on the river? He is going to make the call, so we see a big pot here. First hand back from dinner break. Welcome in, everyone. 140 of you joining us currently, and that is Yahtzee for Leandro, and I'm sorry, for Ruben. And Leandro is going to recognize this is not a great card. Some queen highs, jack highs, 10 highs, maybe betting. So he's not going to love that, because if he was winning, it's going to change a bit. And Ruben's just going to check back, and he'll see the bad news there. He was good, made a great, great decisions all the way through. Called when he's ahead the whole time, then checked the river and didn't have to call a bet. I mean, from Ruben's perspective there, I see checking back. I guess your opponent's going to have a king once in a while and just figure, I guess, you don't get called enough to bet, but be curious to see if that one's worth a value bet on the river as played. Big pot, though. All pots so critical at this time.
Eles mudaram, tá? Pra aquele.
Obrigado.
Okay, second hand back from dinner. You know, Martin Cabral was obsessed with the hand number of the final table. This is second hand back from dinner if you're just joining us.
Small, 40.
Everyone knows how critical this is, this part of the tournament. This is a playable hand, four-handed, king-9 suited. First in, just chipped up, an important pot, a little separation there. He's got 34 blinds. Gonna come in for a raise. All right, ace-jack, Vladimir with 50 blinds in control right now. He is going to just call. looks like. And again, one of those hands where you could 3-bet, but you keep in some worse hands when you call. You don't allow your opponent to 4-bet bluff you. You also, if you're behind, you know, you can catch up. But there's merit to both here. He decides in this point to just call, and this is a pretty juicy flop. Ace-Jack, King-9, both players making pairs. That's hard to do in no limit. No one has a heart, but Ace-Jack, top pair, top kicker, and Ruben gonna feel a bit mixed here, right? He gets flatted, and he decides to check. Doesn't want to inflate this pot. Doesn't want to get blown off, and it's pretty. One of the fundamental strategies in poker is that if you have nothing, it's nice to bet, and in your best hands you bet, and your worst hands and sort of middling equity, you don't necessarily want to bet. That's like a pretty just default thing, I would say. That's a very simple version of poker, and that does fit the bill here. And Vladimir's certainly going to be bet with top pair, top kicker. Too strong here. Ruben can't go anywhere. I don't see any point to raise, and can't fold just this hand. He does doing okay against certain hands, although I think King Queen might 3-bet. Yeah, I think he's probably just going to call. Some runouts get him in trouble here. Like a really big brick like that. That is going to probably keep him invested in the hand. He doesn't have any hearts. Doesn't have a queen or 10. Some draws that could be there. So I expect this to get to at least the river. I think it'll probably go check, bet, call again. But Minko in a great position here. It's down to 5 outs, 1 card to come, so you can see that about 12%. And he's knowing he's going to. Probably goes pretty big here. It's a very draw-heavy board. Oh, it's a big ask, yeah. About 7 blind bet, so 50% pot, was that right? Was there 8 in there? And I think Vladimir may just take it down. So nice fold there for Ruben. Nice follow through for Vladimir, and I think Ruben probably wondering about that, but just decides not worth it to call there and then be guessing river. If he needs to improve, it's not enough, and his opponent is very capable and able to fire it through on a bluff if he is bluffed, and if he's behind, he's just way behind. So nice fold. Nice hand. I think that was a well-played hand. So the flatting instead of 3-betting did work out well there. Got some more chips, and we continue 4-handed. Okay, another hand here for Minko with King 10. Got a nice stack, starting to open things up a bit, and King 10 4-handed is a very relevant hand, worth coming and playing. And that's one of the things when you're the chip leader in a spot like this, the thing is people know that you're going to be opening wider. And sometimes it's a good candidate to 3-bet semi-light against the guy that has the most chips because you know he's opening the widest. In this particular case, he's got a nice hand blocking really strong hands. King 10, you know, it's blocking 10s, blocking ace king, king queen, all those hands. It's just ace 10. You got a nice 4-handed hand there, especially when you're covering. Brian Rass texted me. He did just get in the 100K. It looks like a nice turnout for that field. I don't know if we can get an update on how many are in there, but I did take a look earlier, and I was talking. I know Akari's in there, and I think they'll get well over 30. Would be my guess. Okay. Small blind, big blind. Something you see a lot of, and especially when you're shorthanded, this will be a frequent collision, and Ruben trying to get in there cheap, and Vladimir has a hand, one of those worst, like I just said, one of your best hands, worst hands, kind of hands you want to be bluffing or betting, and this is probably going to go into the bucket of raising when you cover and everyone's got close ICM. You know, he understands Ruben's going to have a few traps, and that's fine, but also he's just going to have a lot of those type of hands that want to get out of the way, and when you clear better hands, that's a good result. All right, there's a look at the chip count. 60 blinds for Vladimir and everyone else pretty tight. This is a good spot to be in. You have a commanding lead. 2 Brazilians in there. We saw a pretty dominant performance here from the Brazilians final table, though they do bow out with Pedro Padilha in 6th and Leo Rizzo getting on the board there for a nice score. He's been active and present in the events here, and nice to cash the big one. So, and 5th at that. So he did get some ammo as we do continue four-handed, and then we see Vladimir Minko trying to take this one down. Here we go. Small blind, big blind, same thing. Just reversed chip leader. He's going to be probably coming in either for a limp or a raise a lot. I don't think the 10-6, I guess in some ways it'd be better. He'd almost want to try to raise now and take it down. He probably doesn't expect to get 3-bet too often. And he's going to limp, though. Some players go with the limp-only strategy. Some go mixed. Good for him here when he limps, because he would have ran into it, and probably just this one will probably go. It is suited, though. I guess he could limp call this, definitely. Possibly limp calls with the suited 10-6. So let's see the size he put up there.
Can I see how much?
1.700.
What is that?
1.7.
1.7.
Wow, already 35 in the 100K. Reg Open tomorrow. This one only got 40. That's interesting. So we were short. I thought it would get 50 in this, and that's gonna get over 40 almost certainly. I mean, that's like a guarantee, right? Because there's registration open till started tomorrow. We still have play left tonight for hours, and people can re-enter. So that one might get 50. Would expect 45 at least at this point. But yeah, what a turnout for the record-breaking field in the entry size.
I have, thank you.
Absolutely stellar stuff here. BSOP doing an excellent job. World-class event. Super impressed. And they are just getting started as we see a rebranding. We saw that message from Hoffman Marias the other day. CEO. He's also had a couple final tables and scores himself. Good start for him. It's kind of nice. Do a little business, be the CEO, and then also get them come in late reg, run it up. He ran super well the first event. We saw I think he had 5s into 8s in one, and then 6s into 10s, if I'm not mistaken. He won both to stay in the and then made the money and went deep. But again, just a great player. Constantly putting himself in a position to win, and he's had great scores to start here as well.
$160. Blood raise, 160 mil, 160.
Okay. Ace 10 suited, Jack 3 suited. Vladimir going to get a very nice hand to open up. Jack 3 suited. Going to come in for the defend. Is, again, closing the action, can be a little wider. Doesn't want to be 3-betting here as a bluff, probably versus a chip leader, that hand, and doesn't want to fold. So he does flop very strong. Pair flush draw. That is a big, big flop. And ace 10 suited, Not going to be in love with this. Obviously, the big blind defending range a little wider, and you have the ace-10 high. Can be good a lot. You also have running diamonds. I would expect him to check this back. He could bet. I would think he almost always wants to check this back, especially against this player who's very, very creative and willing to check raise with way worse than something like this. But let's see. Okay, so I'm wrong there. I'm a little surprised by this, but it is ICM, super intense ICM considerations. I don't think he's expecting to be check raised as much as normal. And to be honest, Felipe may not even do that. He could he's got a lot of hand here. He's got a 3 that could be good, which we see it is. He also has a variety of ways to improve his hand with the jack 3 or club. And this is a bit of a decision. If he were to check raise, he'd probably take it down right now. But he is just going to call, and I think that's reasonable. So Vladimir, ace-10, put him in the lead. Diamond be super interesting for him. Potentially big pot developing. That is a big brick and not going to be welcome sight for Vladimir. He's going to realize when he gets called here. I mean, yes, he still beats hands. He still beats even some ace-highs. He beats some flush draws. He beats some stronger broadways that might call. King-Queen, King-10, King-Jack that didn't 3-bet might hang in there. So it's kind of a mixed spot, but both players were not loving the turn. This is one where he also, Boyanovsky knows that Vladimir is going to be opening super wide, so he certainly could have a 6. He could have some random other hands in there, some 2 pairs or a variety of other hands. He does just have a 3, and the turn did not provide help, so it's going to go from him being very comfortable to him not loving life right now. And he will actually put out a blocker bet, which I like this. Very talented player. He's going to put the ace-10 suit in a very tough position. Yeah, this is uncomfortable territory here. You could be getting bluffed, but really to improve if you are behind.
550.
Wow, I mean, this is incredible stuff. This is incredible, and to be honest, I don't think it can work at this point because the club draw is still there for him, and just kind of hard to find bluffs. Like I wouldn't put ace-10 suited into a bluff box here did not have this move. This was like ABC, and he went D for me. One of the reasons, again, these guys are so good. Like it's just finding. Maybe it's something to do with. Maybe it's a timing tell. Maybe it's a read. Maybe it's just the bet size, the player profile. You never know. But this is one I would not be anticipating. I think Boyanovsky knows that he knows he's pretty aggressive, and this is high level poker. So yeah, I'm gonna call, and I mean there's some interesting rivers. I think that Vladimir will not follow through on almost any river if he hits an ace or a 10, and Boyanovsky, depending if he improves, and he is not. So here we get that situation where, I mean, I don't think Vladimir would bet again. I just can't imagine that he does bet here. I mean, it just after getting called at the same time, he kind of repping the 6, so maybe he can when he just gets called. I think he was expecting to take that down there, or hoping to. Does he have 6 big blinds left? Oh yeah, okay, so he may just go for it here. Wow, I mean, I can't, that is some insanely high level stuff. And Boyanovsky, cool as a cucumber, has got his heart rate at 100 though. Would be an incredible call. You have the flush draw that missed. You just have one pair. Your opponent raised your bet on the turn. I can't see a world to call here. This is just high level all around. And as played, I think Boyanovsky's going to have to give him credit here. But I'll tell you what, he's capable. This would be quite a call. Finding bluffs is so hard when you have the clubs. In particular, like what does he have? Did he raise you on the turn and then fires through? Like he happens to have a random ace high. I mean, this is spectacular. Did he? He folded, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine calling there with the 3. What a hand. Absolute stunner of a hand. You can put that in a highlight reel. Man, tough customer and brave. Brave stuff. Wow.
400, 500? 400, né? 500. Deixa eu ver, obrigado.
485.
Ui, saiu duas cartas.
Não, então me ajuda. Round of Omaha. Sorry. No limit.
All right, take a look at the feature room here. Got that 100K going on the back right. Vladimir chipping up at this table. Ruben's done basically breaking even, but that's pretty good at a final table if you're in the green and 2 players out. Filip Bojanowski also is about the same where he started, and Leandro just shy of his starting stack, but the other players have essentially gone to Vladimir the stacks where he is in command of this final table. And another hand, 6s. So this could be interesting because if he does get resistance here, this is actually, although it's 6s, it is 4-handed. It's up in the
Another easy one, eh?
higher echelon of hands. It's a pair, 4-handed, and he's covering everyone. So that was, yeah, everything's kind of working for Minko right now.
How much are you playing, Ruben?
1.9.
1.9. Thank you. Small, large.
180 on. Appreciate everyone being here tonight. Jeff Gross took over for Rast. He is in the 100K, and Maria Ho put in a full day today. So take you to a winner tonight. Pretty exciting to see who is going to figure out this riddle, who gets to finish it off, who gets that trophy, who gets the lion's share of the purse tonight.
Raise. 300. Ruben.
All right, King Jack in the big blind, and Felipe with the, I'm sorry, the small blind, the A6 egg. Big blind certainly wouldn't have folded there. It is against the chip leader. Had an option to get aggressive, does get out of the way there. 5-4 off, yeah, I mean, if you're, you know, Vladimir, I like this. You don't have to win every pot. You are basically winning every pot. Be the aggressor. Do you want to play out of position with the 5 high versus a, you know, these guys are all very talented players, so I like this. He's not just like, all right, I'm going to battle for every pot. Let me just sit one out. Let me sit one out. I'm out of position. You take this one. I'll take the next 4. It's kind of the way he's been divvying it up. He's just giving nothing away. Really like his game, how he plays, and again, very much so the favorite at this point. Basically got the other 3 players down to similar stack sizes with him in the lead. Okay, over to Ruben on the button, not much there. And Vladimir now, will be interesting because he limped last time, was against queens. That would have been a big matchup in this spot, but as we see now, I think he's probably not going to limp. This is a strong enough hand just to raise. It's not also a hand that plays particularly well post-flop, like check limping here, letting your opponent check back a hand like 7-8.
200. Raise.
Not what you want to do, so I like the raise. Last time woke up with queens, this time king deuce suited, so this is a hand he's going to want to play. He knows that Vladimir does have some weak holdings, and it's a suited king in position, so certainly will call. Pretty fair fight. King deuce suited in position versus ace nine off out of position, but chip lead advantage does help a lot. And the 7-3-4, both players completely miss. King deuce suited not even with a backdoor diamond draw. So, you know, ace nine, if it's able to shell here, might get it done. He could go into check decide, check call formation, but I think he's going to probably want to bet the 7-3-4 two spade flop. I guess it's the risk is there is some hands like 5-6 suited or, you know, 7-6 suited that call or 4 or 5 suited, but he's going to find out here. I like that. I think it's a better course of action to bet your hand. And yeah, you're going to get hands with equity to fold. Nice hand. Vladimir is playing a very strong game right now. Four-handed, not so talkative. This is a little different than Cabral. I got to lock in here. Can't just be sitting back, sipping on my cafe con leche. These guys are not doing any talking for us, which is fine. But that's all dependent. Very different mix than the Cabral show the other day. Also, you know, it's the very serious part of a big tournament, and a couple different languages here. I know Vladimir does not speak Portuguese. Other players do, because the player from Portugal speaks Portuguese, and the other two are from Brazil, so no one's saying much. They're kind of letting Vladimir do his thing, and here he goes, a little light. He's had some pretty good hands so far. Jack 5 off, see if someone wakes up with anything, or if he's able to just keep scooping hands. Boyanovsky not going to be thrilled with the last result, how that went down, and he is down to 6 blinds. Wonder if he just wants to shove here. I think that's not a bad result, because he does get some folds. Probably not from much better hands, but the converse is to call here. I think it's probably better to... I think it's really close. I guess calling it makes slightly more sense, too, because...
Like 400 behind?
You know, if he does have a bad hand, you could also check raise if you do hit, you know. The downside is, though, when it comes king high or ace high, or you just get bluffed out here, which is possible. And this is not going to be one he's going away on. The 10 ace 4, he knows the opponent very unlikely as chip leader on the button, doesn't just get credit for an ace. And I actually wonder if Vladimir's going to bet small here or not. He might, right? You clear some hands like 7-8 suited, or you know, there's some hands that he might fold. He's never folding a 10 or an ace. And probably you can discount the ace though, because also Felipe is going to shove any ace there. So, yeah, I think betting small makes some sense. Like, you don't just give your opponent the 10. If he has a 4 somehow, it's also not one. You might check raise that all in, but yeah, I think the better plan here is to bet something small. And again, showing us what it is to operate off of a short stack. So he's not just check raising it in. He's thinking, well, if my opponent has air, there's a chance maybe he barrels. I'm not folding. I do lose to an ace. He's never going to fold. If he has air, he's keep him in. You do run the risk of one of these type of hands with some equity, like a random 3-outer to hit on you, but I like it. I like it all around. This is be interesting how Vladimir gives this one up. It is a curious one, because Boyanovsky got basically that heart rate. That's like unfair. In the 60s, Come on, man. That's not, my heart rate's more than that right now. I'm just watching. And he is going to now wave the bit of the white flag, and that'll actually guarantee it on the river with the 5. You know, he beats king highs now, beats somehow a 4 that was in there. And if it does get checked by Boyanovsky, which I think he will do, then Vladimir will check back with the showdown value. If Boyanovsky bets small, he may get called somehow even. I think it's not crazy that he puts out a small bet here. And if you're actually, from Vladimir's perspective, it's actually interesting because, you know, if you are off the short stack and you know that your opponent knows you're raising so wide, he could go with the line, you call flop, and then on the turn, if you check, he takes it, goes for it on the river. I mean, that is... There is that line of thinking. And now actually improves. If that's like a 3 or the board pair is saying, yeah, sure, get out of the way with Jack high. But now he actually has something. So I think bets 3 blinds. I mean, this is not a clear fold in my mind. Although he is beat, I think he is going to fold. This guy's laser sharp. Just laser. This is fun. I mean, 200 on right now. Welcoming everyone. We had 600 at one point earlier. People getting back from dinner. Of course, different parts of the world. Europe's kind of middle of the night right now, so going to lose that part. But welcome in. Let us know where you're watching from. Been a fun day. Just going to see that trophy and the light glistening. All right, Minko, king 7 off. He's been active. I like to sit out here. You don't have to raise. Okay, that'll be short work of that hand. Nothing to see. Queen Jack would have been a close decision if Minko came in raising. Probably would have gotten involved. Maybe not, actually. All right, who do you think? Let's see if anyone's awake out there. Almost 200 on. Who do you got to win? I mean, Minko, how about this? Let's say who do you think will make it heads up out of those 3 other players? Because I think it's not a guarantee, but pretty safe we'll see Minko heads up. That's a strong possibility. The other 3, I would say, who wants to stamp the ticket to that match? But, of course, we know one thing could change. One hand, he doubles someone, and now they're even, and things happen fast. I just think Minko's so solid, so calculated. He's going to avoid big pots without a huge hand, separating himself as well. And Boyanovsky, what a dream that is on 11 blinds, ace-queen suited. That's certainly going to be all in. And Leandro is going to be frustrated to open after, hasn't really had a chance to be in first with Minko. And, yeah, Boyanovsky's never not going to raise. And I think he does not all in, but does basically commit raise. Some reasons merit to do that. If, like, for example, if Minko went all in and then he called the other guy, he could debate folding. That would be a very strong range from the player who opened off 20 bigs.
The raise was 700?
Yep.
Okay, we'll keep it rolling four-handed. No blood yet post-dinner. Rizzo went on 5th. Rizzo, very exciting to watch. Hopefully I'm seeing Rasty, man. The guy, I dragged him out here. I said, Rasty, you're in Brazil. Come to BSOP. Let's do some commentary. Let's fire some. He was in 7 bullets day 1 in the 10K, 50K Real. Did another 2 bullets in the 20. Played the 30. Did cash the 10 that I stone bubbled, and then he is in 1 bullet in the 50. And now 1 bullet in the 100. Reg is closed over there. So the rebuy period's over. If we can get a final tally from the booth. No, they've had a long day, but they're alert. Maybe it can, oh, I thought, so the rebuy period closed actually. So I don't know if that means can someone enter tomorrow? I don't know. I thought you could start the day tomorrow, but either way, that is closed from what I'm told for the rebuy period. If that would, does that make sense that you could re-enter or someone could join tomorrow but not re-enter? Gonna ask for word on that, but Ras did just text me that he's in for 1 bullet and the rebuy period is over. I love coconut water. I've had my fair share down here. I didn't realize who was involved in that, but one of my buddies actually is involved in that company. It's delicious. I have not seen it in the U.S. yet, but it's unbelievably good. Do you know what it stands for? Can I get word on that? They told me it's like live your best life, or it's like live. I don't know what it stands for. LYNV, is it? Live, something about that. So abbreviations about life and sort of like Pura Vida. Wow. Got a big coconut water update here that they're out the whole venue. That's actually great news for the company, bad news for me at the moment. But Akari actually turned down a box of coconut water. Went over to his offices here, beautiful offices in São Paulo, and there was actually on the floor, one of the floors there, they had the coconut water company, and I was there and I declined. I said, listen, I literally said there's so much at the venue. Why would I take a case over right now? And I like it cold anyway, but man, maybe I should have tucked that in my room for an emergency. I didn't realize it was that a hot commodity. It's a good lesson. That's like if someone owes you money and they're trying to pay you and they're like, I can pay you in, casino chips from this place. And you're like, nah, it's all right. I'll get you later. And then, it just doesn't happen. That's a good lesson. You always take payment when someone wants to pay you, and you always take your coconut water when it's offered. Yeah, the reg is closed. They're on break. Brian actually rolling around. You might even see him pop his head in the booth in 3, 2, 1. Rasty on command is in the booth. He just popped over here. He told me he's got 125 from 100K chips, and he's in the reg is closed. So that's what I'm told. I guess it was 100K starting stack. Did they just do it that way? Yeah, 125 from 100 starting. So good start. And there it is. All right, well. And now they're going to jam it there, take a little risk with the deuces. Does get it done. I like that. What are you going to do? You're going to min-raise, go post-flop, don't lug any flop really, just an aggressive pickup, but you also get once in a while in a weird spot where you're flipping but have the best of it and get to realize your equity and as a slight favorite. Or I like that play. Good decision making. That's the reality here. People are going to make pretty good decisions off this stack size. I don't think these guys are giving up too many incorrect pre-flop decisions. So see if we get some more post-flop action. Already that most interesting hand I'd say was the ace-10 hand from Minko and bluffing off the 3 and the flush draw that ran out pretty scary. And another ace-queen, but this time offsuit on the dealer button though, off a short stack. Still plenty to play, 16. Gonna want to raise, not all in. Min raise, I guess. A little over, he's taking his time.
1 million. 1 million.
1 million.
Or is he going for, is he just kind of going for the shove? This is interesting because if you do hook someone on with ace-10, ace-jack, king-queen, you could get him in a weird spot. Now this actually does just end it. And I think that's a function of Ruben being short too. He doesn't want to just min raise and let him call with a hand such as, you know, whatever, king-9 suited or these type of hands where he just denies equity. And again, there are some hands that are just going to call because they have to, that you're dominating. Interesting way to play that. A little less variance, but
every time there's like 3 hands left, it says 3 on the screen. Is that how it works?
Yes.
Okay.
3 hands.
Okay.
as it turns out, if he had min raised, it could have been a hand ace-3 to shove, or he probably would have at least called and they would have been dominating him. So, you know, that's the flip side of that play. Do not allow your opponent to get in there with some sort of inferior hands that you're dominating. But how many times is it going to be that ace-3 versus, you know, what about when he has 6-7 suited and you just let him call the min raise and have a chance to double through you? Like, are you really going to fold? I think for those reasons, I think it's better played the way he did. But I'm sure you'd hear from some players saying they think it's too good and he should be min raising. This is also not early stages of the tournament, right? This is ICM, big pay jumps, chip winning pots is huge versus early on trying to build chips. It's a little different.
Depois de entrar ITM dá mais time bank, porque antes dava tipo 6 na FT. Todo mundo bem apertado, sem ter tomado decisão em 20 segundos jogando por milhões. Então tá ficando bem apertado também, que aí falta 2 níveis ainda pra dar mais um. Eu acho que era uma boa mudar isso, os próximos. É, algo assim, mas tipo assim, eu acho que ninguém se incomodar de dar mais 6, porque na mesa final eu acho que tudo bem se as pessoas pensarem bastante assim. Eu acho que ninguém se importa muito, não tem mais questão de stall, não tem nenhum motivo para fazer nada assim.
Next turbo, Super Flop, os gladiatoram 1000, 2000, com Big Blind antes, 2000, tiras cartas. Informando a todos que está encerrado o período de entradas e reentradas no torneio.
The raise, 160 mil, 160.
Ace-5, Jack 10. He does get played back at here, and this is
380 mil, 380.
okay. I'm sorry. No, Ruben raised, and I was mistaken. Ruben was not as short as I thought, so I am a little surprised by that. Ruben is going to get it out of the way. Nice play again from Vladimir. Jack 10 off, not a traditional necessarily 3-bet hand, but also does block strong hands. Jacks, 10s, ace 10, ace jack, all those type of hands. So he is understanding forehand that Ruben's trying to get involved, trying to get in there opening when he is under the gun, first to act, and he's not really getting a lot of opportunities to play. So nice hand again. Vladimir just continuing to impress, continuing to make good choices, continuing to be spot on, and his timing's been good as well, which is, call that luck, call it skill. We do have a poll for you. Who will make it heads up? So they are going to say you could pick one of those players. Like I said, I would almost Vladimir. That's a safe choice. You could put the other one. Who are you going to say? I'm going to go with Leandro. Actually, so far 4 votes, and he's gotten 2 of them. But Minko, I think, is almost assumed. So I would have put maybe just who makes it heads up and not had Minko. But I guess I see what they're doing there. Yeah, so make your choices. You guys can let us know you're awake. 215 in there. We're growing. Had 600 on, which is crazy. It's more than we have subscribers on the channel. Remind you, this is day 5, if I'm not mistaken. Day 7 overall, the BSOP 5 of the stream. If that's right. Maybe it's 4 or 5. I think it is 5. So I believe we're 5 days in the channel. Already growing and hitting some big numbers. 100K going to be special. Did we get the final number or current number on the 100? And I think is it closed? Is that what that means? The rebuy is closed? Yeah, right. It's just closed. Do we have a final there? Should be over 40. The 500K Ri, how many we got? We're going to check that out. I think that's the one he's in. Okay. Okay, got it. I'm mistaken. I'm mistaken. That's the 100K reais. You're right. So he is in. Okay, so that is the amount of runners in the 100K reais. That's right. Ras said he was going to probably play that, and then he would either late reg tonight or tomorrow start at the max late reg in the 500K. That's his plan. So that checks out. It was confusing because 100K reais, and then that's the same as the 500K dollars conversion. So got it. The 20K. What he is in 6-9, ace 10 suited. Ace 10 suited in the big blind in the lead here. Boyanovsky getting a little bit short. And both players have the same stack effectively. And important pot, 6-9. No real equity here other than a 9 or a 6 that would jump him into the lead. He doesn't even know if that's good, but he has to believe so. 9 big blinds there. Ace 10 suited gonna. I don't think ace 10 suited on the deuce 4 deuce 7 board is going to be folding here. Just doing too well against too many hands. Boyanovsky may fall through on a club. He doesn't improve. And ace 10 suited, I mean, it's again hard to be hero calling, but it is also blind on blind and a capable player, and you have a very strong hand. Yep, he is in there. Let's see if we get a brick river, what happens. Ace 10, 6-9, less exciting. Any of the other cards, it is a battle. See if someone gets put to a tough decision here. And that is one of those, the 5, the offsuit 5 non-club. That's a pretty big brick, and 6-9 is sort of, it has a 6. 6-3 is a straight. Club doesn't come. I mean, this is not in a fun spot. You're out of position. You have 9 high. You surely can't win if you check. So I doubt he will be. Okay, that looks like a check and a check. It was a give up and gonna win it. Ace high, nice hand. Can't blame Felipe there. He did get himself to a river, and he just saw he got called twice there. I don't think I think that's part of his decision process is like, all right, am I getting ace high full? Didn't want to go all in. That was sort of his only move, I think. He couldn't really bet much less and try to shake some of those type of hands. And also as the big blind, he defended. Could have a wider hand, could have hit a 4, 7, a 5 there. Ace hit the wheel. Yeah, gave up the white flag and probably was a good give up. Sometimes you got to give up. I mean, it's fun to barrel your way out and you say, I got one of the worst hands I can have, I need to bet, but that's not always the case. Sometimes the chip saved is a chip earned and he's still in four-handed. Yeah, jacket on, jacket off. He's going through the looks.
Blind é 100 agora?
Eu sei, 50 mil 100 mil.
500.
Wait, what happened here? Is this an under the gun? Leandro getting involved, trying to make something happen with the 7-4 off.
That is 500.
And Felipe taking a stand, ace 10.
Like
Minko looks interested. I don't know if he's
200 behind.
Shout out to my man Miguel
can I ask to count?
in Miami. Had 600 on day. Kind of crazy considering we had literally
yeah,
zero.
but you have to stop the clock. It's a question. Because like I have a right to know.
205.
Yeah, I call all in, all in, all in.
We got ace queen. He has jacks or something. He's got to have a decent hand. Don't see yet. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna ask Jack. I'm gonna guess jacks. Jacks or nines, my guess. Oh, was he said all in and then? Oh wow. So he's behind. Ace 10 gets slightly the best of it. So Minko just realizing that the ranges are wide there and he's a suited ace 9. So yeah, this is dream scenario for the ace 10, slightly pipping. Also has a spade. It's ace 9 off too.
I'll take that.
And 5-8 deuce ace 9's got some running straight. Needs a 9 3-4 chops. Running board pair chops, but needs some help. Ace 10 way ahead. There is the victory check mark on the turn. First misstep for Minko.
705.
So
but
wait,
not a big hit to his stack.
Oh, just
oh yeah, the blinds are already. Yeah, total 700
and 5.
I will give you these. That's 500 and 7.5.
Oh, the 500K. Oh, the 100K. Okay, yeah. The 100K. I'm confused. So hold on. Can you guys straighten me out in the booth here? Is the 500K even underway right now, or no? Is that starting tomorrow? I think I got myself confused. Is that can you clarify that? The 100K is going. Yes, I know, and the reg is closed. But is the 500K also registering, or does that start tomorrow? That's what I want to know.
The small, full, bigger.
I'll be honest. I'm having it's actually very confusing in the American sense, or just like, because all the stuff is like exactly this. It's like a 500K, unless you say the 500K. I guess you just go with the big number, and then you just know what you're talking about. Because if you say 100K and there is a 500, it's confusing. If you say a 50K and there's a 250K, you know, it's a little bit you have to always be guessing. Like even Ras was texting me and I was confused. I thought he meant he was in the thing. So I am now officially a little bit confused. But I know that for sure there is a 100K, which is 20K US roughly, that is going on. That I know.
$1 million.
Leap raise, 1 million, who bet fold? Large, fold. For the fold, leap, yeah.
All right, so 500K starts tomorrow. We're on the same page now. We're good, and these guys are battling. This is a four-handed absolute battle. No one is going anywhere at the moment. Okay, we keep on going. All right, Minko on the puck, on the button, king 10 off, and we know he is playing. I think at some point, he's getting to be in a spot where he can start shoving some hands if he has two players sub 15, 12 blinds in spots, knows people don't want to call off. All right, well, there it is. Ask and receive. I don't know the exact stacks at the moment and the big, but he's shoving on 12, and this is the exact reason you do it, because you put a hand like this in a very tricky spot, especially in the small blind. One thing if it's ace-4 suit in the big blind, but here you got to think, this is the thing. You're either dominated or you're against a hand like this. What if he has 5s? What if he has 7s, 6s? He would play like this. He's going to shove king-queen. You're not even doing that well. And he's still got that green card to see. They do see on delay, but looks like they haven't used that. And that might be interesting for him to check that. I think he is going to fold. Yeah, it's just too much to call off there for that type of scenario. You're not really dominating anything. And you are dominated sometimes. And when you are against the king 10, king jack, king queen, jack 10, jack queen, it's not quite enough, I think, to ICM-wise risk it. So.
Da esquerda para a direita.
Sim, pode ser sem gás, por favor.
Troco. Zero. Change the dealer. Thank you. Obrigado.
Obrigado.
Okay, got a dealer change.
Good evening. Good work, everyone. Bom jogo a todos.
Obrigado.
Parabéns pelo final.
Obrigado.
Seguem 50.000, 100.000, 50,000, 100,000. Transmissão na escuta. Vladimir.
8-9 for Minko, debating to come in, and he is. Says this is enough. I got a big enough lead. All right, ace-8 wakes up, says that's enough. Going to take a stand here. Going to have good timing, at least against the opener. And Minko going to be double checking. Making sure he doesn't have 9s or 8s somehow. He saw his hand. So we'll get out of the way. Okay, 4-handed play. 4 of 40, final 10%. 6 of 40 cash, so 15%. Payouts get up on the screen in a little bit. First place, it's a lot of reais. Benny for T6i letting us know. Thank you, that's correct. You are absolutely right. Ruben Lopez, he is having himself a solid series here. Trying to put a little icing on that. Got heads up. Only one place better you can do than that here.
Always show, always. Tilt value. Somebody's. Maybe my tilt value, maybe your tilt value.
Okay. All right, Minko's down. And a walk. Looks like a nice little walk. That's good news for shorter stack player. Not many walks Minko's going to give. That must have been a real rag. Didn't get to see that one. But we can assume. King 9, King 6 suited. Queen Jack, King 9 suited now. Small or under the gun versus the big blind of Queen Jack, and Felipe is interested against Ruben. Pretty fair fight here. Ruben got in a few times, opening a little bit wide. Ace-5 os, King 9. Here we go. Another situation where neither player smokes the flop. King 9 has 2 overs, no backdoor flush draw. Queen Jack suit offsuit. Also does not love this flop. Ruben has a bit of a decision here. I think he's got a bet. I mean, he's got King High. He doesn't want to give up the lead in the hand. I would think that, but he does. And then kind of knowing that he does still beat some big blind hands, so I can see checking back. I think I prefer a bet, but he also, player profile, Boyanovsky knows is aggressive, and I think it's reasonable to check. It's reasonable, but I would expect more ace highs to check back, some weaker king highs to maybe bet, but maybe doesn't think he's going to fold a king jack, king 10, king queen anyway if he has those hands. And now with a 9, does have a part of the straight draw. Two draws out there. He is checking. And it's a 3. So every player misses. Queen jack off has a diamond. Does he want to try to bluff ace high, king high here? Does he get ace high to fold? Does he tell a story? You know, like he could have a flush. It's possible he doesn't bet the turn, though. Probably would bet the turn with the flush draw would be my guess on that board when the player checks on the flop. So that's part of his problem. And I think, I mean, he's kind of given up by checking. He did check. I think king 9 is thinking he probably does. King 9 is thinking he doesn't win here. That's what he's thinking. My opponent has some showdown. I don't know. I guess we just see is it still hand on. Did he check or? Let's see what happened. I guess that's what happened. Was it check, or is he still thinking? I guess it was check. Yeah, they table the hands. There we go. Gonna win that pot. Kind of a funny one, right? Bojanowski literally has like the only hand there that he beats that is queen high, like in that exact board. It's a pretty ugly board for king 9 suited.
Bota quantas mãos pro intervalo aí pra mim já?
Pergunta pro Gordão, por favor.
Depois eu pergunto.
Eu não sei a cada
no final desse nível, né?
Vocês vão fazer intervalo.
Intervalinho de 5 minutos aí no final, tá bom?
Podemos combinar, se tá apertado. No final desse nível?
Pode ser, vamos combinar. No final desse nível aí.
Nice.
All in.
Vladimir raises on Fuga, folds, easy, folds, Ruby, folds, Vladimir wins the pot. Oi. Já trocou. Obrigado.
All right, still cooking here. Been a relatively quiet post dinner. We did see that Jack 3 suited hand develop where it's bottom pair and a flush draw versus ace 10 of diamonds, and Minko took the initiative. He bet the flop, then he raised Boykin's turn bet and then followed through on the river with ace high. Got the 6 was a straight, it's a 4-liner, and he did bluff off the pair of 3s, and pretty unfortunate run out for Boykin there, who had the pair and flush draw versus just a naked ace high, and not all players are gonna take that line, so that was a little unfortunate for him.
ICM for poor people, man.
You don't want to see?
Poor people. Whatever.
Es bonito, ¿no?
Bonito.
If you all in, ay.
Oh, too much. 17 bigs.
Drunk gamble. If drunk gamble, it's okay.
Yeah, he's saying he would have had a tough decision, but yeah, queen high for 17. Minko's not calling there. Does get to win that pot, and he was not going to be folding to a raise, so we will keeping on here. 4-handed, nothing given away from anyone. This is a very, very high level of play as we are seeing these guys battle it out. Have we seen a female in the high roller? I don't think so yet here. That's one thing. Brazil does have some talented female players, but haven't seen any take part in the event right now. And ace queen, I think it's his 3rd time 4-handed ace queen for Bojanowski.
800.
And he is going to raise, basically committing all in. It's interesting he's taking this line with these hands. He hasn't really like min raised or 2.5 or 3x. He's just sort of like committed raised all in, which a little interesting to carry. I mean, curious about it. And this is actually one of the exact hands that he gets a problem with. And if Minko is getting rid of ace jack here, then it's definitely not good. If he isn't, I'm curious. Oh wow, so it is going to work for
was on time.
Boyanovsky's gonna call, and he's gonna love it. He can't believe it. He actually can't believe he actually had the ace jack or ace queen here when he has ace jack. That's one of the few, like, he expects probably him min raising that strong of a hand. So it's like, I think he thinks to be flipping or king queen or ace 10. And let's see if this can shake up the chip counts here a little bit. This would really change things, change the dominant lead. Ooh, there is the queen as well. He's got the spades covered. That is as good a flop as you can see for ace queen, ace jack, as he's going to need running jacks, basically, or running king 10. Goes from 2 to 5%. No hope to Bob Hope. Oh my goodness, that was
the wrong grid.
About as spicy as it gets. The jack turned into paint sweat on the river. So yeah, big moment there for Boyanovsky, man. His strategy worked out. Got a hand. I'd love to. I see Yuri over in the Portuguese stream. Wonder what he thinks on this type of just all in instead of raising off that strong of a hand. But there is that part of it too. So one of the benefits is you don't allow a hand to come in and flat that has like equity. You also do kind of trap in a few slightly worse hands that just can't really fold, like an ace jack specifically. You know, if the player has ace king, you're still not folding.
Sorry. Yeah,
so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I like it. I think I do like it. It's not super conventional, but it gets the job done.
Okay, I should have learned my lesson already. Didn't learn it yet.
A little bit of a hiccup for Minko, and the other remaining players aren't thrilled either. They'd love to see a pay jump, get down to three-handed. It does even things out though, so does sort of condense the chip stacks. See if Minko gets right back on the horse. He's got a playable hand here, and Ruben has ace 3, going to fold. He's opened some weakish hands, and another king 10, this time suited for Minko. He's got 34 big blinds.
All in.
And he is just going to rip it in. Wow. I mean, I guess now he's shoving on 14. He takes away the play from queen jack, and 27. So a interesting shove there too. Very interesting. All right, we're going to keep it rolling here. Keep it going four-handed for you. Ace 10 suited for Minko. He's gotten a lot of playable hands. They're just getting a little bit of trouble there. Still 40 plus big blinds. Ooh, suited queen jack for Ruben here. 15 blinds. Very fair fight. This is quite a PLO hand. Ace 10 of clubs, queen jack of diamonds.
All in.
Wow.
How much?
All in.
How much in blinds is this? 15? I think he's got a call. I mean, it's close. He also knows that his players are going to shove a little wider against him, but that's a problem. Even this hand, you're not doing fantastic against. You're running into some flips. You're ahead of a few hands.
640.
Call.
Call.
Oh, he's going to call. All right. Here we go. This is either going to be a big swing where we'll see us so even all four players, or we'll see Vladimir knock a player out and we'll get back to his kind of comfortable lead. So mega moment in this tournament for everyone involved. And Minko knows that's his heart rate's at 60. He's kind of he's sweating a little bit now, seeing that things could change for him, and that is a fantastic flop. 2 clubs now, takes away 2 outs. The queen or jack diamonds doesn't have runner flush, so he needs a queen or jack that can't be a club. So 4 outs, 2 to come. You can see a really bad flop for him. That is not going to be it. Now he needs 4 outs, 1 to come about 10% of the time, or we will move to the podium.
Club.
Ooh, clean. Knockout. That is going to do it. Takes us to 3. Ruben's going to settle for a second and a third on some of the big buy-ins, and we are going to be taking a break. Players can use the restroom. We'll be back in about 5.
Oof, tome 3.
We get a trophy. We get a trophy. Let's go.
This is America. This is South America. This is Brazil. My dear poker fans all around the world, if you're used to watching or playing and have never been to Brazil to do that, you are the one we were looking for. Yep, that's correct. We were looking for you so we could introduce a little bit about this country and see if it makes you come and visit. No bluffing, only arguments on the table. First of all, we tend to organize events in a very special way. Second, the prizes of the tournaments and the quality of the players on our field has never been so high. Third, you have lots of beautiful places to spend your prize money on. Okay, so that was the flop. Let's head for the turn. Fourth argument, we've created the caipirinha. And I know it's not the best argument, but trust me, that works for every discussion when you're Brazilian. And the grand finale, the pot winner river, and our fifth and final reason for you to come and check BSOP with your own hands. We've tailored and made the best experience possible for the ones who love the sport. Beautiful places and landscapes, best prizes and players, an unforgettable atmosphere you won't find elsewhere, and of course, the best hospitality you will find on the circuit. BSOP 2025 invites you all to be here in 2026, and welcome.
What a flop here.
This is a great hand, yeah, like I said, to like B50 and like maybe sometimes just do something totally insane versus a check raise.
This could be a really big pot. It's against dealer and big blind on the 6-7 deuce check raising here. Bunch of draws, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9. I like raising here.
Large sizes like clear up the ranges quite a bit. Now that said, going large when your opponent has kings probably works out quite well. Some of it depends on the river size, like versus some sizes, Kelvin can still be beating some value.
Oh. Queen Jack, King Jack, good spot for Rizzo.
Yeah, it's something I put some thought into at some point. And, you know, you're not like, there's not like an Oreo cookie tell, you know what I'm saying? But it's like.
Top pair, I didn't see the Pedro actually had the king high flush draw. So second up flush draw, paired board over. No, that's good. If you have that wild card as your in your repertoire, it is tougher.
Where it's like, I will not be pushed around, you know? Like, yeah, okay, man.
Wow, what a turn here. He's still telling the story.
He got stiffed. Let's just be, I mean, he got straight up screwed on this card. This was.
Just a dud, just a Dudley deuce.
Queen Jack is going to win this hand somehow. After flop action and leading turn and getting called in 2 spots, he's calling.
He's got a super strong.
I mean, I guess, and Pedro can't call. Yeah, he snap folds. I mean, I guess Pedro could find a weird bluff if he somehow.
That's what I thought. I thought it was on him, but.
Oh my goodness! And jacks, what is going on?
Meu Deus do céu.
Quase morreu no coração.
Tudo doidado! Bum, bum, bum! Corta pra mim, Bolota! Vamos, Bolota!
All right, looks like we've got an all-in and call ace-king versus pocket 9, so very classic coin flip. You gotta win coin flips if you want to win tournaments. So far, the 9s are holding, but ace-king looking for an ace, a king, or a jack. The river is a 7, so 9s are gonna hold. Really taking his time here on the decision.
It will be all in anyway, yeah?
All in call.
You still have this. How do you know? Just move.
Ooh, flop is king 8-8, so Rodrigo pulls ahead and full house on the turn.
Almost chopped.
Good luck, guys.
Good game.
And fun. Hug.
Seat open.
Hug.
If he does re-enter, will he get drawn back to this table?
Yeah.
There's a shot of Cabral, who does look like he is re-entering. Made a mad dash over to draw his seat. And he's back. Before any of you guys even had a chance to answer whether you wanted to see him back here.
Excuse me, registration open tomorrow? Then there is no other way. For Vladimir Vladimirovich, the quick learner,
Just put the cards in.
it will be all in anyway.
Okay.
169. Okay, let's do that.
Is down another bullet. I mean, I don't know if he was in for multiple bullets before he got moved to the feature table, but that is his second since he's been at the feature table.
Welcome back, everyone. Jeff Gross here. We are at the final table. We just lost a player. Takes us down to 3. Going to play to a champion today, the commanding lead for Vladimir Minko. He is going to continue that reign after a little setback. A double up for Felipe, as we will play three-handed. We are going to see a winner today, and we're going to jump into the 500K. That is tomorrow. That is a record field buy-in. And we don't know how many we'll get, but we're estimating 30 or so. And today in the on the side there's 100K as well that Rast did hop in. He was in the booth today with Maria Ho, and I will be finishing it out today with you. And, of course, some of the best players in the world here at this final table, the best in Brazil, but also the world. So let's go ahead and jump back to the action. Let's see who's going to finish it off and take the title today. Short restroom break. They just, they had to go. Sometimes you don't play to the end of the level. They lost a player. They're down to 3. Could be some deal making. I am going to ask the staff here. I'm not sure on the exact answer. That is different at all series. For example, the World Series of Poker does not facilitate deal making. I am not sure if they do that here at the BSOP or if that's up to the players if they do want to make a deal. I'm not aware of any deal being made, and they will continue to play, and we will go ahead and get the action underway here as we are three-handed. And again, some of the best to do it we get to see as it's fun. Everyone kind of at their own little section of the table in the middle, and then the ends. Let's see who's going to make it heads up. Let's see who gets to take this title. And again, so many of these players have won titles in their careers, but it's a little special when it's on your home soil, 2 of those 3 being Brazilian. Vladimir trying to disrupt that party for the Brazilians, but he is the leader, so he is in control at the moment.
BV raises 200,000.
All right, well, this is a problematic ace-9, ace-10, and off of the stack size, I guess, yeah, a little too much. And he's in the small blind, sorry, not the big blind. So this is up to now Leonardo, who is actually going to call. I would consider this to be a little bit of a mistake. Yes, it's a great price, but you're dominated so often, it's not suited. This is a really bad hand. Even when you hit your jack, you're not necessarily going to get to realize your equity or get to the river. So I'm a bit surprised by that. And that is a flop if I've ever seen one. 9, 9, 10. Ace 9, ace 10. The kicker here, though, is that Jack 6 came in. So that is going to be a much different situation if you're heads up and it's 10, 9, 9. Much different than if it's three-way. So, yes, the big blind gets out of the way, but there's 2 more extra cards that you have to realize that you're up against, and that makes it a little bit more of a consideration. But I'll tell you what, if this gets raised here, a lot of draws there, and I think Felipe may want to raise if you're him. It's just like you're against, if you're going to raise Jack 8, Jack Queen, flush draws potentially, overs and a flush draw against a 10. I think he's could flat or could raise. He does just call, so this is like there's a reason to raise. This hand is now, I mean, that was literally like the biggest action killer to ace 10, the spade and over, and ace 9 even not going to love this, losing to certain hands too. Jack Queen, it's actually like the king of spades or 8 of spades is literally like the biggest killer in the whole deck. Any spade, kind of 7, Jack, Queen, King. 7, 8, Jack, Queen, King of spades would be, I would say, though. And Vladimir, though, also has a path to win. So now he's got the ace of spades. So this is still very interesting, and he is going to check, though. Ace 9. Again, just doesn't love this card. And it's a small blind flat as well. So that is a stronger hand. That's not against the button. He's going to have suited hands. He's going to have pairs. He also does just have 8s. He has 7s. And he is going to bet. And I like this because if you are up against the flush on a paired board, probably don't get raised. Depending then what the river is, if you get called, you can decide. And it's going to be hard to bet a lot of rivers. So this is actually it's a nice bet, even though it is a really poor turn for your hands. And Vladimir, with the spade. Ace of spades, key card. Gonna go back, take a deliberate look at his hand. Make sure that he's got that ace of spade working, it's not the club.
All in.
Wow. I mean, wow. So, you know, you're gonna get to fold maybe a king here sometimes, but do you get the 9 to fold? Wow. This is just psychotic. This is just absolutely insane. Just turning your hand into a bluff, and now if you're Boyanovsky, he calls. He does call. Realizing that, yeah, his opponent could have some hand like this or ace-jack with a spade, and we are all in and a call. Big moment here. Leonardo is looking for a knockout here. A spade, a 10. Spade or a 10 or ace-9 is going to win a massive pot. And that is a jack. That is safe. Safe. What a hand. What a hand. And a bit of a cooler flop anyway. Could have been different, though, how it played out. I mean, he went and took a aggressive maneuver and ran into it. Pretty sick run out all around. That's a big double. A little surprised by the Jack-6 flat, honestly. I just think that's really surprised, actually. But again, he's played very well. So hey, everyone, we don't have to agree on every hand. All right, lost some of you guys at the break. We're back to 175. Let's see who gets heads up. You can see Minko had the lead out of a lot of votes there. People engaged there late night. That was quite a spicy flop and run out and play. Minko kind of turned his hand into a bluff, semi-bluff. Had the ace of spades and probably thinks he could make a king fold.
Rubem finaliza agora essa nossa final table em quarto lugar e quero te perguntar em relação à sua jornada até aqui, porque você está desde o início do campeonato, a gente viu em outras final table também, então queria entender como que é a sua perspectiva até o momento do seu desempenho.
Tem sido absolutamente excelente, muito acima da expectativa que eu tinha antes de ir para aqui, apesar de querermos sempre ganhar e ganhar o máximo possível, ter feito 2 mesas finais em 2 torneios mais caros que joguei, um deles o mais caro que joguei e vou jogar, foi mesmo muito positivo.
Amanhã eu te vejo no 500K?
Não.
Não? Bom, então foi maravilhoso conversar com você e voltamos com a mesa final.
Yeah, it's interesting. He says no way. Just got third in the 50K, which is, yes, half the buy-in. He also got second in another one, so he's definitely winning a bunch, but just interesting kind of insight into what we can expect. As we see an all-in here, Jack-3 and King-Jack. Boyanovsky looking to take out his fellow countryman as he shoves and gets called dominating here. King-Jack suited, a pretty-looking hand versus the Jack-3 off. About a pretty big favorite in terms of heads-up equity. You can see 77%. And just kind of may take down my prediction on numbers. If our second and third place in Big Buy-In isn't going to register, then maybe we won't get quite as much. There's the 3! Look at that. King-Jack suited to Jack-3 off, and a 3 has spiked. Boyanovsky can't breathe, as that is quite a hit. The Jack! The Jack, and now Jackson 3s. It's not the King. He still needs help, but there are cards that could help him.
Split, yeah.
6 would split, and the deuce is safe. Wow. We're going to go on 3-handed. That is a silly run out and a crazy spot. You know, you play all day. You have to battle these spots, make tough decisions, but get put in crazy spots. All of a sudden, you're just all in for a knockout 3-handed, and you have a guy in dead to rights, basically, and he hits the little innocuous 3.
Vala 3, vala rei, bateu meu 3.
Wow. There you have it. What a moment there that is.
Tenho 10 blind, small, chovei vala 3, ele pulou com vala rei e bateu 3.
130, perfeito. 1.130.000. and the button.
How much was the jam?
1130.
130.
Okay, so some clarification on deal making. It is allowed. It is forfeiting the points for the rankings, which is obviously not ideal for the players. There is bonuses and incentive to not do that, and 10% needs to be left to play for. So, depending how much it is, you're already still leaving 10 to play for. You're giving up your points, and I don't know. I mean, again, some of the guys that might know each other could always do it on the side. That's not a big deal. One of the reasons you want to do it at the facility, the venue, is that it's just automatically done. You don't have to worry about breaking it up and taxes and other things. You just kind of have it cleanly awarded. But hey, if you're really good buddy, you're like, hey, let's do a saver, or let's do something, or maybe all three know each other for it. That's possible. But in terms of that is the explanation on that. If you want to do a deal, how it works.
Had the 7.
9 of hearts.
Dangerous.
7 of spades. Easy. No botão. Vladimir small blind. Kruger big
Okay,
blind.
three-handed. We were close to heads up. Almost lost.
It's more of Austrian joke, sorry.
Players right back as
Austrian
we see the chip
joke.
counts. It's fairly even. 4.4
like they have a
million
thing with the 7 on the river all the time.
for
you know?
Boykin.
Oh, yeah? No, I'm not aware.
Yeah.
3.2 million now for
PV essa
Minko.
saiu do
23 blinds, 2.4 million for our player who just doubled. Leandro.
PV raises 200,000. Vladimir.
$700.
Raises to 700,000. 700 mil.
180 you staying up with us at night, seeing some kings. Look at that. Double, get it in, drawing in, and then get kings on the puck. Talk about a resurgence. And Minko now 3-betting right into top of range for Felipe. After he took a nasty hit, this is a nice hand to rebound with. Sorry, it's not Leandro's kings. Felipe has the king, so gonna 3-bet and probably just face a very small
1.3.
4-bet.
1.3.
1,300,000 raise. 1,300,000.
9-10 suited, what a pretty hand. 600K, getting a good price, but this is not as he wanted to see it go. And it's super tight now between Leandro and Minko. And Boykin now getting to do the heavy lifting. Nice for him to start with a nice hand in this
Small blind, PV, big blind.
battle. So he's been fighting. We saw Medi make a great call against his bluff in the, I believe, 100K to start. Maybe it was a 150K actually that Medi won. It was the 100K, 20K. I'm not sure now. Someone could refresh me, but Medi made an excellent call, and he is tough. This guy puts pressure on. Not a pushover. And small blind this time, 3-deuce off. Going to give the walk. No one with anything there. 3-handed poker, much different than 9 or 8-handed. You got to play more hands. The ranges change. A hand it might not be even playable. 8-handed is a open here, or even a favorite. Maybe the best hand can expect to be the best hand. So range is completely different. Something to keep in mind. Okay, ace deuce off. Gonna come for the open. Queen 10 suited, small blind. Felipe is covering and maybe wants to just get aggressive here. Also by being aggressive or shoving with the two other similar stacks. Yeah, is gonna put some hands like King Jack or King Queen, even if some better hands like Ace 10 probably would be close, but this is why a hand like this is good to shove. You get better hands to fold, and yeah, nice shove there.
PV no botão, ladinho small blind, fuga, big blind.
Got all the right moves in all the right spots. That's what the great players seem to have. Just seems like it just works. They step out or make a move or.
PV raises all in. Vladimir folds, fuga folds, PV is the pot.
All right, new chip leader. There's a new sheriff in town, a new man with a plan. This is a completely different game now.
60,000.
Não, eu acabei de chovar o botão.
Says two more hands, no? It's already next level?
Yes.
But it's weird because it says two more hands. I mean, it's good for me, but...
Subimos. Vou entregar. One more time bank for each one of you.
So, blinds up.
Blinds up, 60, 120. Subiu. Subiu. Pode. Vladimir on the button.
All right, so a 50 blind stack for Felipe, 13 blinds for Leandro, and 19 for Minko. So again, things really kicking up here. Has about is more than the other two players combined.
You have like 6 million? Felipe.
I'm counting.
6?
Yeah. É 160 agora? 120, né?
120. 60, 120. Fuga. Fogo.
Okay. Boyanovsky showing us what he does when he's got the gun here. He is going to go ahead and rip it in on Minko. 7-5 off. That is a bit wide. Just not wasting time.
Vladimir, small blind, fuga, big blind.
Blind.
Yeah, so he gets to shove even wider, knowing that Minko does not want to call off and risk the difference between third and second without a decent hand. And even when he has like somehow ace queen or ace jack or a calling hand, you know, other than like 8s plus there, it's like pretty good situation. I would like to see the payouts. I didn't actually see If I get that message to put up on the screen to see what the jumps are at this exact moment. I know it's a lot of reais. And king 3 off. Is he just gonna keep on going here? Oh, so he's not gonna shove, but he's gonna raise.
Raises para 240.
Yeah, that big king. You want to have the big cards here. And look at this small blind. Vladimir Minko gonna wake up with the absolute goods.
$1.1.
So he's actually going to raise not all in. It's that strong, three-handed this spot.
Fuga, fold, PV, fold, revenue, and the pot.
It's an important pot. Nice timing there for him.
Fuga, small blind, 60 mil, PV, 120 mil, big blind, 120 mil, big blind, 20.
Okay, we are still going here. Three-handed poker. We are going to keep it rolling, and we are in the most exciting part of the final table, three-handed play, and players that are willing to risk it all, and that is a real hand, a wired pair of jacks. That is an unreal holding in the small blind. Let's see if he can limp or what he's going to come with here. Leandro did shove jack 3 offsuit. He does have 11 blinds, so I'm curious what he does. I think he might limp. That would be a very nice play. And he's going to do it. So he's got some moves. Does limp in, and this is the one, the big blind, one of the worst hands you can have. Definitely could shoot it up to 3 blinds, 2.5, 3.5. Probably not 3.5, maybe 2.5 or 3 if he bites. And let's just check back. Look at the spidey senses from Felipe. He doesn't even go for it. He's like, hey, this guy's shoving jack 3 off. He must have something, and he did snuff it out. He picks up a gut shot as we see jacks love the board. No over. Blind on blind. Going to have a very special guest in here in a moment, as I'm sure he knows these players extremely well. I do not know Leandro as well. Felipe I have some experience with, and I know a little bit more about his game. In this particular case, does he want to raise the gut shot? Does he just call? Can't fold just yet. Does have a diamond working too, which is no good. All right, well, the 3. This is going to put a little more interest into Felipe's consideration, although jacks, the board starts getting a little more scary. Got 2 flush draws, some straight draws. And he does check. Wow, I mean, this guy's got some creativity. It goes check, check. 5 of diamonds rolls off. All right, 2 jacks. At some point, you got to do your own betting, I think. The jack of diamonds is in his hand. He was looking for a bear trap. He's not going to get, well, there's some chance. I mean, this is actually, with the 6-3 and a diamond here, does have a pair. Hard to make a pair. It's, I think what comes, I think Felipe's figured out he has a pretty good hand, or he could definitely have a strong hand. He's also wondering ace-king or ace-queen with 1 diamond. Would he just shove that, though, pre-flop, or is he going to play it the same way? Because that is what he is realizing he can beat, is a hand like a 1 diamond hand. You know, as a chip leader, you like to be the one being aggressive. You get to shove people pre. He's getting put in a tough spot, and Leandro's done a good job. He is going to call, and what a hand. Jacks does set the trap and hold up. What a what a play from Leandro. And if you're Felipe, you're fuming. You just had this player all in. King Jack suited to Jack 3 off. Would have been heads up, dominating lead. And now he gets to kind of trap you into a hand, plays it well, and gets a double. So, I mean, this is I'm going to be asking our guests about this particular player because well, when I say a guest, I didn't want to ruin the surprise. You didn't have to wait long, but this is a man, Yuri Martins here, who is the all-time leader in Brazilian poker. I mean, #1 in the whole country in the history of poker, 8 million plus in live earnings. He's been a guest on the podcast. He's been around for a long time, and he plays all the mixed games. Brian Rast was singing your praises, and I know it didn't work out for you today, but you did, you're in there. You're battling. You'll play the 100K tomorrow, the 500K Real, I assume?
Yeah, I will play.
Nice. What's your guess for total entrance on that?
It's hard. I would say 30-something, like 32.
30. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's about right. I think that's a good guess. And tell me about these players here. Who have you played the most with? Who are you most familiar with the game of these three?
Last year, Leandro won this tournament, and I got second. So,
okay.
Yeah.
So pretty familiar.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm pretty familiar with Leandro. Lipipiv, I mean, he's one of the best players in Brazil, for sure. He was one of the best in the cash game, then he moved to the tournaments, and he's one of the best in tournaments. So, yeah, a friend of mine and a very good player.
I got to say that Leandro did a couple things. There was a few things that, he shoves Jack 3 off blind on blind. It's not insane. He gets lucky, obviously. I saw him complete with Jack 6 off in a spot that I thought was a clear fold. Obviously, he's playing very well. He knows what he's doing, and you say he's won major events, so he knows how to win. What is his game like? Is he more aggressive? How is he viewed in the Brazilian community?
Yeah, it's interesting because he's an aggressive player, but I think he cares a lot about the title and about this tournament. So I think he gives a lot of value for his chips, so last year he was playing aggressively on the first day, but on the final table he played tighter, and yeah, but today I don't know, he was playing tighter and then he decided to jam the Jack 3 off, so we never know.
Yeah, and also the Jack 6 off he completed when there was a raise and a call, and I was a little surprised by that, but yeah, I mean he obviously has some tricks. He knows how to trap. He knows what he's doing. He seems to play very well from what I've seen overall, and of course at this level to make it this far, that's generally the case. And he has won several titles. Is he a full-on professional, or is he?
No. Leandro?
Yeah.
No, Leandro, no. He's not. He's a recreational poker player. And Vladimir is also one of the best players in the world online.
Yeah.
Very young, from the young generation, but he's one of the best for sure.
Yeah, I see him on the GG Millions frequently. Let's take it back to the action. I know we are going to be chatting with Yuri. I think we don't have that long. He was just on the BSOP Millions, the official channel. Obviously speaks Portuguese, Brazilian, and pretty excited to have you for our sort of kickoff of the BSOP English. Not a lot of U.S. or American players in the field. We're hoping to expand that. I think that's not as much information. People aren't as aware about that, and that's something that hoping we're to accomplish. Had over 600 today, only a few days in the stream, so pretty cool that that's growing. And of course, Yuri speaks both English and Portuguese and plays. I mean, you play every game. You play all poker games, or the mixed games. What's your favorite outside of No Limit?
I mean, I don't play all the games. I know, especially the Vegas games. They have a lot of hybrid games that I don't know how to play. But the standard poker games, I like them all for sure. And I don't know which one I prefer. I would say it depends on the moment. Right now, maybe the draw games. Maybe, I don't know. But I love No Limit Hold'em.
What about PLO? 4 and 5 card. Do you play 5 at all?
No, I don't play 5 card. Just high-low, the big O I play, but
that's a fun game. That's a great game.
It is indeed, yeah.
It's a little better online though, because live it's so slow. So, got a question in the chat, Yuri. Besides the 500K tomorrow, what other tournaments will you be playing in here? From Rodrigo Souza, 5624. What have you decided to play?
Yeah, just the 500 for me, and I played all the high roller series, and then my last tournament will be this one, the 100K or 500K reais.
And you won't. So you're not playing them 30,000 reais main
I
event.
wish, but I will go back home and spend the week with family. We're gonna travel on the Thanksgiving week. Because now I'm almost American. I live in the U.S. So.
Is your wife American?
No, she's Brazilian.
Okay, but you're in the Thanksgiving festivities.
Yeah.
There you go.
We have to embrace the culture.
I love it. I love it. Now I would say this all the time, but my minha esposa brasileira. I am so happy. I love the Brazilian culture. I'm like, to have my boys be 50% Brazilian is like, it's amazing. I couldn't have asked for a better country to kind of commingle with. So it's amazing. Super happy about that. You have 2 kids or one? One. That's right. Jack 5 and Ace King. So Ace King getting out flopped. Jack 5 is in the lead. Scary board. Ace King not in love with this board either, but does have some things working. Blocks King 10, has a 10 for the nuts. Ace or King probably good in his mind. So he's going to check. Take his equity. Does brick out. Jack 5's got a check mark on the hands. Probably going to get to showdown as played. There's only 6 blinds in the middle. You like to see a blocker bet here or just check? Probably going to bet something.
Yeah, I think we can have 2 sizes here. One very big sizing because he's the only one with the nuts here, and also a smaller sizing. Put some hands like this.
515,000.
Yeah, so he bets what, 2/3, six, or almost. It was 7 blinds. He bets 3. So
a little more, right? 515. So he bet 4 point something into. It's almost pot.
I thought it was 6.7 blinds on the pot on the turn, but maybe you're right. It's the 5. How much he bet?
Yeah. I think he could go for one medium sizing and one really big one, but yeah, it's fine. Like Jack is probably good enough to go for a pot in terms of equity.
Yeah.
So you can construct your strategy with a lot of sizings. I was just saying what I would do, but
yeah.
Maybe you can have one 25% bet and one pot. It's fine.
You got it.
So Leandro, although he's a strong rec. I mean, he's strong business, non-full-time professional, but obviously he's won some major tournaments, which is impressive. So he's got some game.
Yeah.
Got great posture. He just looks the part. Looks serious, and you said he's into it. He wants the titles, and
exactly. Yeah.
He's battling. We got a new dealer in there. Bruno Risi joins us. The staff's been an excellent. I mean, tell me about your experience in the BSOP as 20 years now, almost going. How many years have you played, and how has it progressed in your mind?
Wow, my first BSOP was in 2011, I think, something like that. And it's just incredible where everything they achieved and where they are right now is something amazing. The structure of the high rollers, the staff, the food is incredible, just incredible.
My friend, so I've only seen maybe 4 Americans, or people at least that I know are Americans. Rast is here. I have a friend, Dan, who came from Miami, and his feedback instantly was like, this is the best thing I've ever seen. Now, he's not going everywhere. He's been to World Series, he's been to Bahamas, he's been to some places around. He literally was like, exactly that. The food's amazing, the staff's friendly, the people are friendly. Everything just is done world class. The food available. It really does. I was here 7 years ago. Even the lighting, the touches, the design. It just seems like it really worked out well. That how the management and what changed. They are poker players. They understand what the players want. They know what they're doing. They understand how to run a good tournament. They know how to do just kind of got everything right, which is awesome. And I think it's crazy. Ooh, we see a shove here. Okay, they say that should do it, but what's great is that there's so much room to grow, because the USA, when I talk to a few friends at home, I'm at the BSOP. What's the BSOP? That's good news. If people don't know what it is, they're going to find out, especially with BSOP English stream. It's just going to, the second you start getting the people from Miami and other areas in the U.S. to start traveling for this, I think it's going to exponentially grow.
Exactly, and there's one more thing. It's pretty cheap for U.S. Players because our currency is like 5.5 to 1, so everything here is pretty cheap for Americans. So one more
I was just big blind.
good thing to add. But the event is like world class. Especially the food for me. The food was special. Like this year was next level.
Yeah. No, it really, really is. I love Brazilian food so much too. It's so cool. Like all my favorite stuff is here, and even the pudding and the just like all. It's like the pão de queijo's out at night. It's awesome.
Yeah.
What is your favorite Brazilian food?
I think churrasco, steak, like Brazilian steak for me is the best.
Yeah, it's being in the South Florida area. It's not super hard to adjust. There's a lot of good food and
yeah, exactly.
some Brazilian.
A lot of Brazilian steak houses there.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a couple other questions here, including they have trophies for the second and third places. Are they made like the Poker Stars events with trophy only for the first place in the Super High Roller Series? I think he's asking, do they have trophies for second and third?
They do.
Okay, so they do have trophies. Then also, what's the difference between tournaments you play abroad and tournaments you play in Brazil?
I think the style of players, especially the recreational players, is a little bit different. But if you're asking about like the structure and these things, I think it's pretty much very similar actually. Like especially the high rollers, they're quite similar. The structure of like time banks and blind levels, pretty similar.
Look at that trophy, 250K. That's in reais, so just below a 50K U.S. buy-in. It's like 5.3 to 1. You remember when it was 1 to 1? It used to be 1 to 1, the dollar in Brazilian real. Was that about 20 years ago as well?
Yeah, I remember like 2 to 1.
2 to 1?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I think the first time I went to Vegas to play was like 230, 2.3 to 1.
Yeah.
Good times.
Yeah. Yeah, this is. How does that? I always get in this with my wife, but how would you say to explain to the people watching? How does that convert? If you go to a restaurant, it's not just 5 to 1 though. Like you don't go to a nice restaurant out in São Paulo and it's like you're getting it for 1/5 the price because they do price up. Like it's not exactly. It's a bit cheaper, but it's not like 5 to 1 cheaper.
Yeah, especially in São Paulo. São Paulo is a big city, expensive city.
Right.
If you go like to other cities, smaller cities, you can probably eat in a very good restaurant to like 1/5 of the price,
Right.
I would say.
But it's definitely still cheaper here. It's like
For sure,
half
yeah.
or
If you go to a really good restaurant here in São Paulo, you're probably gonna spend like, let's say, 1,000 reais. That is like 180 US dollars. So, but if you're gonna go to the best restaurant like Michelin star,
yeah.
a normal restaurant, you're probably gonna spend like 30, I would say $40, 50.
And I
in
don't.
São Paulo.
I hate to talk about this specifically, but how would you? I do feel there's a bit of a stereotype on the safety. Like that's the biggest question I get asked. How is it as safe as that? I mean, São Paulo is definitely, there's stuff that happens here, but would you say? Do you feel? How would you explain that to someone coming from America? What would your advice be, or how would you address that question?
If you come to the tournament and you stay here, it's gonna be super safe, of course. And if you wanna go outside and go to a restaurant or something like that, I mean, everything is kind of far from here, so you're gonna get an Uber and you're gonna be fine. I just wouldn't walk around in the downtown, I don't know, with your cell phone or something like that. I wouldn't do it. I'm Brazilian and I don't do it.
Right.
So, but if you come to the tournament and leave like we have like we don't have a lot of time to do other stuff. So let's say you want to go out for dinner or go to a park or something like that to visit, it's totally fine, I would say.
Yeah, just got to be smart. You know, exactly.
Yeah.
You don't want to be out, like, walk around your phone or wear nice jewelry. That's like the same in a lot of areas or major cities. So
Exactly. Yeah, I would say you're gonna be fine. It's like big cities in the U.S. If you walk in the downtown, I don't know, like you're gonna see some stuff that are like you're not gonna feel safe. You know, it's gonna be the same here. You're not gonna go through the situations probably. If you just come to play and go to good restaurants, you're not gonna find yourself in tough spots.
Yeah, and it's also, exactly, the crimes too are, if there's stuff happens, it's more like robbery. It's not like really crazy stuff generally.
Yeah,
It's sort of like
exactly,
petty stuff.
yeah.
But listen, it's a treat to have Yuri Martins here again. He does have to leave us here, but he is the #1 all-time player in Brazil, and we do appreciate the time. And of course, we will see him in the 500K. I believe the biggest buy-in in the history of Brazil. So that if that doesn't get you amped up, I don't know what it is. So again, appreciate the time. Thank you so much, and good luck. Boa sorte, my friend.
Always a pleasure. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
All right, Yuri Martins. We'll look for him tomorrow on that field. That's going to be a fun one. Can't wait to do the commentary on that. I have had Yuri on my podcast before. It's probably a couple years ago now, but you can always check that out if you want to know more about him. Plays all the mixed games, and it's got quite a resume, 8 million plus in earnings, as we see Jack 10 suited for Minko versus Jack 7 off, and he is going to limp in. I'm sorry, Jack 10 off versus Jack 7 off, and Jack 7 off decides that is qualifying hand to just come in. Advantage Jack 10, but position over to Leonardo. So when you limp in and get a check back, immediately you start thinking about what your opponent's checking back, and it's a lot of times sort of like the Queen 10, Queen 9, Jack 10, Jack 8, you know, something that has showdown value or suited hands that maybe doesn't want to raise.
120.
So although he flops top pair with a modest kicker, pretty good kicker, he knows that his opponent could easily have sort of some straight draw, you know, be wrapped in that area. So Jack 7 is going to continue and is in pretty bad shape here. Does not have a diamond, the brick. Expect Jack 10 to go for value here. 8x, 5x on there, some worse 10s possibly. Also some straight draws, which he does happen to have, and he is a 9-1 favorite with one card to come.
$420.
420 mil é a aposta do Vladimir, a ação volta no fuga. 420, right? Fuga do Silfold e o Vladimir puxa o pote. Tocando Vladimir, small blind no fuga, big blind no Felipe.
All right, another hand.
Com ação, Vladimir. Fold do Vladimir. Fuga na ação.
240.
Raise para 240 mil do Fuga. Ação no Felipe.
All right, Queen Jack suited, Jack 7 of hearts, so Queen Jack.
Tem ação do Fuga.
Queen Jack, Jack 7. So great flop for the diamonds. 6, 6, 4, 2 diamonds, 2 overs, and a flush draw. Jack 7 suited here. Has stuff going. He's got backdoor hearts and straight draws.
Jack do Fuga, ação no Felipe.
Jack 10, Minko did take that down. And we are on to the flop here. And, all right, good spot for Leandro. Has his opponent in very bad shape. Of course, he doesn't know that. Could be up against a 4 or a 6 or some other holding, or king high, ace high. So pretty good hand to semi-bluff with here. If he wants to get very aggressive now, I think that makes sense. Calls either way. Can't do much wrong with this hand. Jack would be the gin card. Not going to be it. And this is one of the only things about not getting aggressive here is you run the risk of potentially getting bluffed out. So Felipe not going to pick up that backdoor equity. No 5, no heart, no 8. No 3. So he did have a variety of turns that would bring him some nice equity. This is not one. Now he's got a pretty bad hand in this situation. Jack high. Check, check. And the 8 is going to complete the flush for Leandro. Very high up in the range now, beating 4x. I'm sorry. Sorry, he does not beat boats, but he with the check back on the turn, he's got to feel pretty good that his queen high is good. He does now beat king high, ace high. Does it make sense to bet or check? He is going to bet. Felipe has jack high. I mean, it is a fairly high card, although hero calling here not going to be the move. Good pickup for Leandro.
Felipe é o small blind. Wagner, you're the big blind.
That beautiful looking trophy there, 250K printed on there. Whew, looks nice. Listening in the light. Some great questions from the chat. We just had Yuri on. You know, if you're gonna have a guest, you might as well get the #1 all time in the country of Brazil. Seems like a good selection. Also, Brian Rast just been hanging out casually, Hall of Famer.
2. Thank you.
Over 30 million in career
4.
tournament earnings.
4.2.
Just
4.2.
absolutely crushing on every level of poker in every game. Been in the booth with us most of the days.
Before the blinds was around 2.6.
Eu dei 6 já, certo?
I've enjoyed myself. I got to say, played the 800 PLO, love PLO. Got a couple tough hands in there, but just short of the money. And then the one that hurt was the 50,000 real I played. Got 16th when 15 cash, 105 entries. That's hard to do. That's actually hard to do. Less than 1% chance to do that. 1 in 100 would be 1%, slightly more than that. So that's tough. Other than that, I've had a kind of perfect trip here. Love the food. Get to catch up with Rast. Maria Ho's been on. It's been fun chatting with her. And then, of course, meeting some new people, seeing some old friends. And yeah, been great. Love Brazil, love Sao Paulo. Sheraton been a gracious host here, the WTC Sheraton in Sao Paulo. Bringing back memories. I was here 7, 8 years ago. I do have a Brazilian final table under my belt. Like I said out there earlier, I wouldn't trade it for anything. I got 2 healthy, awesome boys, a lovely wife, but I miss kind of just traveling around playing poker. You know, like with not a care in the world, no responsibility, go to a series this week, run around there next week. I still move around. Don't get it twisted. I'll be in the Bahamas. I'll be taking some trips, but it's just not the same. I just don't go 2 weeks or a month to Vegas or 6 weeks the whole series and play tournaments and hang out like that. It's just different. Bolgi. 9-4 suited for Vladimir on the small blind. Probably limp in, I would guess. He has 17 blinds. He's going to have some limp traps, and his hand's too good to fold. Probably doesn't want to raise. Be my guess.
$360.
All right, he is going to raise. So this guy is probably the toughest, one of the tougher players. He's going to come into top of range, and this is sort of a disaster. I think Queen Jack suited may just flat here, actually. I think that's a very logical play, and he's going to have him crushed with the clubs and just a much better hand. So he does do that. This is Leandro putting himself in a good position here. Doesn't even know how good a spot he's in.
Consegue umas 100 reais agora, por favor? Essa aqui pode levar. Oi? Essa tá fechada? É, pode levar então, ficar só com uma, tá bom, depois. Ah não, mas aqui eu tava bebendo ainda.
All right, that is a nice start for Leandro, and 9-4 suited is gonna keep telling a story here. Does have some continuation, gonna force a lot of better hands to fold that miss sometimes, and then also going to get himself in some pretty big trouble here, most likely. I mean, there's some bad turns for him, club in particular, but you know, 5 or an 8. That may keep him going if he pairs the 9. He's going to call. Yeah, Leandro's got a nice thing happening here. See what kind of turn card he gets. Ooh, the 8. This puts him open-ended, so now he has got open-ended. 9-5 would be so nice. 9-4, though, he has got a decision. Does he want to just keep barreling, or does he check? Yeah, seems to have a really good intuition, picking up where players are, what they have. Did get called on the flop, so does he get a 7 or a 6 to fold? He did raise pre. He's going to bet.
400 mil.
I think he said 450. 400, 400, so did bet about 3.5 blinds. And Queen Jack suited obviously in there, playing. Does he raise or call? Queen Jack he did get raised pre-flop, so he loses to, Queen King or better. Some 2 pairs, some other hands. 9-4 suited. Let's see if he can gin it here. 10 or a 5 or else. Not going to be the case, but it is an overcard. And now, does he want to rip it in? Does he go for the shove on the river? Could he get a queen to fold? Does he get a 7 to fold? What hand does his opponent have? Does he have 8-9 suited, something like that, where he has an 8, he picked up an 8, but he wouldn't want to call an all-in? Does he go for it here? I don't know. This is probably not going to be folding by Leandro, I would guess, if he shoves, but I don't know. He did raise pre. He has more ace-X's. I'm very curious what, this is a fascinating hand.
Got only one more, right?
Minko has a tough decision here with knows he can't win if he checks. Literally cannot win. There's not one hand that this would be. And he is going to give it up. I think he just put his hand face down. They do show the Queen Jack still has to show. Interesting that he has to show if he folds. I'm curious on that rule. Is that the rule? Could I get a clarification? If you muck your hand, does the other player have to show? I'm pretty sure he didn't show the 9-4. Interesting. Maybe that's the rule. You have to show a winning hand to win, but interesting. Three-handed play. Love to see the payouts if we get those plastered on the screen at some point for you guys to see what the pay jumps are. It is a lot of reais, I can tell you that. This is the lion's share going to the winner, but top three making a lot. See if we can get that for you. See if I get a message that I can tell them to you as well.
You have the option.
So big.
So small. Love you folds. Fuga. Hold. Usually push watch. Lovely you big blind, sorry.
$220 on. It's getting late over here, 2 hours ahead of EST, so welcoming everyone where you're watching. Europe, we've not got those on today. We had at the moment we had 600 plus earlier today. Pretty exciting. Get the channel off the ground.
Uns 4.700 mais ou menos.
2, 3, 4, 400, 400.
Ação. Fuga.
All right, A7 on the dealer button. 33 blinds. Leandro hit that 3-ball, Jack 3 shove into King Jack suited. Other than that, he's played very well, and that was a slight misstep. Got very lucky for his turn of life. Then made a nice trap with Jack, slipped in, got his opponent with 3-6 to seem to be on. Spidey senses he had a very good hand, but got just enough board. And
Probably you have the option.
all right, we are joined here by Martin himself. Could you pronounce your last name so I don't mess it up? Cabral?
That's a pretty good one.
It's not bad? Okay.
Not bad for American.
It's not bad.
How are you, Jeffy?
I'm very good. We've never really gotten to chat. This is nice. So a lot of people.
This is like our introduction. So we should do our like private introduction on the stream, right?
Yes, this is our first.
So how are you doing, buddy?
I'm very well. My wife's Brazilian, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yes. So I spend a lot of.
You
time.
have same like Brian, yeah? Brian as well.
Yep. There's actually a lot of people with Brazilian wives that I know are girlfriends. It's a great country.
Who else? Who else?
Dan Coleman.
Oh, really?
As well. I could keep on going. I don't know if someone's secret or not, but there's.
I don't have Brazilian wife. If I know correctly, I don't have it. So, but maybe I will join the club.
Girlfriend or no?
Huh?
You have a girlfriend or no?
No. I have wife, but not the Brazilian
just
wife.
Not Brazilian. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Where is she from?
She's from my country, from Czech Republic.
Okay. Very nice. Well.
Very boring.
All right. He's off.
So what do we have here?
We got stuff going on. We got a final 3. We got a table. I do have to ask you about your win the other day. It was. This is a much quieter. My job's a lot harder.
It's boring, yeah. This table.
I didn't say that. It's just it's much.
I know you can't. You are not supposed to say that.
It's much more
but
difficult. I have to be fully alert, locked in. When you're there, I just kind of sit back. I get to check my email a little bit and relax.
How many people watching? A lot, yeah. Oh, a lot. No. So, do we have something interesting there?
We got people. They got you on the screen. We're split screen. We're down to 3. These guys, I'm sure you've played with a lot of them. Are you familiar with all 3 of these players?
I am definitely familiar.
Who's your pick to win all chips equal if they're all equal? Who do you think gets it done?
I think there will be like this. I don't remember the name.
Yeah, we might have to go to we might have to get off the screen and take a look. Minko looks a little bit pursued. This guy's standing up. He won this last year. He won this exact tournament.
So, but that's done, yeah? He's drawing dead. He has no outs.
Well, there's some outs. It's
no.
Close to a coin flip. Jack 8 to 5.
GRO says that Jack 8 never wins against 5s.
Is that how that works? Okay, we're going to find out.
Okay.
We're going Jack 8 to 5s. Martin says this is already over. Let's see if we get it.
I mean, 5s like is always winning hand because they most of the time flopping sets, yeah?
That is a good flop. And Minko is just
no outs.
Looking for the exit. He does not have many outs. He needs a lot of help.
Zero outs.
Queen would be exciting. There is a. Okay, you're right.
This is exciting card because Ace of Diamond on the river could be split pot.
That is
because it could be wrong deck.
It's never over. That's why we see the river, and this is going to put us down to heads up. So Minko will go out. Martin is 1 for 1 on his calls tonight. We are down to. He's trying to go back to back. He took it down last year, and now he is heads up. Wow.
So basically, I bring the Russian really bad luck, yeah?
Crazy.
That's what I did.
That was very much so bad luck. That is he hasn't exited the whole time. First hand here in the booth, he's going to go out. Very tough player. We're going to see a matchup. It's going to stay in Brazil for this title. And how are you enjoying Brazil? First time?
Yes.
Will you be
First
back?
time.
Or you won a trophy here? It can't be. I mean, unless you really don't like it, you're probably coming back.
No. I mean, like I'm very busy man, but like if I have a chance, I will for sure come back to Brazil in some future for sure. So yeah, now we are heads up, yeah. So there will be a break now, yeah.
There is a break. We hope you don't leave. We're gonna take a break. I'm gonna go get some Brazilian pudding. Hopefully you stick around. Are you sticking around, or you got anywhere to go right now?
I definitely not be coming back. So. Guys, enjoy the break, but maybe see you later. Jeffy, pleasure.
Me too.
4.570.
This is the first BSOP live coverage that we do for you guys who do not speak Portuguese. But before you drown in our Brazilian-style poker universe, we have to tell you a little bit about everything we've done already this year. We've done more than 244 hours of live poker games for our world audience all throughout the year. It is more than 10 days straight of your favorite calls, raises, and folds. Only while broadcasted on TV, BSOP spread more than $1.5 million in prizes for the champs. That's enough money to convince anyone to come and enjoy the event. And we have some of the best players on our field. There were 11 different winners and only 2 players won more than one tournament. The field here is more competitive than any other field in the world. We know it, Global Poker Awards know it.
The winner is the Brazilian Series of Poker.
And you can know it too. Just come. And for those of you who've just arrived in BSOP, we must warn you. There's a Colombian storm going on this year. Not only with Colombian players winning trophies, but also dominating this year's rankings and odds for the Brazilian Championship title. 2024 was already a great year for the BSOP community. But 2025 has instantly called that and raised the bar for a 2026 that is about to be a game changer. It is not a coincidence that we've reached out to the English-speaking poker community. And for the first time ever, we are broadcasting the show to you directly from the main floor, where the magic happens. We welcome you to Brazil and to the last event of the year. This is BSOP Millions, live and exclusive from the WTC Sheraton, São Paulo. So begin your ritual, select your lucky charms, cook all the food you need, and use the chat to let us know what you're thinking, because the most iconic event of Brazilian poker history is about to begin.
Oh, Akari. No waiting, just rips it in the ladies. Dama Dama. Renan, and not the fun spot to be.
I mean, at least he has an ace.
The flop's the big part. Oh, yeah, he's asking for the quattro.
4-9 or ace.
This is our first bubble of 2 bubbles. That is the final table bubble. We are at 9.
Wow, Dan Almeida has 4 big blinds. Yep, he shoves. I like it. And now this is a very easy call by Rodrigo. It's not the best board to get chops. Okay.
Yeah, King 9 just enough, and Dan gonna fight, but go out in 9th.
Okay, Rafaelo, let's see if you have everything. Oh! Okay, what do we need?
Queen.
Queen of clubs.
There.
Dona club. Dama club. Oh, Dama! I'm genius!
Action card.
You play very good today.
Thank
Two-time
you.
mistake, but Queen of clubs, you can do nothing.
Is gonna go with it, I
You
believe.
have chance. Not a good one, but good. At natural 9. Ooh, one of the worst call in poker history.
And Cabral finds himself
Better fold ace queen.
dominated here.
Ace for Otto. Okay, heart.
Ooh.
Heart. For Otto.
9 high flop, but 2 hearts.
I already take my
Bond,
chip.
40% equity now.
No, heart, please.
King of clubs. That means that Ivan Luca is going to be our bubble boy, finishing in 7th place. All in with the ace-7 suited. Flop is 8-6 deuce, couple of diamonds. So some hope here for Hoffa in the form of a flush draw. An ace would also do it. The turn is the 6 of clubs. River is the jack of spades. Hoffa going to finish in 6th place. Cabral shows an ace and
Are you joking with me or
a
not?
9.
Straight against straight. Nothing you can do, man.
Gives Cabral some more
What do you
outs,
mean, you
could
have no outs?
counterfeit the pair of 4s. Comes ace on the river. So we are going to say
No
goodbye
outs,
to
and
Tiago
he's,
in
let's see,
5th
why?
place. Audemars quickly makes the call with top pair. So top pair versus second pair.
Pleasure.
And that means Akari is going to be
Okay, now I
eliminated in 4th
You
place.
left me alone.
Rodrigo, who's been really patient, just picked his spots well. You know, not really in bad
The
shape
biggest
here.
part of the tournament, yeah?
Flop is ace 10-6. Pretty interesting. You know, gives Audemars top pair, but Rodrigo looking for a jack for Broadway. So that means that Rodrigo needs a jack or a queen or a king. And that means Audemars is going to eliminate
Congrats,
Rodrigo Seiji in 3rd
chop?
place.
Otomarus, you crazy guy, really. Otto is boring, but he always posting blinds, right? 4 million. You have Casino Royale?
No.
Audemars puts it in here with Queen 7 up against pocket 3s.
Bring more Ottos. What is this called, Otto? Good luck, man. Nice second place. It's not bad. Second place, always good.
And threes managed to hold on here. Turn is a 4 of clubs, so a safe turn. But Audemars does have additional outs in the form of clubs. And the river pairs the 4, and that means Martin Cabral's going to hang on here with pocket threes and takes down the 150K Real buy-in event here at the BSOP. You know, love him or hate him, the guy has managed to win this tournament in interesting fashion, being himself. Aw, that's so nice. What's up, guys? It's okay. I could read it, even though it's the order is a little messed up. Oh, there's our guys again. Oh, I love it. But I appreciate it. You guys are so sweet. I love you guys. I've got a sign of my own, people. Shout out to all of the people on the Portuguese speaking stream. Love you guys too.
What a flop here.
This is a great hand, yeah, like I said, to like B50 and like maybe sometimes just do something totally insane versus a check raise.
This could be a really big pot. It's against dealer and big blind on the 6-7 deuce check raising here. Bunch of draws, 4-5, 8-5, 8-9. I like raising here.
Large sizes like clear up the ranges quite a bit. Now that said, going large when your opponent has kings probably works out quite well. Some of it depends on the river size, like versus some sizes, Kelvin can still be beating some value.
Oh. Queen Jack, King Jack, good spot for Rizzo.
Yeah, it's something I've put some thought into at some point. And, you know, you're not, like, there's not like an Oreo cookie tell, you know what I'm saying? But it's like...
Top pair, I didn't see the, Pedro actually had the king high flush draw. So second up flush draw, paired board over. No, that's good. If you have that wild card as your in your repertoire, it is tougher.
Where it's like, I will not be pushed around, you know? Like, yeah, okay, man.
Wow, what a turn here. He's still telling the story.
He got stiffed. Let's just be, I mean, he got straight up screwed on this card. This was.
Just a dud, just a Dudley deuce.
Queen Jack is going to win this hand somehow. After flop action and leading turn and getting called in 2 spots, he's calling.
He's got a super strong.
I mean, I guess, and Pedro can't call. Yeah, he snap folds. I mean, I guess Pedro could find a weird bluff if he somehow.
That's what I thought. I thought it was on him, but.
Oh my goodness! And jacks, what is going on?
Meu Deus do céu. Quase morreu no coração. Tudo doidado! Bum, bum, bum! Corta pra mim, bolota! Vamos, bolota!
All right, looks like we've got an all-in and call ace-king versus pocket 9, so very classic coin flip. You gotta win coin flips if you want to win tournaments. So far, the 9s are holding, but ace-king looking for an ace, a king, or a jack.
Even money right there.
The river is a 7, so
Great call.
9s are gonna hold. Really taking his time here on the decision.
It will be all in anyway, eh?
All in call.
You still have this. How do you know? Just move.
Ooh, flop is
Ace
king
from the
8-8,
spade.
so Rodrigo pulls ahead and full house on the turn.
Almost chopped.
Good luck, guys.
Okay.
And fun. Hug.
Seat open.
Hug.
If he does re-enter, will he get drawn back to this table?
Yeah.
There's a shot of Cabral, who does look like he is re-entering. Made a mad dash over to draw his seat. And he's back. Before any of you guys even had a chance to answer whether you wanted to see him back here.
Excuse me, registration open tomorrow? Yeah. Then there is no other way. For Vladimirovich, the quick learner,
Just put the cards in the case with me.
it will be all in anyway.
Okay.
169. Okay, let's do that.
Is down another bullet. I mean, I don't know if he was in for multiple bullets before he got moved to the feature table, but that is his second since he's been at the feature table.
It's time to know the champions of the year. After more than 100 events, BSOP will now crown the Brazilian poker champion, along with 5 ranking winners. In Poker Brazilian Championship, the Colombian player Carlos Serrano is the leader with 7,040 points, but the title is far away from being decided. Sebastian Fonseca has 6,104 points and Geraldo Cesar 4,611 points. If Carlos Serrano wins the Brazilian Championship, the runner-up in the High Roller and International Player rankings automatically become winners. In the High Roller leaderboard, Sebastian Fonseca and Paulo Joanello are fighting point by point for the second place. Sebastian has 5,164 points, while the Brazilian sits at 4,412. On the International Player of the Year, we have Carlos Serrano in first place, followed by Sebastian with 7,620 points. On third place on the same ranking, we have Alex Manzano with 4,026 points. On the Omaha Player of the Year, Alex is also present on the first place with 3,721 points, holding a sizable advantage over Lucio Antunes, who has 2,250 points. Now, the tightest race here is Women's Player of the Year, because we have Larissa Dantas on the leadership of this ranking, but only 300 points separate the top 4. Larissa sits in the leadership with 1,776 points, with Lúcia Barbieri, Bruna Unzueta, and Lali Tournier very close to them. And the Mixed Games Player of the Year is also heating up. José Arestein leads with 3,385 points, while Jonathan Drain from the United States is close behind with 2,595 points. Gabriel Baleiro completes the top 3 with 2,315 points. The rankings will be defined along with our Brazilian poker champion, and you'll see all of that in the next weeks here at BSOP Millions 2025. See you soon.
America. This is South America. This is Brazil. My dear poker fans all around the world, if you're used to watching or playing and have never been to Brazil to do that, you are the one we were looking for. Yep, that's correct. We were looking for you so we could introduce a little bit about this country and see if it makes you come and visit. No bluffing, only arguments on the table. First of all, we tend to organize events in a very special way. Second, the prizes of the tournaments and the quality of the players on our field has never been so high. Third, you have lots of beautiful places to spend your prize money on. Okay, so that was the flop. Let's head for the turn. Fourth argument, we've created the caipirinha. And I know it's not the best argument, but trust me, that works for every discussion when you're Brazilian. And the grand finale, the pot winner river, and our fifth and final reason for you to come and check BSOP with your own hands. We've tailored and made the best experience possible for the ones who love the sport. Beautiful places and landscapes, best prizes and players, an unforgettable atmosphere you won't find elsewhere, and of course, the best hospitality you will find on the circuit. BSOP 2025 invites you all to be here in 2026, and welcome.
All right, we are back, and I have my friend from Miami. From Miami, he is first time in Brazil, and he's a huge advocate of the BSOP. So I got you on a tee here, but tell me, Dan, what are you thinking? Are you in love with Brazil? Are you moving to Brazil? What are your
I
thoughts?
don't know if I'm going back to Miami. I might just stay.
Yeah,
it's a beautiful place. Everybody's so nice. I don't think I've even seen anybody get upset when they lose a hand. Everybody's friendly. The dealers are amazing. This room is unbelievable. I big advocate. If you're listening to this and you're thinking about coming down here and you want to do this, definitely get a ticket. Come back for the next one. They're doing it right down here in Brazil.
There, you're in a good mood too. You might be leading the series in cashes. I think you've cashed every turn you played. You cashed 800 PLO. First day, what was it? What was the first event?
2K 5-card.
5-card event.
Hopped right
PLO,
in.
so
Max
showing
late
all
reg,
no
got in
limit,
there.
just cashed the 10K. First biggest high roller one day, I believe, or for that size ever. Or
Yeah, we set a record today. 252 runners for a 10K in Brazil.
I love it. Well, Dan's on the board. You're in the main as well.
Yes,
bagged with
tomorrow.
a nice stack. This guy can really do it. So he came over. He's conquering, and we haven't seen a lot of Americans here. We are on the BSOP English stream right now, which is cool. It's also kicking that off for the first time. So we'll see if we can get more Americans over. It's a very strong endorsement from you. Obviously, I'm biased to Brazil, but I say this all the time. I love it. I haven't been here in 7 years. Very impressed with everything. Let's kick it over, though, to the final heads-up match, and Dan will stick with us in the booth. And I think, I'll do color, and you could do analysis since you're cashing every event here as we see the small blind, big blind. Actually, Leonardo was the winner last year. He did take down, so pretty strong in the 250 to go first and then at least second. Let's see how he fares against a very tough Brazilian Felipe Boianoski. I mentioned he made that bluff versus Medi, where Medi made a fantastic call, but he is not afraid to put pressure on. He's plays big boy poker, and I think the stacks are...
We got 25 bigs for Felipe, 31 for Leonardo.
Yeah, so it's actually chip leader, the defending champion in this event, and he is going to go ahead and go into a bet with King 7 high and Jack 10 for Felipe with one club here. It's heads up poker. You got to kind of get a little creative and understand you're going to not hit flops so often, but Jack 10 high with the queen out there. Do you want to keep on playing? Let's see with the bet size. Does he continue? Wow. Not only maybe
I like a little
continue,
check raise here.
He's gonna. Well, he's in the big blind, so I think the small blind led, and now he's raising. Strong play. So yeah, this is a.
Yeah, a little check raise here.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the button. So exactly. Okay, we're heads up. Exactly right. You're right. So that is a check raise with Jack high, backdoor club possible, and King 7. This is you could get sticky here. You have King high, you beat some draws, and you actually have a club, and you do have
King of clubs key card.
Yeah, I think.
Could see it continue here. Let's see how adventurous he is.
Does fold, and he had his opponent in really bad shape. Doesn't know it. First blood to Felipe, the pro. This guy is not even a semi-pro. I asked Yuri, the #1 all-time Brazilian earner, was just in the seat, and he told me that Leandro is not a pro. He's actually a full-on businessman, so plays pretty well for a businessman.
Still knows how to play the 2 cards.
Yeah, he's in there. He did get lucky. Jack 3 off. He shoved 3-handed for 11 blinds. Felipe had King Jack of clubs, and he hit the 3.
Oh, found a 3 on him. Okay.
And big swing, because then that would have taken us heads up versus Minko. Instead, Minko goes out 3rd and now is still in heads up.
The butterfly effect.
Yes, I have not seen the payouts put on the screen. If we could see what the jump is, I don't know. I didn't see.
Yeah, how much are we
one.
playing for here?
It's no deal making unless you want to leave 10% and then you forfeit the points for all their series. So I think these guys probably not deal making. Yeah,
nobody's dealing.
Yeah, and if they're good enough friends or they want to do something on the side, they might. But I think these guys probably.
If you got glasses like that, you're not making any deals.
No, those are
killer.
A lot of reais.
Yeah, love it.
See if we can get the payouts.
I think we got to walk there. Yeah.
We'll keep it going. Keep it going. Heads up. How's your Portuguese, Dan? Are you picking up any words?
I am learning raise and how much some of the, mu is 1K. I learned that.
Deal, yep. You got to get Duolingo going, man.
Yeah.
Start your streak.
It's actually nicer when they know that I don't speak it because I think they're a little friendlier to me. They're like, oh, this poor guy doesn't know what we're saying.
They are friendly, though, in general. I'd say they're very friendly here.
Absolutely. Best demeanor I've seen at a poker table as a group ever.
Simon, if you're watching, this is good news for you when you get home. I think we might have found Dan 2.0.
Little wired pair on the button.
Yeah, heads up, huge hand. Queen 7 off, known as the computer hand. That is the dead middle hand in heads up poker. So pocket 7s is miles ahead of what that starting expectation is. And getting raised.
That's going to be a raise and take.
Yeah, 3 deuce off, not time.
Rigby's not in there, so the 3 deuce hasn't made it down here to
the
Brazil
dirty diaper.
Yet,
I don't think that's a known hand in Brazil.
No. What is the Brazil hand? Is there a specific?
That's a good hand. I mean, do you have is there a USA hand, or that's just you're saying nickname? Like there's a bunch.
Well,
of nicknames?
Is there a hand that you've seen here that they are particular to?
I have not. I haven't seen any affinity. Like King 10 is Houston. They call it taxi.
Yep.
Certain regions. The Windsor 5-7 suited. I mean, there's some of those. Yeah, there's some of those. I don't know. That's a good question. No one in the booth is perked up.
I would say the affinity is to ace queen here that I've seen.
They love
They
ace
do
queen.
not fold ace queen.
Yeah, that's a strong hand.
Strong hand. I saw cold 4 bets with it the other day. Good stuff.
There's people going for it. That's for sure. Brazil is inspired. They play poker. They don't.
No, they're not here to fold.
They have a good time.
Vamos.
They are playing pretty strong poker today. Heads up, these last final table we saw.
Okay, we got a king 8 and a defend by the queen 4. Pretty standard.
We saw a Brazilian, only 2 of 8, made the final table in one of the other events here, though. The heads up, it will stay in Brazil, this title. Queen 4, king 8. King high is no longer good. Queen 4 takes the lead.
It's got
King
that
does have a
spade working, though. Yeah. Probably get a little 1 point something blinds here coming away.
Yeah.
Got to rep the ace.
Can check back too with king high, but I think he'll probably bet. He has the lead in the hand, makes sense.
Yeah.
Trying to make people fold and have some backup.
A little verbal bet there. Might be watching that for later.
Andro not going to go anywhere with the pair just yet.
No. Got to hang on here and hope.
Start with the call. Right, Gab Pernambuco in the chat says, just friends from Miami, that's Dan Wergo. There you go, main event. He is playing. He's going for his 4th cash. Do you know how far away the money? Did they say anything about how that works? Or
no, the only thing I heard today was they hit a record for the main event. There's going to be 10 million real. They passed that threshold. So biggest main event in Brazil also kicks off day 2 tomorrow.
Oh, what time does that start?
2 p.m.
It's a later culture. They love almosa here, their lunch.
Yeah.
They kind of do their lunch.
I
and then they
noticed
start.
that.
It's
I
just-
went to have
like-
lunch the other day at like 1:30 and it was packed. I was like, wait, I thought it'd be empty by now.
Yeah, no, they
Yeah.
love their lunch.
And about 90 minutes for lunch, you know, at the business lunch.
All right, has a decision here at the 4. Does he want to block or does he want to do anything? Just going to see the king high check back. Good news for the queen 4. And king 8 will get out of the way.
To be noted, he shut her down there, right? Didn't want to keep going. Just one bet.
Yep, think on definitely some cards he would bet, maybe some spades or some other things. But he has king high, got called there, 5.
Yeah, the 5's bad. And you could still be good if he had spades or, you know, gutter.
Yep.
But the gutter fills in. Look at those pretty trophies they've made here. Doing it right at the BSOP. Look at that. Would you put that next to your trophies, Jeff?
I like that trophy. Yeah, that would probably be the marquee one. Actually, this is a big, big one.
Nice one.
It's a nice one. It's a lot of money that's behind this.
Yeah, they didn't get that down the street. That was custom made. I love that.
And what about?
Beautiful.
Can we get the payouts? Let's see. Let's get the payouts on here. I think I might have got messaged that point.
Por gentileza, e você tem ação.
Going to be waiting for that. I think we are going to get those up for you. But either way, it's a lot. It is a heads-up match. This is for all the Sherbert. Boyanovsky definitely has the
And
advantage.
they're still pretty deep. You know, there's a little room for play here. It's not.
Yeah.
Some maneuverability.
Isso por qual ação no Felipe.
Limps the button with the deuces. How do you feel about that?
Felipe mandou seguir.
I like it.
I
You
don't
mix
hate it.
up.
I don't hate it. The thing is,
I mean,
when
you're just so far ahead with a pair heads up, though, right? And now you don't know where you're at.
Com ação.
Yeah. The converse is you're going to take it down sometimes when you min raise. Not often in heads up, but there's really never a good flop unless you hit a deuce. That's the thing. So
Yeah,
I don't hate it having that mixed into the limp range.
I think you bet here, though. Just one big will do. Nice.
160
I like it.
mil é a aposta.
Yeah.
Boyanovsky though, not really.
He doesn't seem like a folder, huh? Doesn't have that folding face on.
Oh.
This guy's floated some flops before.
Yep. Does fold. Just
He
it
gives
looked
it
like
to him.
it actually hurt him to
Yeah,
do,
he
but
just pained. He wants to check raise because he's like, you don't have a king on the button. Limping. Is what I think he's going through his mind.
Restam 14
yeah, he was processing.
Live to fight another day, you know.
Bom jogo pra vocês, parabéns pelo heads up.
Obrigado.
Obrigado.
So pretty
Did we
big
find
jump.
out what the jump is?
200,000 US, 640 to 440. So that is a $200,000 heads up match, just casually between friends.
Yep.
4 buy-ins.
30 blinds.
Quanto que é? 160?
4 buy-ins. And the trophy.
True. Trophy's nice.
Yeah. That's what these guys want to win. I know they both have a rail going here. Do you like having a rail, Jeff, or do you feel like it adds to the pressure for you?
I mean, it's fun. I think it is fun to have a rail. I'd rather
Yeah,
have
it's
one
got to
than
be
not.
more energy, right? You got
Yeah.
more people cheering for you, good vibes.
Yeah, it's fun. And these here too, both Brazilians definitely have people here. And I was joking in Vegas, that's the thing. When Brazilians make a final table, they
come out
They just
strong.
come out. Like people from the local community come out. They might not even know about poker, but they hear about it and they come support. That's pretty cool.
Super strong. Love to see it. And that's how poker's grown so much. That's why we're here, and it's amazing. It's make poker fun again.
On the way.
Yes.
Jacks to 6-3 suited. 6-3 is way behind, but actually, you know, It's got that cracker potential. It can really.
Let's see how big he makes it. 800? Oh, he's going to want to peel this. That looks like a... He looks like a peeler.
How many blinds did he make that? So it's from what to what?
From 1 or 2 to 5?
But yeah, min raise 2 to 5. I mean,
yeah, 3 more blinds. 480K. Ooh, okay, here we go, spicy.
So these have potential for big pots because the jacks is loving their hand, and if 6-3 does connect,
You know what they say, there's no right way to play jacks.
We're going to find out how he plays.
If Brad
in here.
Owen's watching, he knows.
Okay.
Okay.
Sort of dry.
It's downstairs though, you know. Might be floaty. But if you're pocket jacks here, you're feeling pretty good, huh?
You like it. No over immediately.
You're just saying you're saying no paint in your head. No paint, and it comes 8 high. Heads up for the trophy. You gotta feel good.
You can also discount, you know, 7s, 8s. Like that's probably just gonna go ahead and get that in. So it's like there's really not a ton of hands that you're scared of here at all.
No, it's just how do you get the money in, or what? What do you come with here? Tiny, 2.4.
At 160K big blind, so 420, 320s. He is going to come along. So
2-4 and a floaty. Oh boy, this is a spicy float by Felipe. Looking for a 5 of diamonds, maybe.
Yeah, something in there to make him stick along. A 3 or 6 would be a problem.
Oh, that is a spicy card.
No,
that is a spicy card, huh?
That is up there. The 6, 3 of diamonds gets a whole lot of life now. A 5 or a diamond, and Jax has no diamond. 73% favorite, but the thing is, 6-3 suited kind of easy to play here. You either really hit it or you don't.
I mean, how do you feel when that 4 diamonds rolls off and you float it? I mean, you got to be thinking you're just going to win the tournament here, right?
Well, he is definitely not.
Well, he came tiny again.
Whew. Wow, that's like, it's honestly the dream scenario. You don't even have to really like put your whole tournament on the line. If you somehow it doesn't work out here, you can move on to the next hand. But
yeah, I think I might have stuffed it. Here we go. 84. He's pretty.
Oh wow.
Oh, he rips it, huh? He did it for him.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness. He's not gonna fold,
He's
huh?
not folding.
No chance. I mean, you can't fold here.
No, he can't. He's not. And the thing is, if he had the 5-6 suited or something that he peeled you know, he wouldn't just rip this. So it's like you kind of
probably feel good.
Yeah,
that
you
you're
should
like,
feel good.
You know, maybe as Jack 10 of diamonds, something picked up diamonds with like low cards, and here we are.
Yeah, or like King high. You block the Jack 10, but whatever.
Oh, yes,
Queen, some Queen 10.
Queen 10 of diamonds,
something like that. Might play it this way. I mean, he has got the heart rate not crazy. 85 still under control.
85 is pretty good. You're just like on the treadmill at a 3.
He's thinking, am I really going to win this back-to-back years?
I'm going to win this again. I'm going to defend my title, show all these pros how it's done.
Wow, he's given this a lot of consideration. I
mean,
can't imagine he's ever folding. I just can't think of a hand that he thinks he's like.
I think you're 2 pot stuck anyways. Unless you showed me the 6-5, I'm probably calling here.
I just, it's like a bizarre.
He does still have a decent amount because he bets so small in the turn. He's got 2.5 left if he folds. Pot 6.5 right now.
What's happening? There's a little time bank drama.
Do you think Felipe is going to feel slow rolled if he does call?
I don't know. What just happened? It looks like there's a time bank discussion.
Oh, is he out of times?
I see.
He doesn't. I don't see any time banks in front of him. I need your Portuguese here.
Já tá pro segundo time bank? Esse já tá pro segundo. Tá, então tá foldado da mão, não tem estação. Sua mão já não é mais válida. Você não tem mais time banks, né?
Ah, eu tinha um aqui, eu joguei.
Você já usou. Entendi, já tá indo pro segundo ali, estourou o tempo do segundo.
No way.
Oh my God, this hand gets mucked.
No way.
No way.
Are you kidding me? That's insane.
Oh, no. Come on. They mucked his hand?
Wow. Where's the rabbit cam? Let's see
let's see what happens. Ay, Dios míos.
To be fair, though, I can't believe he took.
I mean, how does the dealer not say something, though? Like,
I can't believe. I just can't believe he actually didn't just call. I thought he would just call quickly there.
Yeah.
Relative, not like snap, but like after
that hurts.
5-10 seconds.
That hurts. And no rabbit. I want to know what the river was.
We'll never know.
We'll
actually never know.
That hurts.
Juro por Deus que apagar essa parada.
What, have you had a situation like that before? Where the dealer is just sitting there and then they're like, hey, your hand's dead?
No.
I actually had a wild situation before with not a time bank, but where a dealer mucked my hand in a crazy spot. And they hit the muck, and then they actually ruled that they let me take my hand back. Like I probably shouldn't have.
You
been
got
able
it back?
Yeah, Matt Savage he ruled it, but it's crazy. Yeah.
They pulled your exact 2 cards out of the muck?
Yeah.
I mean, but how do you not just snap there? That hurts.
That is crazy.
He's gonna wonder what the river is.
Well, let's see how it plays out, or maybe it saved him. You know, that's what we just don't know.
The butterfly effect. Here we go. I mean, you're still feeling okay. You got Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button.
I'd be angry too.
He looks a little upset at the dealer situation, and this might get stuffed in his face, and he's going to probably call with the Ace-5 of clubs. You got to be feeling good after you just ripped in the Jack-3 of diamonds and didn't even have to run it.
6-3.
Or 6. Yeah, sorry, 6-3.
Which, yeah, it was a good result. 6
yeah,
high
against the Jacks. Oh, he just calls. Okay.
Oh. That paint in a flush draw.
Yeah, here we go.
This is we're gonna get to
some
action
spicy
right away.
flops.
About a 50-50 coin flop.
How many we're 20 bigs behind? Yeah. Okay.
This is likely gonna be getting in here at some point.
I mean, if you're feeling spicy, if you're Felipe, I think you're check raising right now, right? After you just got away with one.
Yeah, you got the over to the board.
Oh, he just calls. Okay.
This is such a strong hand. Ace high could even be good. So it's kind of nice. You don't even really have to just like raise. And that is, I mean.
Oh, boy.
Can you call
if you could call a card, Jeff.
How do you say ambulance in Portuguese?
Ambulance.
Because ambulanza. This is
oh, no.
Ambulancia for this is quite a hand. And Queen Jack feels like they just hit Yahtzee. Ace-5 suited got the nuts. This is a crazy sequence of events.
Yes. The last 2 hands you would think was written on if I watched this on a poker movie,
Casino
I would
Royale.
be like, this was not written very well. This is
just too much craziness. It's that crazy. What a feeling. A 200 grand to jump up, and you just got the absolute stone cold.
And he's still firing.
He's just betting into him. Just call.
And he calls. Wow, he slips it to him.
A non-club
turn.
river. Oh, this is just like a slow motion car wreck. This is absolute crazy.
Has the discipline to check it to him.
This is going to be it. And this is going to be, I think so, right? This has got to be.
I mean, how do you not want to stuff this?
Top 2 heads up.
You got to figure.
One pair is hard to make. All in?
All in. Oh.
And call.
GG.
There it is.
Wow.
The champ. He gets it done.
What a quick 2-hand turn of events.
Whoa.
Holy moly. Congratulations to Felipe. Well played.
That is
very disciplined on that last hand to check it to him 3 times.
I'm going to have to get a confirmation on that time bank situation. That was unfortunate for him, but I mean,
wild finish.
Yeah, and great game. Great game, and really some drama at the end here, but that is going to do it for it. And you can see Pedro Padilla Tavares, a bunch of Brazilians there. Again, a lot of these guys know each other, support each other, and Leandro's going to have to not go back-to-back, but first, second in the big boy buy-in.
That's basically back-to-back. It's not no trophy.
Bate aquele flush, eu viro essa mesa quando eu
037.
Yeah, so that is a look at your winner there. He has been playing at the highest level for the longest time. You saw Yuri Martins give him his flowers before. He really did say this guy is just an absolute talent, one of the best players in Brazil and in the world.
Ele achou que não tinha acionado o time bank ainda, mas já estava no time bank acionado e aí acabou, ele só tinha um, aí a mão dele foi foldada.
Não, joguei o título fora. Lógico.
O Coelho, ao invés do time bank, e aí tinha acabado e ele tinha...
Não, ele só tinha mais um. Aí depois ele jogou com ele. Por isso que deu.
Yeah, so not sure exactly, but we're told that the dealer said you have 10 seconds left and no time bank, and he kind of just...
And I wonder if he thought that reveal card was the time bank, because they're like the same size. Right there, you know?
Yeah, he used it the whole tournament just to see, at least, yeah, he was going to see it on here, but yeah, that was...
That's gotta hurt.
Crazy. That was a crazy cooler for a heads-up match, too. Top two versus nut flush.
The very next hand.
Ele provavelmente não vai interpretar blefe o suficiente, mas ele fez 5x.
Very much so. A epic ending to an epic series. This is a record. Well, the 250K was last year they had as well, but this is going to be a record tomorrow, the 500K Real. So that'll be close to 100K US dollar. Pretty insane.
Wow. Good way to get out if you've been firing these high rollers and not hitting them yet. 500.
500. I think we're guessing for 30 entries. That's sort of the over-under, but you never know. You just don't know. We saw one of the players, Ruben, who took second and third, also say he's not playing, so no guarantee.
We'll have a new champion. That goes tomorrow. That's a 2-day.
Yeah, it's I think might be 3-day. I think you could register on day 2, and then not sure how long that'll go. But we're seeing again all the taking it in. He's enjoying it. He's on camera there. He's fired up, and he is loving it here at the BSOP.
Yeah.
Gonna get the interview with the champion very soon. I believe Isadora is going to get over there and get him.
He's wearing CTR.
Hear from both players.
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
Here he is.
This.
Super High Roller aqui no BSOP Millions acaba de terminar com uma vitória muito intensa, com uma mesa final muito complexa. Estou aqui com Fuga para a gente conversar sobre uma bolada que você leva para casa agora também, junto com o troféu. Quero primeiro conversar, claro, sobre como foi essa mesa final, que durou bastante tempo, né?
Foi uma mesa final muito difícil mesmo, onde eu tive que escapar de muita parada, sempre jogando muito curto. E no final, quando estava no three-handed, tive o privilégio de runar bem e blefar umas paradas que deu certo. E quando não blefei, acertei também, onde eu consegui chegar no heads-up. Então, foi muito intenso, mas muito feliz por isso.
Eu estou muito feliz de te ver nessa mesa final, porque eu já te vi jogando aqui nos últimos dias, mas a gente não tinha te visto numa FT ainda televisionada. Então, queria entender como foi essa sua primeira semana de Millions por aqui, como que tem sido, como que foi a caminhada até o 250K.
Eu na verdade, eu não poderia ter vindo, nem iria vir, mas como eu cravei esse torneio ano passado, né? Aí eu fiquei no dever de vir aqui para tentar segurar o troféu, no caso, guardar o cinturão, e fui privilegiado com a mesa final. Estou muito triste porque eu joguei o título fora, né? Eu estava ganho a parada que eu ia pagar e infelizmente não vi o time bank, aí a dealer me foldou a mão onde que eu estava com o título ganho e aí eu queimei.
Difícil. E por último, queria também te perguntar em relação a esse field e a competitividade dele. Agora a gente tem mais players internacionais chegando aqui, o BSOP está crescendo. Como que você sente comparando com o ano passado, pra gente finalizar?
Muito melhor. Esse torneio veio muita gente de fora, então o field mais difícil também, né? Tem um russo aí, uma desgraça de um russo aí que joga pra caramba, aperta mesmo. Então, cada ano vai ficar mais difícil porque o povo estuda demais, né? E eu não consigo estudar, eu só tenho Deus mesmo para me abençoar na jogada.
Você brilhou, meus parabéns. E agora é hora de entrega de troféu ali no palco. Vamos lá.
Yeah, so he was saying it gets harder and harder. People are coming from outside of Brazil. People are studying. He doesn't have much time to study. Only God can help him. And he also was talking about the time bank situation that was a bit unfortunate, and there's a little bit of confusion there at the end. So, yeah, he didn't know he was running out of time. I am just surprised at, like, what else you could want. Like, you know he's a tough player. You know he's capable. It's also jacks. It's heads up. Like, you can't really – you got an overpair to the board as played, like, in a spot where, like, if you're beat there. I think you kind of got to
Maybe you're just savoring the moment a minute, though. You know, you're like, I'm about to call this.
Super High Roller, na nossa High Roller Series no BSOP Millions 2025, tem campeão, Felipe Boyanovski, que leva para casa mais de 3 milhões de reais, troféu maravilhoso. E eu quero conversar sobre essa Final Table, que foi intensa, né? Muito difícil. Como é que foi para você esse momento?
Bom, eu vou começar falando que provavelmente vou me emocionar porque o meu sobrinho está nascendo hoje.
Hoje?
É.
Meu Deus, que momento incrível! E já vai nascer também com herança milionária, né?
Então eu queria dedicar essa vitória para ele. Telzinho, seja muito bem-vindo ao mundo. Minha irmã que eu amo, um beijo para ela. E é isso. A mesa final foi bem difícil. Tinha o Minko, que é um dos jogadores melhores do mundo, que eu enfrento online diariamente, e vários outros jogadores muito bons. E montanha-russa, subiu, desceu. E aí, no final, as coisas deram certo e muito feliz.
Deu muito certo, parabéns pela sua calma, pela sua perseverança nessa mesa. E agora eu gostaria de convidar ao palco o nosso diretor de torneios do BSOP, Marcos Júnior. E vem família para o palco do BSOP. Que lindo!
Yeah, congrats to the champion. Everything worked out, even getting his opponent to muck an overpair in a time bank situation. Could have won it right there, had outs, but obviously a good result, and got to be happy. He's welcomed his nephew, Tio, into the world. You can see the emotion, and a lot of money he won, so congrats to Felipe. Very tough player.
New baby boy in the family, a new trophy on the mantle.
Yeah.
Congrats, Felipe.
It's a good day, and we saw Rizzo also, who's fun to watch. He made fourth. 6 Brazilians, I believe, made the final table, 4 cashing, and we saw the 2 players that did take it down were Brazilians that got the lion's share of the money. But tomorrow we are going to see the 500K real that is going to set a record in Brazilian poker history. The main event as well, 10 million. Man, yeah, we'll see about that. Rast, however, isn't. He's still in this. I don't know if he's in the money not, but he's in the one-day 100K.
Rast, please win.
We're hoping Rast doesn't just put all the American money into the Brazilian field here. But again, for Dan Wergow, Jeff Gross, so happy to have you here. This is fun. Dan's going for his 4th cash in the main, and we will be back
Hopefully
tomorrow.
Hopefully you'll be talking about me in a couple of days.
Let's do it. 6 p.m. local time. We'll see everyone tomorrow.
Cheers.